So far, so good. Okay, so that's a big deal. Very proud of it. And I think, I don't know how it can be challenged. You'll probably challenge it. You may find a rogue judge. You get a lot of rogue judges. Very bad people, very bad judges. But that's the only way that can be changed. And hopefully we'll win an appeal if it is. But I don't see how anybody can challenge it. I don't see how they can challenge it.
Yep. Don't know how anybody could challenge that. It's perfect.
Let's get ready to runoff.
Let's get ready to run off. Good one. Thank you, DWD, for the resub on Twitch. My understanding of the Supreme Court ruling is it doesn't allow the administration to do anything because of a lower court injunction that is still in place. It just prevents states from suing now at this time.
Any strong thoughts on Nithya versus Base?
But it's like a standing ruling that the states haven't been injured yet because there's 2 lawsuits regarding the mail-in voting executive order from the states and then from some voting rights groups. And I guess the states case made it to the Supreme Court and they ruled against them, claiming they didn't have any injury, no standing. So, but there's still a lower court injunction preventing the administration from doing anything, which essentially is the Postal Service requiring states to use certain ballots and barcodes to track who gets a mail-in ballot and confirm that people are on an eligible list. But there's all sorts of problems with that. So basically, the states are less than a month away from starting to mail out ballots for early voting for the midterms. And so it's just going to be impossible. So I don't think it's going to have any impact on this election. Joe Man, thank you for the $2. Any strong thoughts on Nithya versus Bass? I don't care which one wins, honestly. It seems like Bass keeps getting bad press. But I don't see Nithya doing anything special either. So it just seems like 2 duds. You know, it's kind of like a slap fest. Nobody doing anything exciting. And, you know, another example of shitty candidates not accomplishing anything. LA's a tough city to run. You know, it's like you can't make anybody happy in Los Angeles. There's just so many problems, and the homelessness problem's impossible no matter what you do. So it's just like a lose-lose situation for anyone trying to run Los Angeles. Those are my thoughts. The only thing I like is that Spencer Pratt got popped down to 3rd place after 2 weeks, and Trump claimed the election was rigged, and he totally screwed up his argument about rigged elections because nobody believes in a million years that Los Angeles would rig the race to get a Democrat versus a Democrat. Why would we want that? There's 4 times the registered Democrats in Los Angeles than Republicans, so it would be a layup for Karen Bass to go against Spencer Pratt. It's actually much harder to go against another Democrat, and it costs money and time and resources, and people get mad and creates division. So it just makes no sense on any level that the election was rigged to remove Spencer Pratt. So the good news out of this race is Trump looking like a fool and undermining his own argument that he'll use in the midterms, right? Shouldn't have picked this. Out of all races in the nation to try to highlight election rigging, this is probably one of the worst examples to use. Good job, Trump. All right, we are 35 minutes away from the polls closing in South Carolina. Things are moving quickly here. This is the special runoff to replace Lindsey Graham on the ballot in November for a full 6-year term in the Senate. I'm seeing articles saying that Darlene could lose tonight, that Republicans are concerned that she may actually lose. And a lot of Trump's credibility and power is on the line here because he's gone all in for her. So this is going to be fascinating. Sisafino with the 5 gifted memberships. Hell yeah. Thank you, bro. That's huge. Yeah, we're rooting for Darlene. If you were to ask me, who do I want to win? Because she is incompetent and she will drag down the Republican Party in general in the midterms. So I would like her to win tonight, but I also would love to see Trump take a fat L and have his candidate go down in flames. So it's a win-win for us. No matter how you slice it, it's a win-win. We're just watching two losers slap each other. That's all. Let me update my count here. 6. Who's our unfortunate Democratic candidate in South Carolina? We actually have a solid candidate. She's a pediatrician named Annie Andrews. And seems like a solid candidate, but it is South Carolina where she's at a major disadvantage. But if Darlene wins, that would increase her odds. But you know what? So she'll lose by 15% instead of 25%, I guess. But it is what it is. I wouldn't count on South Carolina going blue this year. I like the optimism. I appreciate people giving a damn and thinking we can win anywhere. But you know, we got to come back down to earth here. We gotta focus on winnable races, and I'm not sure South Carolina is in that category. It's pretty solid red. But don't let me rain on your parade if you're fired up over South Carolina, you know. Let's check out Kornacki's preview. Because you know he put something up. I could have sworn I saw it. Yeah, here we go. Kornacki previews key counties in the South Carolina runoff. So obviously Kornacki will be live tonight.
And joining me now is Chief Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles. He's on the road in South Carolina, and NBC's chief data analyst Steve Kornacki. He's at the big board, of course. So Ryan, you're on the trail. Tell us what you are hearing from talking with voters today. What are they getting at when it comes to this race, which is a runoff?
Yeah, I mean, there's quite a few obvious themes that are emerging in this race, Kelly, and that is, are South Carolina voters willing to trust President Trump and put their support behind Darlene Graham, despite the fact that they don't know a lot about where she may end up politically, what type of senator she will be, because she just doesn't have a track record, a legislative track record to bank on? Or are they more willing to go with the sure thing in Ralph Norman, someone they know, someone who not only served for a significant amount of time in Congress, but also served in the state legislature here in South Carolina? It's becoming a battle between endorsements and experience, and we found voters that are sitting on both sides of this fence. Take a listen.
Yeah, I don't think experience weighs heavy on people's minds now, because what is that experience worth? It got us to this point in most people's eyes, like, oh, so you were part of whatever led us to this bad situation now. Don't really value that, dude. But Darlene is a total mess and has just blew it in that debate. I would argue it's the worst debate performance since Biden in 24, where she was asked about Taiwan and said she just doesn't know, but she supports the military. And then she said the population of South Carolina is 50 million people.
Are you worried that she doesn't have a lot of experience?
No, one of the main things to me that she's not part of the establishment. You know, it's just she's going up there to me fresh, and she's going to learn.
President Trump's endorsement, does that matter to you at all? Does that play any role in your decision?
Not in my decision at all.
Yeah.
Not at all. No, I think that whoever goes in there needs to be independent, whether it's Republican or Democrat. They need to vote what's right for the country.
Mm-hmm. All right. She also has some pretty good endorsements. Obviously, she has Trump, but she has the governor, McMaster's, and she has Tim Scott, the other senator. But some people have come out in support of Ralph Norman going against Trump. But she's got the bigger endorsements, that's for sure. But I honestly don't know who's going to win. Remember, the other thing is she only got 33% in the primary runoff 2 weeks ago. She got 1 out of 3 votes from Republicans in the primary. Now, one of the top 3 finishers, Russell Fry, I think his name was, also a congressman, Republican congressman, he endorsed her. So that'll probably help, though I haven't heard much about him. But the fact that 2 out of 3 Republican voters chose someone other than the Trump-endorsed Darlene Graham 2 weeks ago is not a great sign for her tonight.
In South Carolina, right?
That's right,
Yeah.
South Carolina.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the thing that bothers me so much. Lindsay had a lot of experience and a lot of power, and we're going to miss that.
And so the question is, where will this momentum ultimately end up? You do get a sense that President Trump going all in, showing up here on Friday, doing the tele-rally, and then investing another $800,000 from his political arm could be the difference between a win and a loss for Darlene Graham here tonight. Kelly?
We don't always see that degree of investment from the president, and clearly he had a long, good relationship with Lindsey Graham that began as competitors and ultimately became a trusted relationship. Darlene Graham is really new to the scene and is getting the benefit of the president's political weight. Do you think he feels like he has something on the line? Not getting into the mind of the president, but do you see evidence of that playing out among voters?
Well, we might have gotten a glimpse into what the president is thinking about all of this over the weekend when he posted on his Truth Social account what appeared to be some bit of expectation setting, and pointing out that some of the endorsements that he makes during this primary season are born out of loyalty, not out of who he thinks have the best shot at winning the race. And sometimes he tells folks that they've got no chance of winning. They run anyway, but he endorses them and they end up losing. Now, in Darlene Graham's case, he has very publicly stated that she has what it takes to run. He's even said that he asked her to run. So that is a different scenario here. There's no question that if she wins or loses, Donald Trump will be able to get the credit, and he will certainly get a degree of the blame. The one thing we found being here, Kelly, is that there's not this universal transfer of political capital from Trump to Graham. There are folks that are saying, I support Donald Trump, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's enough for Darlene Graham. So we'll have to see how that plays out here tonight.
Thank you so much, Ryan. And of course, this is a new 6-year term. She's filling the remainder of the term for her brother. Let me go over to Steve now and get a sense of what the map might tell us about what does Ralph Norman have to do, what does Senator Graham have to do to be successful for a full 6 years in the United States Senate.
Yeah, Kelly, a couple hours from now, the map will start filling in, but maybe as a reference point, we'll take you back to what it looked like in the preliminary here. Graham and Norman finishing 1-2 to make this runoff. A couple things. Obviously, look, Graham got a third of the vote, so she's got a long way to go to get up to 50%. And something else to keep in mind, obviously, her brother, Lindsey Graham, his relationship with the Republican base in South Carolina was always a very uneasy relationship. Graham, just prior to his death, had run for re-election in a Republican primary, vastly fundraised his opponent. He only got 56% of the vote in that primary. So that Graham name comes with a lot of advantages, but it could come with some drawbacks for Darlene Graham as well.
Yeah, it's not. Lindsey Graham, it wasn't exactly a rock star in South Carolina. I mean, he got booed at a Trump rally in 2024. I think it was still early 2024. He got booed. Trump had to come to his, had to save him. But this is why we watch races like this. Most of us don't live in South Carolina. Most of us are not registered Republicans and give a damn about who wins. But it just gives you information about how powerful Trump is, where the GOP is at right now before the midterms. And if she wins, then she's a lunatic, right? And she's had some embarrassing missteps, and she'll drag down the whole ticket, kind of like Herschel Walker or Mehmet Oz or Carrie Lake in 2022. So very fascinating to watch these random races that most people couldn't give a damn about. DJ Mikey B, what up, buddy? Thank you for the resub on Twitch.
Take a look, though, at how it broke down between Graham and Norman in the primary and what it means for tonight. Well, Norman, his congressional district, 5th congressional district, is based right here outside Charlotte, Rock Hill, York County. He won there, not surprisingly, but his support extended really all the way across the upstate here. Greenville, Spartanburg County. These are major, major hubs in a Republican primary. Greenburgh and Spartanburg counties together are going to cast probably 20% of all the votes statewide. These were big numbers for Norman in the primary, and these are also places where Lindsey Graham in his political career, these tended to be where he put up his worst numbers in Republican primaries. So Norman can get potentially a lot out of the upstate tonight. Where is Graham looking to counter that? I think one place to keep an eye on is right here. This is sort of, they call this the PD region, Myrtle Beach here, then going inland, northeast South Carolina. The third candidate here, Russell Fry, this was his congressional district. He swept the district in the primary here.
Now, Russell Fry has endorsed Darlene. Don't know if his voters, his fans, will go passionately vote for her, though. So, but even with his 20% of the vote, who knows? I mean, what percentage of that 20% go to Darlene to get her over 50%? Don't know. It'd be interesting.
Now, since that primary, Fry has turned around. He's endorsed Darlene Graham. When Trump came to South Carolina to campaign for Darlene Graham, he went right here to Myrtle Beach, to the 7th Congressional District. These are older Republican voters. A lot of retirees here. Tends to be a very pro-Trump, MAGA-oriented Republican vote here. For Graham, the question here isn't just winning the 7th Congressional District. She needs to win it big. Because if Norman can get big numbers out of the vote-rich upstate, and Graham can counter it in the 7th Congressional District, then where would we look? We would look to the Midlands. We would look to Columbia. We would look to Lexington County, the suburbs of the state capital there. That could become really sort of contested terrain tonight.
This is such quintessential Kornacki, really diving into the map. I learned a lot from that, so thank you. Very briefly, we also want to check in on Oklahoma and the governor's race there. Also a test of the president's endorsement. What are you seeing?
Yeah, take a look here. This, call it up on the screen here, this Republican runoff. Again, this was the preliminary. Gettner Drummond, the state attorney general, Mike Mazzei. Look, it was only 1,100 votes separating them in the preliminary. Trump is behind Mazzei. And not only is he behind Mazzei in this, he's also been going after Drummond. So he's been telling.
Wow, look at this. I had no idea why I should give a damn about Oklahoma, the other state with an election tonight. But Trump endorsed candidate came in second place, only getting 26% of the votes. This will be another one to watch in regards to Trump support. All right, remember, Mazzei is the guy that Trump endorsed.
Republicans, not only is he for Mazzei, he's very against Drummond. This is what it looked like in the preliminary. We'll see tonight as it comes in. But Trump's got something on the line in both states, clearly.
Well, Steve, stay hydrated. You got a long evening ahead. Thank you so much.
Stay hydrated, she says. All right. Where's the Kornacki cam? Where is it? Guess they don't have a thing yet. Oh, there it is. All right. We'll get that up. 21 minutes till launch over there. The polls close in South Carolina in 22 minutes. 7 p.m. Eastern. The polls close in Oklahoma at 8 p.m. Eastern. So we got to wait a little longer for that one. Another hour and 20 minutes on Oklahoma. Last Ember, thank you for the resub on Twitch. Hell yeah. Imagine you being excited to watch the results come in for 2 red state Republican runoff elections in August. Imagine you a couple years ago giving a damn about any of this, you know? Isn't it crazy the level of attention we give this stuff nowadays? Republican runoffs, yeah, like you couldn't have paid me to watch this kind of crap 10 years ago. I mean, I would have just said, dude, that's torture. What do you mean? I don't give a shit who wins. They're all ghouls. They're all idiots. But this stuff is fascinating nowadays. What do you about the strategy in Montana, Idaho, South Dakota, Nebraska running independent Senate candidates instead of Dems? Sure, I like it. I don't know what you mean by running. I mean, those people are choosing to run themselves. I think that's the only way to possibly win. Dan Osborne in 2024 came within less than 7% of winning red state, Nebraska, and taking out
Thanks
a
for working hard,
Republican
dearie.
senator.
Sorry FKR being a chud the other day. Stay blessed.
Oh, that was you in the YouTube chat? Thank you for the resub. It's all good. You gave me money. I forgive you. What the hell were you thinking, man? This is far more entertaining, less demoralizing than talking about the anti-Semitism stuff. Oh, don't worry. We'll talk about that later. Yes, I know what the Democrats have done in those states, Void. I got you. But I'm just saying the Democrats know they don't have a chance, so they're getting out of the way for the independent candidates. But I'm just saying I think it's a more palatable option for voters who are sick of Republicans' bullshit to vote for an independent than a Democrat. So they still ran a campaign and won and then dropped out in those states. You know what I mean? So, I mean, I don't know about all of them. I know about, I think obviously Nebraska, and I think there was some problems with Montana, but the Democrat eventually dropped out, right? Sorry for being a chud. You'll have to be more specific. Yeah. I don't remember. I just remember that name pissing me off a couple days ago. But I don't hold it against people. Like, you know, people have bad days and they take it out on me for some reason. But I mean, I think it was about Jeffries. Like, this is a channel to be I am a cheerleader for the Democrats. You don't have to be. I'm not telling anybody that you have to be me. I'm just being my authentic self, where I believe the Democratic Party is the only party that is doing anything of value and can improve people's lives with things like the enhanced ACA subsidies that they passed for 5 years under Biden that allowed 20 million people to afford their health insurance. To me, that is a really good thing. Democrats are the ones who passed the infrastructure bill to bring broadband to every American household. Democrats are the ones who passed the Inflation Reduction Act to cap out-of-pocket costs for seniors at $2,000 a year for their drugs and negotiate drug prices on blockbuster drugs to save seniors money. And when I hear people attacking Hakeem Jeffries for wearing a stupid hat, it just pisses me off, because it's like, what are you on about, man? It's like being served, you know, I don't know what's an example. It's like being able to drive a Lamborghini and complaining that it's kind of loud or it's not as comfortable. It's like, you're in a fucking Lamborghini, dude. What do you want? You know, like, come on. We're like bitching about stupid things. You know, I don't think Hakeem is in the moment. Well, what do you want to happen? What do you expect? We're a giant country. This is a difficult experiment with democracy. It's not easy. The Republicans are total scumbags, and to spend any time attacking the Democrats, to me, is criminal. Absolutely criminal and infuriating. And this is why I try to hold my tongue, but within my space, it pisses me off when people come in here and try to rain on my parade. Like, I'm sorry, I need to give people a space to be optimistic and be happy, and I cannot tolerate people crying their eyes out in my channel. You know, I'm not here to do therapy for people. So I don't care. If you don't have the mental health to leave my channel and get the hint, then I'll just delete you. It's not that difficult. I choose to run things this way. I've been successful for 8 years. I've done very well, and this is what works for me. And if people disagree, I couldn't care less. I don't care. Take it up with the manager. Write a letter to the CEO. I don't care. That's it. I'm very open about this. I'm honest with people. I don't hide it in any way. I don't pretend this is a safe space. This is a neutral zone. This is a open place to debate. I'd love to hear your challenge. I don't care at all. I couldn't care less. And I think the vast majority of you guys get that, which is great. I mean, that's how it is. Like when I go watch another stream, I know what I'm signing up for, you know? I don't like no other channel, no other streams do they allow you to fight with people and argue and talk shit. Like I don't see that anywhere. So I'm not for everybody, and that's fine. I'm not trying to make everybody happy. And I think I've restricted my own growth because of that. But I tell you this, the people that have stuck around and the community I have, I enjoy being around very much. You know how many streamers despise their community and their viewers?
We have new domestic semiconductor industry building up because of CHIPS Act today.
Hell
That's
yeah.
because Dems actually govern. W Dems. W Hakeem. W Biden.
Hell yeah. There you go. I mean, and I'm telling you, it starts with us, man. People are always looking for our leaders to do something amazing. Like Chuck Schumer sucks, Hakeem sucks, Biden sucks. It's like, stop depending on them. And you start going out there and be a cheerleader. It starts with us, man, in conversations where people are like, yeah, Democrats suck too. It's like, no, they don't. And they're like, wait, what? No, I think Democrats do a great job. And here's what I think they're doing well. Is there room for improvement? Sure. So I try to lead by example. And I think if all of us go out there and talk to people about why we're Democrats and why we support our candidates and that they're not perfect and we want them to do even more, but it's important to celebrate the wins. I mean, you don't lose 100 pounds in one day, you know, it's a multi-year journey, and all you can do is keep making progress. When you just Google the Dem legislation record, it's fantastic. Absolutely. Absolutely. But I don't take it personal when people get mad at me. That's a them problem. That's life in general. If anybody ever gets mad at you or argues with you, they're going through something. It doesn't have anything to do with you.
Really glad to have found this community. Smiley face emoji.
Smiley face emoji. Anna, thank you for the resub on Twitch. Appreciate that. And look, even if you think what I'm doing is wrong, which some people may believe so, or I'm naive or whatever, well, let me be naive. Who cares? You know, I think a lot of people are naive when they go out to a bar at night thinking they're going to meet somebody, right? Like, really? With that shirt on and that haircut? Okay. With that dress? Okay, good luck. Naivete is part of life, man. But anyways, there's so many places on the internet that are negative about Democrats and politics. Why not let us have one space where people know they'll hear some good news and focus on some positive things? I mean, God forbid, you know? It's like if I want to hear about how bad Jews are and hear someone angry at the world, I go watch Hasan, you know? If that's your jam and you want to hear about that, awesome. Go over there. He'll gladly welcome you in. But I want people to come here and go, I'm going to learn something about my government. I'm going to find something to be positive about and walk away maybe feeling a little better about things. And I think that's awesome. All right. We are T-minus 11 minutes until the polls close. The Kornacki feed is on standby mode. I think we're going to get results pretty quickly. South Carolina is one of those states that counts votes quickly. If I wanted to feel depressed, I'd watch Vosh. Yeah, exactly. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum-bum. Pretty wild to see all the people coming out condemning Hasan, though. I'm glad to see it. Finally, the parade of haters has grown. It was just me, Destiny, and Dan Saltman for a long time, Now we got some powerful people in the ranks. I'm liking tweets. You know that meme of senior citizens pressing buttons in Las Vegas on the slot machine? That's me on Twitter liking every tweet I can find from elected officials slamming Hasan. Ding, 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 ding. It's like, let's go. We had Jackie Rosen, senator from New Hampshire, Hakeem Jeffries, Ken Martin, and, numerous congressmen. Oh my God, it's just time of my life. I can't like hard enough, man. Bing, 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 bing. I'm fascinated to see what comes out of this. Alyssa Slotkin, yeah, it's almost like if you don't say anything, then you're on the wrong side of history now. Hasan is just taking on the label of anti-Semite. It's fantastic. Good. Let him deal with that. He's been running his mouth for years, getting away with crazy talk. And I think a reckoning of some accountability and some reflection and change of behavior is in order. So hopefully this will do it. I don't know. We'll see. I'm not really seeing anyone come to his defense that's in power, right? That's the difference this time. Is it's just a bunch of dumb YouTubers and influencers that are defending him and people ruining their reputation like Mehdi Hasan. There's no one in power that's coming to his defense. Even his closest ally, like Abdul El Sayed, who's not even elected yet, if he does get elected, is really defending him. So he doesn't have the team to defend him. So I'm not sure if he escapes this time without something changing. I mean, there might be pressure put on Amazon by electeds or something. Who knows? He's the MAGA of the left. I think he's just, whether it's fair or not, he is now the face of anti-Semitism in America. And that is remarkable. That is quite an achievement for someone when you've got Nick Fuentes out there and Kanye West and Lazarian. Like, he is the face of anti-Semitism right now. And people say that's not fair. He's not anti-Semitic. It doesn't matter. Once the public decides something, you're screwed. It's like the public decided Monica Lewinsky was a whore. Now, 20 years later, they're like, oh, well, looking back on it, she was a young woman. He took advantage of her and the public treated her poorly. Or Britney Spears. They're like, the paparazzi didn't treat her well and we were all harsh on her and it's not right. But it doesn't matter. Once the public decides something, there's no publicity campaign that can stop that machine. And just the hatred coming his way right now. Woo-wee! Good luck, champ. Good luck with that one. And he does not have the mental fortitude to handle this. He is a sensitive little snowflake who cannot handle criticism. And he's got no one coming to bat for him now. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. He may have a mental breakdown. I wouldn't be surprised if he has a Coney 2012 moment. That might be a dated reference for some of you younger bucks, but look it up. He may have himself a Coney 2012 moment where he's running naked in the streets or something. I don't know. I could see him having a mental breakdown. All right, we're waiting on Mr. Kornacki here. 6 minutes. 6 minutes. Only 2012 was 34 years ago. Yeah, I remember it like yesterday. 34 years. Good one. 34 years ago. All right, I got to use the restroom before this starts, so I'm just going to leave this on here. BRB. All right. T-minus 4 minutes. 4 minutes. You know, before Hasan was kind of known as a bad boy, right? Kind of outsider, trying to shake things up. He says some edgy things. Now he's just a hate monger with all these high-profile people like Hakeem Jeffries coming out and having to comment and disavow him. So that's not a good transition. You want to be the bad boy. You want to be the rebel. You want to be the edgelord. But he's kind of shedded that status. Now he's just turned into a bigot in the eyes of the public. So that's going to be interesting to see how he handles that. Oh! The trumpets! Is that a trumpet? Sounds a little deeper. Maybe a trombone? Could be a tuba? No, tuba probably. Not tuba. Probably a trombone. Doesn't have the slide sound though. MIDI trumpet. French horn? Sounds like a trombone, actually. Yeah, I know. Trombones don't usually make the slide sound. I played trombone in middle school. It's a fun instrument. People tuned in. 1,600. Why would I mute this incredible soundtrack? Hell's wrong with you? This is hype music. This is when you know something good's about to go down. DMCA? Nah. I don't think so. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Polls closed. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Exciting stuff. So we are rooting for Darlene Graham, guys. She will drag down the Republican ticket across the board outside of South Carolina. She's a dope. Said she doesn't know anything about Taiwan. Thinks there's 50 million people in South Carolina. So she's our Herschel Walker of this election cycle. Hopefully she brings out a toy badge on stage in the general election debate. But we are rooting for Darlene. But it's a win-win for us. If Darlene loses tonight, then Trump looks weak and he's all in on her. So we're just observing two morons slap each other tonight.
7 o'clock Eastern means polls are now officially closed in the Palmetto State in South Carolina, and that means we are now waiting for the first county to report its first votes in this, the Republican runoff for the United States Senate. Darlene Graham, sister of the late Lindsey Graham, endorsed by Donald Trump in this race, facing off against Congressman Ralph Norman. We expect really any minute now this map to start lighting up. We'll get some clarity on a big test here of President Trump's clout with Republican voters in what was a big Trump state, certainly, in past elections. Not the only race we're going to be watching tonight. It's polls closing time in South Carolina right now. An hour from now, we will be saying the same thing right here, where it's going to be another test of Donald Trump's clout with Republican voters. This Oklahoma, the runoff for governor there on the Republican side. Trump is backing Mike Mazzei, a former state senator. Gentner Drummond is the state attorney general. Trump has made it very clear not only that he supports Mazzei, but that he is against Drummond. In the preliminary here, this was a very close preliminary election. Look, 1,100 votes was the margin between Drummond and Mazzei. First and second here. A lot of votes for the other candidates as well. Again, an hour from now, Oklahoma will be closing, but all eyes right now are on South Carolina. This is what it looked like in the preliminary when Graham got a third of the vote, and Norman, with that support in his congressional district around Rock Hill and across the upstate, was able to get the second slot. Calling up now tonight's results. Again, we don't have anything in yet, but if past his prologue, I think it took in the preliminary 13 minutes. Is that right, Adam? 13 minutes till we got our first report. And that, when I say Adam, I'm talking, of course, about Adam Naboa, producer, numbers cruncher extraordinaire. Adam, what was the first county that gave us a result in South Carolina in the preliminary?
I believe it was Orangeburg. But the thing that strikes me tonight is this is the fourth time we've had a competitive statewide primary in 3 months in South Carolina. And I don't know. We've spent a lot of time in South Carolina. I'm eager to see the results because I think every one of these races, I don't know which way it's going.
Well, this one, there's a lot of, I think, suspense, an unusual amount of suspense for this one, because nobody quite knows what to make of it, right? Again, I don't want to get off the results screen too much. I'm going to quickly just remind you in the preliminary, though, one thing to keep in mind, right? Again, we say the Norman strength was up here. There's a ton of votes up here, okay? This is part of his congressional district. This is the anchor of his congressional district, York County. Then you get to Spartanburg and Greenville County. Those are major vote hubs there, and you're getting outside of his congressional district. But he ran up the score there. Lindsey Graham, when he was running in Republican primaries, some of his biggest struggles were up here in the upstate. So Norman, you think, could get a big number out of there tonight. Again, I think that's the expectation. That Norman, I'll go to this results page in case anything comes in. We don't want you to miss anything. But the expectation is Norman's going to get big number out of York County. Okay, probably 5% of the vote in this whole primary going to come out of there. And then right here, the 1-2 punch of Greenville, that's going to be the biggest vote-producing county in the state tonight. And we've been getting reports of, relatively speaking, very high turnout there relative to the rest of the state potentially. So that's something to watch as well. But Greenville and Spartanburg, so again, between these two counties, that's about 20% of the vote statewide. York County, Norman's core of his district there is about 5%. So a quarter of the vote is going to come out of some very, very Norman-friendly places, we think. And really, again, that Norman strength extended here across the upstate, like Anderson County is another big one here. Expect him to do well there tonight. So just from what he can get out of there, I think that could put him in contention. Then the question is, what about the rest of the state? What are we looking for? So I think a couple things here. Again, before this map starts filling in, to keep in mind, one is right here, kind of the PD region, the 7th congressional district. This is where Congressman Russell Fry is from. Remember, Fry was the third candidate in that preliminary. He fell short of the runoff. He was just behind Norman, but he won every county in his congressional district. And by far, the biggest county in that district is right here. It's Horry County. It's where Myrtle Beach is. Probably 10% or so of all the vote statewide, probably a little bit less than that, but something like 10% is going to come out of Horry County. Okay, now Fry, since that primary, has endorsed Graham. And when Donald Trump came to South Carolina late last week to campaign for Graham, where did he go? He went to Horry County. He went to Myrtle Beach. Okay, so I think there's an expectation here tonight that, well, for Norman, it's about running up the score here. For Graham, it's about running up the score here, and really in particular here in Horry County. Again, demographically in Horry County, we're talking about a very conservative Republican county. Oh, we got some results. Let's just get right to the results. Okay, Newberry County. Again, what you're looking at in South Carolina, the first reports are going to be early vote. It's going to be early vote by mail. Then they're going to fill in the same day as it comes in. So Newberry County right here, this is a smaller one here, but you're getting the early vote, and you're seeing Norman lead Graham. Now, one thing that we have right here are rough. And we're going to see how these hold up. Rough benchmarks for how we think these candidates should be doing tonight, where they want to be in each county. Now, again, Newberry is one of the smaller ones, and there could be some flux. These numbers could adjust throughout the night. But I want to tell you, where did we think Graham needed to be running in Newberry County? We thought she probably wanted to be running somewhere around 44, 45% here.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so now this is just the initial, and this is just a small county. All right, so I'm doing this more as an exercise to show you how this is going to work as the bigger counties start to come in, okay? But in the early vote here, all right, you got Graham running at 48, you got Norman running at 52, and we think a benchmark, a rough benchmark that Graham wants to be hitting here is about 44, okay? So like we got to see how the election day vote goes. Is that going to be different? Is it going to be more pro-Graham? Is it going to be more pro-Norman?
It's only 8% of the vote in that county, so can't really make much of that. About 400, less than 400 votes. Adam and Steve said it would be about 13 minutes until we start to get some real results. That's what happened 2 weeks ago. Remember that the primary was 2 weeks ago. This is the runoff because nobody got over 50%. Darlene only got 33% in the primary 2 weeks ago. So 2 out of 3 Republicans voted for someone else in the primary. Since then, Trump has had a rally for her, though it might be a little too late, right? Like, why would you come in just the couple days before? Why not do one a little earlier? But the third place guy who got about 20% of the vote 2 weeks ago, Russell Fry, endorsed her. So theoretically, if all his supporters voted for her, then she would be over 50%. So, but I've read a few articles saying that Republicans are concerned that she could lose tonight, and this will be very bad for Trump if she goes down tonight, because he's gone all in for her. This isn't a kind of tepid endorsement. He really has told people, pretend I'm on the ballot, and holding a rally for her, spending money, $800,000. I mean, he's really hasn't opened his wallet for any candidates this election cycle yet. And so this is a big test for Trump tonight. I want her to win because I think she'll drag down other Republican candidates across the nation in November. She's DEI Darlene.
Going to happen right now in the next few minutes. Just zoom out statewide. It is just Newberry County in that early vote. What's going to happen here in the next period of time is these are going to start filling in. And what you're going to be seeing in each one of them is going to reflect early vote, election day vote, early vote, pre-election day vote. And then after you get that initial batch in these counties, they start filling in their same day vote. And it's just a key question in these. You're going to be seeing us do this county after county tonight. I'm going to be asking Adam, what was the early vote and how is the same day vote breaking? Because that trend is that same day vote. What materializes as a few counties start to come in is the same day vote friendlier to Graham? Is it friendlier to Norman? And that's going to be the vital context for sort of interpreting the early vote numbers. We got more. Now we're into that 7th congressional district I was just talking about. We say Horry's the biggest in that part of the state. Second biggest is right here, Georgetown County. We say this is where Graham needs to be putting up big numbers. Remember, I was saying this is where Trump came to this district. This was Russell Fry's district. And so you see in the early vote in Georgetown County, this is a significant county. 2/3 of the vote right now going for Graham. What is the benchmark we think Graham wanted to be hitting here? Again, these are rough, but just to give you a sense, about 63%.
Ooh.
So again, that's a little bit above what we think is the benchmark for her here, but that's just early vote, which makes that question so critical of what the election day vote looks like. Does it get more Graham? Does that 67 go up? Then it's great news for her. Does that election day vote get more pro-Norman and that 67 starts to come down towards 63? That's trouble for her. So you can start to see that. Chesterfield County, again, you're still in that 7th congressional district. It's much, much smaller. Okay, so much of the population in that 7th district is in these counties right here, is in Horry County, Georgetown County, a little bit in Florence County there as well. Chesterfield, very small, but early vote here. And what are you seeing? 74 essentially for Graham and a benchmark here of about 66 for her. So these are, we say she needs to, the expectation tonight is that Norman's going to get big numbers up here. And Graham needs to have big numbers here to sort of counter that with. So right now, very, 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 very initial and preliminary. But, if let's put it this way, you know, if Georgetown County ended up looking like this at the end of the night, that's probably a good number for Graham. But that's just the early vote number right there. You know, if Chesterfield County, much smaller, but like if counties like Chesterfield, you know, if it ended up like this at the end of the night, that's good for her. But we don't know. We don't know what the election day vote's going to look like. What we do know is she needs big numbers here. Norman needs
1% in statewide. It is early, but she's doing a little better than what she needs to do with that small amount of the vote that has come in. But with only 1% of the vote in, there's not much to be gleaned from these results so far. I expect the results to come in pretty quickly, though. This is one of those states that doesn't mess around. I believe in Darlene. Well, we're all rooting for big Darlene here. I mean, it's a win-win for us. We're just watching two terrible candidates duke it out, but whoever wins is a win for us. Trump is all in on Darlene Graham, and if she makes it to the ballot in November, then that's going to drag down candidates all across the United States because she's bound to put her foot in her mouth at least one more time between now and November. And Ralph Norman, if he wins, then it just makes Trump look weak because he's not endorsed by him, and it shows the Republican base is pissed at Trump and in disarray. But even if it's close, I'd say it's a great win for us too. I mean, the Republican Party's not happy right now. Any chance of a debate between her and the Dem candidate? I would hope so. I mean, the people of South Carolina deserve to hear from their two candidates, you know. Was there a good candidate in the primary? No. They're all scumbag weirdos. But Ralph Norman he's like a Freedom Caucus freak who has been a thorn in the side of Trump. So he's not going to be anything great.
We think this is early vote in Darlington, and a benchmark rough that we came up for her here is 64. So again, you can see it's a similar story in all three counties that have we've got early vote from the 7th congressional district. The early vote is putting Graham probably where she'd like to be at the end of the night in those places. But to get from here to the end of the night, you got to go through the election.
Still only 1% of the vote in. We are patiently waiting. And then after this, in 45 minutes, we have Oklahoma, where they have an election tonight for governor. And the Trump-endorsed candidate came in second place in the primary. Tonight's the runoff. And so another test for Trump to see how powerful he is and how pissed Republicans are at him and this administration. So a lot of interesting things to watch for tonight. Give you an idea of what's to come in November.
You know, she's running a few points above her benchmark in all the counties where we've got early vote. Only heightens the significance of that. What's the same day vote going to start looking like? And let's get some bigger counties in here too again, because you know Georgetown's significant, but we want to see Horry. We want to see Greenville. We want to see Spartanburg. You know, we want to see Anderson County. We want to see these three right in here: Aiken, Lexington, Richland. We want to get down here to, you know, Beaufort. We want to get Charleston County. We want to get Berkeley, places like that. Let's get some of the big. Oh, and you know, York County up here, which is that's the heart of Norman's district, 5th congressional district, kind of in here. This is what Ralph Norman represents in Congress. Okay, and then
fast food is
extending
not
across.
doing its job fast enough.
Count faster. Thank you, Yeller, for the $5 super chat. Yeah, count faster, South Carolina. Okay, we got another county in here.
For Graham here. Again, she did, relatively speaking, she did better here than elsewhere in the upstate in the preliminary. The benchmark we established for her here, rough 47, coming in at 45 with the early vote, again, in Oconee County. I think, did we get any? Charleston. Oh my gosh, we got Charleston. Okay, this is just, okay, it's coming in. Okay, Graham at 59 on the early vote in Charleston. It's a bigger one, obviously. And What's the benchmark number we got for her in Charleston? 59. Okay, where else? We got more coming in toward the upstate, Lawrence County here. Okay.
Lawrence County.
Norman, you expect. This is going to be Norman country tonight. The benchmark for Graham we put up here was 41, 45 on the early vote, okay? Charleston's big, okay? Charleston's probably, 5%, 6% of the vote statewide. But that's not a lot of folks voting early there, is what that's telling you. So again, reset statewide. That's what the tally looks like. But again, you see, we're taking you.
Only 2% in statewide. Still too early to call. It is a title fight here between Darlene Graham, famous for being Lindsey Graham's sister. That's about it. Very qualified. Imagine if this was a Democrat. Republicans would be screaming about this candidate. What happened to their DEI bullshit? Remember, Trump was super focused on DEI at the beginning of his administration. Now he never talks about it, but this is the Republican definition of DEI, Darlene Graham. No other qualification except being Lindsey Graham's sister, and she ran some statewide agency to help the blind, I believe it was, get jobs and live life.
Big piece of real estate. Okay. Early vote in Anderson has Norman 55, Graham 45 here. And the benchmark we established for Graham here is 42. So it continues that pattern we've been talking about. Oh, we got Horry County. Okay, let's go right to Horry. You see Anderson, here's Horry. Horry's massive, and look at this. Okay, early vote. This is where Myrtle Beach is. This is where the Trump rally was held. This could be 10% of the vote tonight. Biggest in that 7th congressional district by far. Graham running at 73% with the early vote here. Again, the benchmark we've given her here is 2/3 of the vote, 67%. So it continues. Really, if Graham is getting 73% of the vote in Horry at the end of the night, she's feeling good. But election day vote. Is the election day vote going to bring this number down this way, or is it going to stay around there? Huge question. We're getting New York. Ralph Norman's base. Okay, this is, let's call it up here. Yep, okay. We got the early vote here. And again, benchmarks here. I'm giving you Graham's. I'm just going to use her numbers as the benchmark rather than trying to, do one candidate here, the other candidate there. So just know that for the rest of the night. We got to choose one just for simplicity purpose. We're going to use the Graham benchmark. If she's failing, that's good for Norman. If she's hitting it, that's good for her.
It's okay, Steve. We forgive you. Oh my God. Yeller with the 10 gifted memberships. Let's freaking go. People are fired up tonight. Hell yeah. Thank you, Yeller. That's huge.
Okay, again, expecting a big margin here for Norman. 39, the benchmark for Graham. I mean, you could do the math yourself. If 39 is the benchmark for Graham, 61 is the benchmark for Norman. We got more coming in. This is in that PD. This is that 7th congressional district. This is tiny, but the number we have here, yeah. Graham, so it is interesting here that in the 7th congressional district, where we said Russell Fry, the congressman who swept it in the preliminary and then endorsed Graham, and the Trump rally was held in the heart of this district. Those early numbers that you're seeing for Graham, for her, are the kinds of numbers she wants to see. Did we get Barnwell? I don't think I showed you again. This could be small. She's, 68's the benchmark I have for her there. We're not missing anything yet now, right? I think we got everything accounted for. We just got some of that. Did we just?
This is still close. It's like 55 to 48 statewide right now. Early results looking good for her, but those are like people who voted over the last 2 weeks. It doesn't show you what happened today. I mean, you could argue that same day vote would favor Graham because Trump voters are probably more likely to come in person on the day of, but we'll see.
And then counter that by exceeding benchmarks we've set for him here. And, again, in Rock Hill, we said he wanted to be getting 65, running at 68 right now. But where that question is really pertinent is, I do this every night. Where that question is really pertinent is going to be in these two counties, Greenville and Spartanburg. It looks like a smiley face. Greenville and Spartanburg. It's going to be pertinent there. we are, just so you know, if you've watched these, you know how this works. Our friends at News Now are in live programming tonight. They're going to be checking in with us periodically. The first of those check-ins is going to be taking place about a minute from now. Greenville, holy cow. Okay.
Holy cow.
False alarm. It was just... What I thought it'd be a big. This is good when we get something meaty out of Greenville. But this is a little hint here. This is the kind of thing Norman wants.
Steve is way too hyped up.
Darline, won't you be my darling?
Steve is way too hyped up for this Republican special election runoff. I mean, come on, bro. He's jumping at 1% results. K-Dog, thank you for the $5. Good one.
Okay, that's 63. Okay, again, these are, to be within a couple points of the benchmark on just the early vote. Just don't read into it too much either way. But okay, back to the News Now. I'm going to reset to you the statewide. News Now is going to come to us in a second. We're going to give them an update. We're going to, and anything that's coming in, while we're on with them, we'll get to. And Adam's watching that thing like a hawk to see if any election day vote starts to come in anywhere. Colleton County, again, first congressional district here. Graham doing a few points better, I'd say, than at least in the early vote than the benchmark would have. So you'll get to watch the whole hit. You'll hear this is Tom Yamas. You'll be hearing, I think. And okay, there's still about a minute. Did anything else come in here, Adam? While I was.
No.
Right. We got Lawrence, we got Newberry, we got Greenwood, we got Anderson. Anything more in Greenville? No. Cherokee, York, okay. Okay. So we're just getting scattering of early.
It looks like the Russell Fry difference so far with only 7% of the results in. Russell Fry dominated in that eastern coastal part of the map there. He endorsed Darling Grant. He got about 19% of the vote 2 weeks ago. So maybe that's the difference so far. Also, Trump had a rally in that area too.
Those are some big things that we're kind of waiting on right now. These two counties in here, nothing to sniff at. Excuse me. Right there. Okay, what's happening here, folks, is I'm hearing the News Now show, and so that's why I don't want to dive too deeply into anything because I'm going to have to stop talking here in probably 40 seconds or so. They're still talking to a correspondent. Then you'll see the whole thing. But anything that fills in here, has anything else filled in? Yes, okay, here we go. Lancaster County. This is in Norman's district.
Whoa.
Okay, he didn't do as well here as he did in his York County. Oh. Okay, Lexington. Oh. Okay, quickly. Lancaster County here, early vote. This is one where, I think Graham wants to be high 40s. Okay, so that's a good number for her. We got Lexington. A lot of suspense around Lexington. These are suburbs of the state capital here. Graham did well here in the preliminary. I gave her a benchmark here as 61. They're coming to us.
Also in the House, he's already crunching some of the numbers at his big board. Steve, that South Carolina vote coming in right now. I know it's very early. Walk us through anything you have and what you're seeing.
Yeah, it's starting to fill in here pretty quickly. I would say this, that we're still waiting for some big counties where we don't have reports yet. The numbers that we've seen so far, especially down here around Myrtle Beach and sort of in this area of the state right here, this would be the PD region, the 7th Congressional District, and then right here in Lexington County, which is big suburban, Metro Columbia county here. These numbers are very encouraging for Graham, but they come with a catch. Everything that you're seeing right now is early vote. It was vote that was cast before Election Day. They were able to get that all tallied up and reported out very quickly after polls closed. The big question is going to be when they start releasing the vote that was cast today, the Election Day vote, does it look different? Because we've seen that be the case in so many of these Republican primaries we've been following this year. Does it look different Is it as good for Graham as she's getting out of some of these reports? Again, particularly around Myrtle Beach right now, she got a really good early vote report out of there. But the question is going to be the election day vote. Does it continue to be good news for her, or does it shift? Because we've seen big shifts with that before. But certainly in the areas, I think, where Graham wanted to be performing strongly, so far preliminarily, she's getting pretty good numbers out of those places. But we got to see what the election day vote looks like. And then I got to say, from Norman's standpoint as well, we expect him to do very well in this part of the state. This is where the anchor of his congressional district. This is York County, Rock Hill, right outside Charlotte. That's a very good number for him there. This is a big one. Greenville County is probably going to produce more votes than any county in the state tonight. It is just a scattering of votes that have come in so far. That number for Norman, if he's running at 70%, when we start getting some real vote from here, and then we'd be saying he's doing quite well in his neck of the woods, too. So preliminarily, we've got more votes in from sort of Graham-friendly areas. Right now, they look like the kind of numbers she'd like to see down there. That could change as the election day vote gets added in. And let's see what happens in Norman's in more friendly territory of the upstate.
Starting to get excited about. I will have to call in sick the day after.
Hell yeah.
All night. Any other races you're getting data on, or any other analysis you have of those other races? I know the one in Oklahoma that Ryan mentioned as well.
Yeah, polls will close there about 40 minutes from now. Just to remind folks, you got the report there, but Gentner Drummond, the state attorney general, Mike Mazzei, endorsed by Donald Trump. This is a runoff. The preliminary election, these two candidates were almost dead even in it. Only 1,100 votes separated them, and there were a lot of votes for other candidates in there. They each got about a quarter of the vote, so a lot of mystery, a lot of suspense, and again, like South Carolina, a test of Trump's clout here. He's behind Mazzei, and he's really attacked Drummond as well. So in Oklahoma, it's a test of Trump's clout, and that certainly is the case here in South Carolina, where he's really pushed hard to try to get Graham across the finish line.
Okay, Steve Kornacki.
Let's go Drummond. Wow, nice breakdown by Steve Kornacki, the legend. Mr. Wrinkle, thanks for the $10. Glad to see people getting fired up for the general. We're like 70 days away, man. This is right around the corner. The writing is on the wall. Jared Kushner requesting a meeting with Hakeem Jeffries. If that's not a sign of things to come, I don't know what is. Hey, man, I know we've had some bad blood between us, but looks like you guys are going to be in control soon, so maybe we can figure some places to work together. I love the leftist attacks on Hakeem for meeting with Jared too, right? And meanwhile, you got Mamdani going to the White House, and these guys are coping, saying, but it makes sense. He's running New York City, and Trump is from New York. It's like, how does it make more sense for Mamdani to work with Trump than Hakeem Jeffries, most likely about to become Speaker of the House, to work with Trump? Like, what? Make that make sense. These people are such pretzels, man. Like, ridiculous. But I don't expect much intelligent political analysis from that wing of the party. They've got Hasan Piker as their brain trust, their leader. Still waiting on results here. As Steve Kornacki said, the most exciting thing is the day of vote, because early vote has favored Darlene Graham. I'm rooting for Darlene Graham because I think she's a terrible candidate and will drag down Republicans nationwide. She's not Herschel Walker levels of bad, but she has the opportunity to put her foot in her mouth a couple of times between now and November and make all Republicans look terrible. She's also DEI, the Republican definition of DEI. So good news for us. But hey, man, if Ralph Norman ends up winning here, then Trump looks super weak. But we'll have another opportunity to see how powerful Trump is over in Oklahoma. So pretty exciting stuff so far.
Votes tonight. Right now I got Graham running like 5 points above her benchmark. But in a county that size, what is that really worth compared to like up here where, this could be 15% of all the votes statewide tonight out of Greenville County.
Just 1% in Greenville. Pedro, thanks for the $2 on Venmo. What important Senate races should we keep an eye on so Republicans lose Senate majority? Well, there's a bunch of them. It's too much to talk about now, but I would say Iowa, Alaska, Ohio are probably the top 3, and then Texas as well.
2 counties. Go, as high as he can out of York County. And then I think right away, coming into focus here for him is, I think he wants that election day vote. How we keep saying, is it going to be, if you've watched these all primary season, once we start getting election day vote, there tends to be a shift, right? It tends to start moving toward one candidate away from the other. The election day vote tends to look a little bit different than the early vote. But how is that going to go tonight? Is it going to look a little different where it's better for Graham than the early? Or is it going to look a little different where it's better for Norman than the early? And I think these numbers so far.
No, Mamdani meeting with Trump was not a PR move. He was there to talk business. There's billions of dollars.
Andrews has a shot against Darline?
A slight shot. I wouldn't put too much on him. Thank you for the $2. Mamdani did not go meet Trump for fun and PR. He met with him because Trump was threatening to withhold billions of dollars and continues to do so. So he needs to work with him. But don't we want our Democrats to help people? Like, Democrats probably, if they win the House, could force Trump to sign on to extending the enhanced ACA subsidies. I mean, it makes total sense to meet with them. And anyways, Jared Kushner asked for the meeting. Why would Hakeem not take a meeting like that? So it's just pure cope from the leftists about Mamdani meeting with Trump versus Hakeem meeting with Trump. They just don't like Hakeem.
To come, below those benchmarks, the picture changes. But if it looks the same or even better for her.
Disco Posse, thank you for the re-up of your membership on YouTube. Feels like the overall map is finally coming into view instead of hyper-focusing on small markets, trying to extrapolate the results. Yeah, absolutely.
We did get a second report out of Horry County.
Yeah.
It's an additional 400 votes.
Right.
It's being characterized as election day vote.
Okay.
It looks very similar to the pre-election, but we can go through it if you want to.
Let's start. This is
so in the pre-election day vote, right, it was 73-27.
Yeah.
In the election day vote, it's 73-27.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's the other thing here. We're saying it tends to look different. We've seen that throughout this primary season. If you've been following these, But at this point, if it's the same, right? If it is not, any different, that's going to net out to Graham's advantage because she's exceeding benchmarks, and she's exceeding them. This is a big place to exceed your benchmark. Again, we said coming in, we thought 67 was the number she wanted to aim for here in Horry County, right? And if she is able to add, it's only 400 election day votes that Adam was just telling us about. There is a lot more to come, but in those 400, they look the same as the early. And so if she's able to maintain 73% out of Horry County, right? That, again, as I say, I think that's going to be about 10% of all the vote tonight, okay? So if you can exceed a benchmark by that much in a county that big, right? What's the expression? That forgives a lot of sins. You can miss a lot of benchmarks in small counties. You can even take a hit in the upstate, where like Norman runs at 70 up here instead of 68. Norman runs at, that's a big thing for Graham if she's able to hold that in Horry County. And then even next door, Georgetown County, which isn't, is not as big, but it's a significant piece of the puzzle here. And again, 63 was the benchmark here and running at 67. So if she's able to maintain that between these two counties, I maybe put it this way, I think between these two counties, you're looking at 12 to 13% of the vote statewide.
She's doing pretty well right now. She's running above what she needs, and we haven't even seen the same day vote, which I would assume breaks in her favor because that is more likely to be Trump supporters who don't participate early voting or mail-in voting. But it's still 11% statewide, so 89% of the vote still to be counted. Looks like she's up by, I think, 11% I saw there. Something like that, 12%. Again, it's a win-win for us. Whatever happens here, it doesn't matter. It's just kind of interesting to see how it goes down. I think her on the ballot in November is better for us. But her losing tonight would show weakness within Trump and chaos within the Republican Party. Yeah, she's up 14 points right now, statewide, with 11% of the vote in. Project, thank you for the 2 gifted subs on Twitch. Hell yeah. It is 35 minutes since the polls closed, and they're up to 11% of the votes counted so far. So hopefully we get some big results here soon.
See, she ticked up, so it must be. So you said 73-27 is the early.
Yeah.
Now what's the election day running at?
75-25.
75-25. And how many election day votes do we have?
1,200.
1,200 now. So right, again, it ticks up to 20. That's a lot to come. But boy, that's right away. We've watched some of these in the past where right away you start seeing the shift in this election day vote. And it's like, the candidate who led the early vote is doing 10 points worth. So now we got 1,200, and she's actually running a tick better with you. That's a great sign for Darlene Graham.
I think small Lee County is another one where we have early election day split.
Okay. Yeah.
In the early vote, she was leading it 55-45.
Yeah.
And now it's the election day vote 57-43.
57. These aren't huge shifts, but they're both going a little bit more for her. And, it raises that possibility. We say, how do you understand what we've seen in these Republican primaries where it's that election day vote becomes more kind of MAGA, more pro-Trump? Trump is pushing Graham. So, is that a Trump effect there if she's able to even do better with election day? If she does better.
I'm with Yeller. Like, imagine you're a career politician like Ralph Norman, a rare open Senate seat comes along and you lose to the guy's sister who's horrifically unqualified. Like, just such a sad state of Republican politics, man.
Aiken.
Yeah. We got our first report from Aiken.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, now I got her running 64 is the number I had established for her here. Running at 62 with this, so a little bit short. But Aiken's small. Aiken's going to be, it's a good sized county. It's 3%, right? It's about 3% of the vote statewide. Right next door, in Lexington County, it's 7% statewide. So it's 10% between these counties. Here in Lexington, 7%, she's running a tick above her benchmark. In smaller, it's significant, but it's smaller than Lexington. She's currently running a tick below her benchmark. So between the two, you'd rather have this than that, okay? And again, we say here, she's running above benchmarks, right? That's very significant. That's very significant. That speaks directly to the Trump. That was the emphasis of that Trump visit last Friday, was to go to Myrtle Beach, was to go to Horry County, was to go to this place and to generate what so far Graham is getting. Okay, 13% statewide. Do we have any other election day vote?
Chesterfield was the one I was looking at. Mm-hmm. That one she does slightly worse. So it's 74-26 in the pre-election day vote, 72-28 in the election day.
How many votes in the election day?
About a quarter of our expected election day vote, 400.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, so that's small. That's a small cap. Norman needs some significant shift from the election day vote, from the early vote to the election day vote. Not 74 down to 74 for her down to 60, that kind of thing. In places like, I think that's what he's going to need here. And again, so far we've looked at Horry County is where we have the most election day vote. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. One flag from our decision desk, an example of Graham more effectively consolidating the Fry vote than Norman. In the first round in Florence County, it was one of the strongest counties for a third place finisher, Fry, who won 52% of the vote to Graham's 26. Tonight, Graham is consolidating those votes, winning 68% of the vote so far in Florence.
Right, yeah, and again, this is another place where in that 7th congressional district, this is sort of the hub of the population, but Florence, is no slouch, and Graham's benchmark here, we set at 64. And again, she's running 4 points above it in the early. So again, this is 7th congressional district, 3 places here where she's exceeding that benchmark, at least as of right now. And these are by far, this is the biggest, okay, followed by Georgetown and then Florence. But in all of them, she's running, again, 4 to 6 points above the benchmark.
I think we got our first election day in Anderson.
Yeah, okay.
So our first vote report, we had Norman up 55 45.
I can see what happened.
And the election day, Norman 50, Graham 50.
Bad news for Norman. He wanted 55 to go to 60. He wanted to beef that number up. Instead, look at that. He goes from a net 10-point lead on the early vote to a tie on the election day vote. And again, here's a place now you're in the upstate. And this is, Anderson's a big one. This is like, Anderson's going to be about 6% of the vote statewide is going to come out of Anderson County.
And we got some more Greenville. We had that small
54,
report
46.
earlier.
Yeah, her benchmark here is 42. 42, she's running at 46 in an upstate county that's 6% of the vote statewide, and she's doing better with the election day vote than the early vote. So, wow, that's another very big piece of news for her. You said we got more Greenville. Okay, so we think this is early vote.
Yeah, I think that's the early vote.
The early vote probably now is coming in Greenville. I'm not sure what that initial scattering was, and it's right at. Okay, here's the, I'm sorry. It's right at the benchmarks we established here were 68-32, 68 Norman, 32 Graham. And again, we think more votes here than any other county, but what do you notice, right? He's at his number in the biggest, and he's hoping his best county. He's running at his number right now. What's she doing down here? She's exceeding her number. What's she doing here? She's exceeding her number. What's she doing here? Here, exceeding. What did we just see? Even though Anderson County is a Norman County, what's Graham doing? She's exceeding her number. Okay, by doing that, she's putting pressure on Norman. He's got to exceed his number in places, and he's got to exceed it in big places. And there's no bigger place than Greenville County. 68%. The way things are going elsewhere is not big enough for him in Greenville County. And we're starting limited, but we're starting to get some signs. A real ominous sign for him in what we just saw in Anderson County was that election day vote getting more Graham, okay, in his neck of the woods. He needs the election day vote in Greenville to push this number north of 70. And that, what we just saw there in Anderson and what we're seeing in some other places suggests that number might even come down from 60 or may not budge much from 68. She's putting pressure on him by exceeding benchmarks elsewhere so far that he's got to. And so far, 68 not good enough for him in Greenville. 16% in statewide.
A first election day report out of Pickens.
Yep.
So
Pickens.
in the pre-election, that was Norman 57-43. In the election day, 62-37 or 38.
Now that is much more what Norman needs to be seeing. 60. Okay, right. He leads by 14, and then it brings it up to 24. A 10-point boost here in Pickens. Okay, and again, where does he? Just to give you a sense of this, what did we set as a benchmark here? For Graham, we set 43 here. Okay, Pickens, by the way, this could be about 3% of your vote statewide is going to come out of here. So that's right now, that's the best county I think we've seen for Norman in terms of just kind of size and exceeding benchmarks. Maybe his home county of York there. He's a couple points above what we would have.
Well, not looking too good for Norman here. But again, as much as I want to see this be a roller coaster race, one candidate up, one candidate down, and see them fight, in the end, the best case scenario for us is Darlene Graham advancing to the November ballot. She is a liability for the Republicans. She thinks there's 50 million people in the state of South Carolina. She was happy to admit she doesn't know anything about Taiwan, but she loves the military. And I think she'll make a fool of herself at least one more time between now and November. So it's good for us. It's fun to see the fighting. But this is a bit of a test of Trump's power in that he went all in on her. And it seems to have worked so far. It's only like 16% of statewide results in, but she's doing better than the benchmarks in the little bit of votes that have been counted so far. But he's tightening it up. Look, it's a 9-point race now, less than 9 point, like 8.8%. He was down like 14%, so he's coming back. He was down like 14%, so he's almost cut that in half since they counted like another 5% statewide. I mean, this is a bit of a contest right now. And then after this, the polls close in about 15 minutes in Oklahoma. We have another test of Trump's power in the candidate he endorsed came in second place in the primary. So Interesting just to see the state of the GOP like 70 days before the November midterms. So far, it's not looking great for them. Even with Darlene winning, this should be a landslide if Trump endorses you. It shouldn't even be close.
Biggest counties right now, I think Norman was relying on coming into tonight. He's leading.
Nope, she'll win easily and very. Nobody's saying the Democrat's going to win, numbnuts. Like, what do you? Some of you guys just don't listen to what I'm saying, and you just hear what you want to hear. Nobody in this channel believes that Annie Andrews is going to beat the Republican. Where did I say that in my monologue? I said that she will drag down candidates nationwide with her stupidity, like Herschel Walker did in 2022. Good Lord, man! Like you're fighting ghosts, shadowboxing strawmen in my channel. It's embarrassing. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen. Like, this is not complicated analysis. I'm a public educated moron just talking politics on the internet, and you're not even able to follow this. I can't imagine how difficult your life must be. Good God. Listen to what I'm saying.
The best piece of news for Norman, it was a very small, limited piece of news, was the election day vote out of Pickens. He would need, though, now he's running a net 10 points better with the election day vote out of Pickens. He'd need something like that or bigger. I think bigger in Spartanburg, bigger in Greenville. I think some more just came in somewhere. Can you tell me, would something sizable just come in, Adam?
Nothing I saw sizable. We just got another 200 votes out of Lawrence County.
Okay, so we have some same day there.
Yeah, we have about 150 same day there, according to our.
Try it. What
Yeah, so in the it was 55 Norman, 45 Graham.
Okay.
And now 60 Norman, 40 Graham.
So he's, okay, now this is two counties where he's 10 to 20. So we saw it in Pickens and we've seen it in Lawrence. There are now two counties where Norman's running a net 10 points better than his early vote. If he did the same in Greenville, right? If he won the remainder, he's leading this by basically 36 points. So if he won by 46 points, right, 73-27. How many votes are left in Greenville, do we think? Actually, let me do that. I put this thing together.
Dude, he's tightening up this race. Look at statewide, 19% in. She's up 53.6 to 46.4. She was up 14 points at one point. Now it's like 7. Damn. Yeah. She's up 53.6 to 46.4. She's up 7 points on him. He's cut the lead in half. And that was with just like 8% of the votes counted between now and that 14% lead. So this is tightening up. Now, may not get much tighter from here on out. I don't know. But I mean, something's cooking.
Yep. Okay. And York?
32.
Okay. What big ones am I missing here?
Did we do Ori?
I got Ori. Anderson.
46.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, again, just looking, this is very, very rough here, but I'm just kind of looking at, I keep telling you about these benchmarks, and now I'm kind of matching up what we're seeing so far in these places. And yeah, it pads the benchmarks.
Wanting Trump's candidate to win seems like a crazy take. This must be your first day in politics then, man. I don't think you understand how elections work. You want the craziest Republican on the ballot in order to drag down other candidates and to give your candidate a chance. I mean, I'm glad to educate people on this stuff. It's quite interesting how little people know, man. I don't know. This is not the kids' table. This is why I'm so aggressive. This is not the little kids' table, okay? You got to sit at this table. You cannot have your thumb in your mouth. So the fact that people come in here and just say the wildest things is why, it's aggravating. Sit your ass down if you don't know what you're talking about and listen, and you'll learn. Otherwise, we just silence you. You know, it's so stupid. Why run your mouth? It's like walking into a room of people talking about something for years with your first day involved in criticizing. It's so stupid, man. I understand. Look, there's a kiddies pool for you to go wade in and with your floaties, but this is the deep end over here where we're trying to talk about this stuff a little more intelligently than that seems weird to root for the Trump endorsed candidate. Well, I don't know what to tell you, man. Less typing, more listening.
She's still at 73-27. And now we're at, and you said we have about 10% of the election day vote counted?
Yeah, that's our estimate.
Yeah, we're starting to get a decent size there. Do we have election day vote in Georgetown?
Let's take a look.
I think we do, because I don't think this came in at 30.
Yeah, about 400 votes here.
Yeah, how's this look?
In the pre, it was Graham 67, Norman 33, and then election day 73-27.
Yeah, this is, I mean, right, this is, this is the 7th congressional district. This is Fry.
Got to push back on this stuff because people will take stuff like this and go, see, they are rooting for Trump. They are no different than the Republicans, right? Just dumb conclusions. This is how you win, man. You got to play games and you got to root for the worst of the worst. And Darlene Graham is a liability for the Republicans. She said there's 50 million people in South Carolina, which is hilarious. There's 5 million. And she said, she admitted she doesn't know anything about Taiwan and is more focused on other things. That's laughable. So nobody is claiming that we have a chance to win this. I mean, come on.
And he voted for Obama.
$10 for the floaty comment.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Casey. And yes, I every streamer is mentally unwell. I don't know what to tell you guys. Find me a streamer that has a solid mental and I'll give you $1,000. Like, to be a streamer, you have to be, you either are mentally unwell or you will become mentally unwell. This is insanity to do this job. It's absolute insanity. I've been doing this for 8 years, man, and it's definitely had a negative impact on me in some way. This is not healthy for anybody to be on camera for hours and interact with anonymous people on the internet and expose yourself to anything. And, it's just crazy. But that's life. I don't know what to tell you. We're not running a national broadcast here where we got to keep it clean and, pretend we're perfect little princes. That's not how it is, man. I wish I didn't get annoyed by people stumbling in here and saying weird stuff, but I can't help it, man. It's crazy. One day I'll have 1,000 people watching, I hope. And I won't notice as much of the chat. I will never be like Hasan where I seek out the negativity, but my chat doesn't move very fast, so I see almost everything. I can't help but react to somebody saying something wild. We'll get there. We'll get there.
60% for her. So when that lights up, that will pad the lead that she has, statewide. We're also, this is going to be very small. We're waiting on votes from Williamsburg, Dorchester, a little bit bigger. Dorchester is also significant. I expect when we don't have, so between Richland and Dorchester, right, early vote in both those places, I think when it comes in, I expect to be pretty pro-Graham. And so that would boost that number for her further. Where else are we looking? Small. This is, Allendale, I think, is the smallest in the state. Hampton County, Jasper County. So once those two come in, then we have a pretty complete, basically complete early vote picture with election day vote bleeding into it. So you can see that from the early vote, Graham is going to emerge with a clear advantage here over Norman. It's just about, he's going to need some.
Look at this. He's statewide, 23% of the vote in, 53.1 to 46.9. He's got it down to 6, man. What is happening right here? He's chipping away. She was up 14% at one point, and you would think that the vote that's coming in now would favor her because it's more likely day of vote. And those are more likely Trump supporters because Trump hates mail-in voting, even though he participates in it, even as recently as last Tuesday's primary in Florida. But he's giving her a fight. He's putting up a fight here, making this a race.
34 for Graham.
Yeah, I mean, so okay. I mean, it has slid her number back a little bit. We're up to half the vote here. Norman needs bigger than this. He needs bigger than this. Again, 53-47. This is largely. This is not large. This is largely early vote, but there is some election day vote in here, as Adam's been telling you. We're going to add in pretty soon, I think. Some pretty big early vote numbers from these two places, smaller early vote numbers from the remainder here, that it's going to pad that margin for her. We're never going to get to a place where on this screen where we just have the early vote and you can see exactly how much the election day vote shift Norman needs. But you can see the shift Norman's going to need is pretty sizable, especially given that we now have, like in a place like Horry County, right? So far, he's not getting it here. He's not getting any shift here in a county that accounts for 10% of the vote statewide. So if he's not getting any election day vote shift in his direction here, and I think we've done Georgetown, there's not much to speak of there for him. If that's not happening, then he needs even bigger shifts in other places. And, and so we've seen a couple where it's like a net 10-point shift his way. He needs bigger. He needs much bigger than that.
Steve's not feeling it. That's fine. I want her to win. So it just makes it more interesting to see it be a closer race. But I think it would be great for this to be a close race, because then it shows real division within the Republican Party in a red state. And a lot of people not taking Trump's advice, not listening to him, and voting for the other guy. So far, so good. I mean, this is already not a blowout, which is good. And it's a 6-point difference between the two candidates right now. So I'll take it. We are a couple minutes away, like 3 minutes away from the Oklahoma polls closing. I mean, it's hard to get excited about Oklahoma, but they have a genuine opportunity to see how popular Trump is here too. This is for governor, the Republican primary runoff for Oklahoma governor. Trump has endorsed this Massey guy, and this guy only got like 20% of the vote in the primary. And so another opportunity to see how powerful Trump's endorsement is and how Republicans feel about what Trump has been up to. So polls closed there in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. But we've got 24% of the votes in South Carolina. About a quarter of the statewide votes have been counted. And Darlene is up 53.5 to 46.5. So it's a 7% difference between the two candidates now. It's kind of going back and forth. But it was a 14% lead for Darlene at one point, and Ralph has chipped away at that, and now it's 7 points. Steve isn't feeling like Ralph's got the numbers he needs, though, to close that gap, but we'll see.
The most election day vote, correct?
Yeah, I think so.
What would be number 2 on that list? Is it Spartanburg now? It probably is Spartanburg.
Yeah, I think it's Spartanburg, and I think we just got a little bit more in Spartanburg.
Yeah,
and we got more in Horry as well.
I can already see what we got in Spartanburg was better. The trend was better for Graham because he was at 63-37. So what is that election day vote now running at?
The election day pre-election day vote it's same right now. It's 63-37.
But I would say that last update was the trend was better for her because this was 63.0 and 37.0 when we last checked in, right? But it's incremental. I don't want to lose the forest for the trees. You said Greenville we got. No, we didn't get Greenville.
Horry was the other one.
Oh, we got some more Horry. Okay, yeah. They're pouring it on in Horry. What do we got?
Let me take a look. So election day is running 73-27, and it was 73-27.
We are just and now how many election day votes are
about a quarter of our expected election day vote?
Yeah, now we're getting a real sample here, and it has not budged. Her election day performance, Graham's, has not changed from her early. Remember we said at the start, that's a real good number for her if it holds. And now we've got a real, a real sample here of election day vote, and it is not budging. She is, I mean, Horry County is really coming through for her tonight. I feel we got more in Georgetown.
Yeah, I was looking at that one a second ago. Let me pull it up again. So the pre-election day vote is running 67-33 for Graham over Norman.
Yeah.
And it's 72-28.
Yeah. So, I mean, look at that. She's actually improving. So, Horry County, Georgetown right next door. Right now, the story is that corner of the state there, sort of northeast South Carolina, the PD, 7th Congressional District of Myrtle Beach, or whatever, that is really coming through for her. And I think look, we've said how much this is a test of Donald Trump. He really, folks were wondering in the runoff, would he back off Graham a little bit? I remember what had happened in the gubernatorial runoff here in South Carolina a couple months ago. He really doubled down on this, and he doubled down in particular in this area of the state. And it's unmistakable right now. This area of the state is really delivering for Graham. Other things are going right for her, too.
Georgia 13th is close. Yeah, there's a special election to replace a congressman. I think his name is David Scott, who passed away months ago. And his daughter is running to replace him. She's losing right now, though. Very interesting. It's only to serve out the remainder of his term, though.
Are closed in Oklahoma. This is the Republican runoff for governor here. This is the state attorney general, Gentner Drummond. This is Mike Mazzei. Shout if anything comes in South Carolina. I'll go right back, but I just want to set it up. Gentner Drummond, Mike Mazzei, former state senator. Just again, this is what it looked like in the preliminary here. Quarter of the vote basically for each of them. Gentner Drummond finished in first. Only 1,100 votes separating the two of them. You can see there were other candidates here as well. A lot of scattered vote here. The dynamics for this race, again, like South Carolina, we're talking about a test of Trump's clout. Trump has endorsed Mazzei and really doubled down on it during this runoff period. And more to the point, I think in a way we did not see in South Carolina when it came to how Trump handled Ralph Norman, really going after Gentner Drummond in this race, too. And we've talked about that. We've in these broadcasts, one dynamic we think we might have seen this spring is that the power of the Trump endorsement. Sometimes it seems particularly strong when it's a negative endorsement, when it's I want you to vote against this person. And I think there's a little bit of that with how Trump has approached Drummond here. So it'd be interesting to see how that plays out.
We got some Lexington.
Yep. Yeah, so we're getting same day in Lexington now, you're saying. Yeah. Okay, talk to me about this.
So the election day came in 50.
Well, what was the?
Sorry, yeah, the early was 61-38 or 39.
Yeah.
Yes, 58. 42.
Right.
Yeah.
So from 22 to 16, and a lot more to come. But we put a benchmark here for Graham of 61. So if she continues to run at 58% the rest of the way, this is going to come down to like 59 and round up to 60. Close, to her benchmark. And again, if she's close, if she's within a point in Lexington, but she's running this far ahead of it in Horry County, which is bigger than Lexington in terms of the share of the vote here, that nets out to her advantage. Again,
we got some election day in Oconee as well.
Yeah. Okay. So what do we got?
So that in the pre-election day vote, Norman was winning that 55-45.
Oh, wow.
And now it's 50-50 in the election day vote that's come in.
And not even a consistent pattern here. Now the election day vote in the upstate, in this, I think next door in Pickens, right? Remember a few minutes ago we saw Pickens come in and we said Norman was doing a net 10 points better with the election day vote. Well, here he's doing a net 10 points worse, right next door, So he just, again, he needs, I keep saying it, big gains relative to Election Day, and he needs consistent gains. So, right there, one kind of wipes out the other so far. 30% in statewide. Graham's lead, 8 points, 8,800 votes. Still waiting on any kind of a report from Richland County, still waiting on any kind of report from Dorchester County. Those are the two biggest counties here where we don't have any reports so far. And again, in both of them, I certainly expect Graham to get big numbers when they come in, which would have the effect of further padding this 8,800, further padding this margin. Again, so much of this right now is let's see Greenville. Let's see Greenville. Because if there's any kind of a scenario here for Norman, he's going to just need, there needs to be flood turnout in the election day vote there in Greenville, and it needs to do something that we're not seeing in any of these other counties across South Carolina. It needs to leaps and bounds get better for him than it is. Because while 68 looks like an impressive number, and in some ways it is, it's sort of the bare minimum we established for him needing in this county tonight. And
Come on, Ralph. Pull it together, buddy. Make it a real fight. Let's see what's going on in Oklahoma. 0% of the votes in. A test of Trump's power over here as well. Georgia 13th Congressional District, very blue. Says 2 Democrats are facing off in a special election runoff to serve the remainder of Representative David Scott's term after his death in April. His daughter, Marcy Scott, is competing against Everton Blair, the former chairman of the Gwinnett County School Board. Neither nominee for the next full term, nice grammar there, which will be contested in the general election in November, is running. What a disaster of grammar this sentence is on the New York Times website. Nice. But the daughter is losing right now by over 5%. Damn. Nepotism not working tonight. Familial familial connection not working in her favor. It is over here in South Carolina, though. Darlene Graham, Ms. DEI herself, so far winning. Take a look here. 32% of the votes in. She's up 53.6 to 46.4. So it's about a 7.2% difference between the two of them. Oh, 7.4% now. She's gained a little. 33% of the votes in. 1/3 of the votes in the state are in. I'm rooting for Darlene because I think she will help drag down Republicans nationwide. She's put her foot in her mouth a few times, and she's a joke of a candidate. And this is what hurt the Republicans in 2022 when they should have done very well in Biden's first midterms, but we ended up picking up a seat in the Senate and barely losing the House. So once again, Trump nominating terrible candidates that will have an impact beyond even their state's borders. I think Darlene Graham fits the bill. So we're rooting for Darlene, but I'd like it to be a close race so that there's chaos in the Republican Party. I mean, the fact that 46% of Republican voters so far voted for someone other than the Trump-endorsed nominee is bad for Trump already. I mean, think about that. Almost half of the voters cast a ballot for the other guy when Trump said, pretend I'm on the ballot and this is so important, and poured his heart into this. He's still losing half of the Republican voters. Not a great sign for the Republican Party 70 days out from the midterms. Don't know if you saw, but Cory Booker posted a bigly anti-Hasan Twitter post. Excuse me. I've been just pounding away, liking every single anti-Hasan post from electeds I can find. So let's see if we can find that. Like that meme with the old people hitting the button in the casino. That's me liking anti-Hasan tweets. Thank you. Son Piker's dangerous and hateful language targeting Jewish Americans has no place in our civic discourse. Hasan is so screwed because he's like the face of bigotry right now. It's incredible. Everybody is pounding on him. He's got nobody coming to his defense but shithead influencers like Kyle Kalinske and Mehdi Hasan. Good luck with that, bro. Even El Sayed threw his ass under the bus to some degree yesterday. Ouch.
Which is the definition is pretty sprawling geographically. That's probably going to give you about 30% too. So it's going to be about 60% of the vote between Oklahoma City, the broad metro area there, and Tulsa, the broad metro area there. Tulsa is where Mazie is from. He was a state senator until a decade ago, 04 to 16. It was close in both these places in the preliminary, but this was a little bit better for Mazie.
4% in. Trump-endorsed candidate is losing. Beautiful. This might make you feel better. I'm a Dem in South Carolina. I voted today for Darlene Graham for the same reasons you mentioned. I'm not sure that Annie Andrews can't win this. I mean, there's a chance that Annie Andrews can win, right? There's always a chance, but I think you really, to win in a red state, you need a absolutely atrocious criminal like Roy Moore to run against. And as bad as Darlene is, I don't think she's bad enough. But there's always a chance if things go very well. But thank you for your service. I would struggle to vote for a Republican, even if it was a strategic vote. But I'm not in a red state, so I don't have to make decisions like that. So I applaud you for plugging your nose and doing that.
Very picturesque. What do they call this? Like the Little Great Plains. This is like the red carpet country. Again, this would be more like an extension almost of, like Kansas, of the plains here. Very distinct, I think, culturally and kind of demographically, this part of the state versus this part of the state. But again, Mazie did his best here. His base is here around Tulsa. And I think the big question tonight, starting to see a little bit here, Logan County, just a little bit. The big question to me has been this Oklahoma City metro area. It was very close between the two of them. A third of the vote is going to come from out of here tonight. How is that going to break, right? Like right here in Oklahoma County, this is, like 15% of the vote's going to come out of here. Canadian County, this is the fastest growing county of the state. Sprawling suburbs, exurbs, growing like lightning.
Oh, Nita Ken Paxton. I thought you said Ken Martin in regards to bashing Hasan. Ken Martin came out yesterday with a statement. He didn't say Hasan's name, but he said it was obvious what he was talking about. But yeah, it's just been a parade of people condemning Hasan, all electeds, and there's nobody defending him. And it doesn't matter if they're right or wrong. It just, the fact that they're all saying it, it's he's being labeled as a bigot now. He was an edgelord before, kind of said some extreme stuff, and he was kind of a bad boy, shaking things up. Now he's just being labeled as a bigot and the face of anti-Semitism in America. And I think that has repercussions. I don't know what that looks like, but I could see pressure being put on Amazon to knock him down a peg. I don't encourage banning anybody, but you can correct behavior with discipline, and I think everybody deserves a second chance, third chance, fourth chance, whatever. So let's see what happens. But he is becoming a pariah. I think you're going to see El Sayed have to do more. What El Sayed did yesterday just pissed everybody off. That was so bad. El Sayed should, well, it's kind of late, but in a perfect world, he fires everybody running his campaign after yesterday's debacle. And I don't think that Fox News interview was great either. When questioned about gender-affirming surgery for children, he brings up circumcision. That's not the own that he thinks it is. I don't think Americans were like, damn, that was dope. That was hilarious. It's like, dude, that doesn't address the concern. That doesn't address the question. It's just, that's not the own you think it is to bring up circumcision. That interview was awful. I saw some people posting highlights claiming it was based because of a few good moments he had. And he did have a couple good moments where he called out Mike Rogers and said he's I don't remember, a beta or something. It wasn't terrible. The whole thing wasn't a complete disaster, but I don't think he walked out of that looking great. But yeah, I don't even think parents of trans kids would appreciate him comparing gender affirming care for their children to circumcision. I mean, I think that could be seen as insulting,
We're in the 5 digits now, 11,553. Something just came in that knocked it down 300. Where else are we in that 75 to 100% range?
Yeah, Pickens and York were the two that just came in. Norman does well in both of those vote reports.
Okay.
Oh, we just got Richland.
Oh, okay. We've been hyping this one. Okay, we've got now. Is this all early vote, or do we have some same day? That's a high.
Yeah, I think there's some same day voting.
Okay,
here.
they're mixing it. That's why it took so long. I guess they were waiting to mix in early and same day here. Graham running 57%.
All right, we're still waiting on results here. It's still, Norman's not fully out here, but he's not looking too good for him. But he's putting up a fight, man. I'll give it to. I appreciate that. You can see that Trump is not fully in control with these results. I mean, this is way closer than it should be for a 1v1 and Trump heavily leaning into the race. His answer about Sharia law and Islam was pretty bad too when he brought up canon law, and he didn't push back on Sharia law. He's like, he's basically said, I'm not trying to push my religion on anybody, and he didn't condemn Sharia law. It was just kind of weird. And I could understand an academic argument not to do that, but colloquially, Sharia law means the Taliban in Afghanistan right now to your average American. So to not forcefully push back on Sharia law when confronted about that, as insulting as it is as a Muslim, I think you're not doing yourself any favors, because you don't want to leave anything to the imagination when it comes to stuff like that. Didn't like his Sharia law answer. Made it look like he's a strong opponent. Well, it made it look like he is a supporter in his personal life, but he's not trying to push it on other people, which I don't think people like that either. They're like, dude, I'm not trying to elect somebody who believes girls shouldn't go to school past the age 8 or whatever, and that no music can be played. I mean, you're leaving too much to the imagination with that. Like, unfortunately for Abdul El-Sayed, he's trying to become the first Muslim senator in a very difficult political environment for Muslims. And I think he just has to go beyond what other people would have to do. It's not fair and it's not right, but this isn't about fairness when you're the first. And he needs to lay it on thick about how much he loves America and how he doesn't support extreme versions of Islam. And he, he's got to overcompensate, but he refuses to do it. Though last night, he did say something about loving America. I don't remember what it was, but that was good. I thought that was smart. He has to take one for the team. Yeah. Like you got to go out there and be the biggest champion of America. And that's why I've been advocating for him to shit on Hasan from day one of him winning the primary, because that even as the concern that people will look at you as two-faced or you'll lose supporters, whatever, like he's got to do it. You cannot pal around with the guy who said America deserved 9/11 and expect to win people over. I don't know. We'll see. I could be totally wrong. He might win by 7 points sticking to the script, but he seems a bit shaky right now. I'm rooting for him, though. I really am. Like, I would not be making these suggestions if I did not want to see him win. If I didn't want Abdul El-Sayed to win, I would just be focusing on bad things about him. But I'm pointing out things that I think he can do to change the trajectory of his campaign and sail to victory, because I want him to win. I want him to win. Wear an American flag suit, whatever. Handkerchief in his pocket or something.
And, right, okay. And do we have, oh, give me Darlington. I'm sorry, that's small, but I wanted to.
67%.
Yeah. And Ori.
Let's take a look at the map ourselves. Here are the results. South Carolina, we're up to 46% of the votes, closing in on 50%. Darlene is maintaining her lead of 53.5% of the vote to 46.5. So kind of stuck at 7. This may be the ceiling for Ralph Norman. He cannot get closer than 7% of her. He was at 6% for a few minutes, but with 50% of the votes counted, he is 7% behind Darlene right now. That may maintain. that may be the end result, which I'll take this, 7% may not seem like a close race, but this is a 1v1. Trump heavily weighed in for Darlene Graham, put his finger on the scale. He had a rally for her. He spent $800,000 on her behalf. And Ralph Norman really didn't have anything going for him. He's a kind of a gadfly Freedom Caucus Republican congressman who's never stood out in any way. And he's got a respectable 46.5% of the vote right now. So it shows you some division within the Republican Party, that 47%, almost 1 in 2 Republican voters cast a ballot for the guy Trump didn't endorse. Not a great sign for the Republicans. And let's look at Oklahoma. 7% of the votes in, and Trump's guy is losing. Wow, Trump is all in on this Mike Massey guy, and he is in second place with 7% of the votes in. Genter, the guy Trump hates for some reason, is in first place with 53.9 to 46. So basically 54 to 46. This one's an 8-point difference between the two of them. Still early in the night, though. But we are rooting for Genter in this one because it'll show Trump being weak. Whereas in South Carolina, I'm rooting for Darlene because she is DEI Darlene and will drag down the Republican ticket across the nation. She's our Herschel Walker of this election cycle. Kind of crazy the Republicans realize it's crazy to vote for the sister of a guy who died. I mean, yeah. I almost feel sorry for the Republicans out there. Their party is so screwed right now, and Trump does not care about improving anyone's lives. He just cares about himself, and shame on them for allowing it to happen and believing his lies. But I almost feel sorry for them. Almost. I don't, though. How we do it in Georgia's 13th, the special election. Wow, the daughter of the guy who died losing by almost 6 points. Damn. All right, let's go back to Stephen.
He went to Myrtle Beach. Her campaign, Trump White House, they were targeting this area, Myrtle Beach, this 7th congressional district. And one thing that we've seen tonight is that Graham's numbers have been better than expected, certainly there in Georgetown County next door and throughout this region of the state, again, that was targeted by Trump for that visit. So that's going right for her tonight. There are some other places we could show you sort of in the suburbs of Columbia there, even in the upstate around Anderson County, where she's exceeded expectations, and she's really got Norman on the defensive right now. And I think the big outstanding question increasingly now with half the vote in statewide is this. It's this county right here, Greenville County in the upstate. This is the biggest this is the biggest vote producing county in the state. You can see Norman is leading it right now. Only 12% of the vote is in right now. Now you're looking at that and you're saying, that's a big number for Norman. He must be feeling good. Well, he's not, because things have not gone great for him elsewhere tonight, meaning he needs a bigger number than this out of Greenville. He probably needs a significantly bigger number out of Greenville. And what we're waiting on, this 12%, is just the early vote, the vote that was cast before Election Day. What he needs to have any chance here, when they start tabulating out and releasing the vote that was cast today in person, he needs it to look different. He needs it to be even more heavily pro-Norman than 68-32. He needs it to be significantly more pro-Norman. That's what he would need to do to have a chance of wiping out what's gone right for Graham elsewhere in the state tonight. So that's the picture, right there. I think, again, if you're Graham, you're liking pretty much everything that you've seen so far. That's the big outstanding piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, let's see if that trend holds. Steve Kornacki, thank you. Let's bring in Ryan Nobles, who's out in Columbia.
Great job,
thank
Steve.
you. I got to blow my nose. It's dripping like a faucet.
You nailed it, bro. We love watching behind the scenes. Steve blowing his nose. Thank you, Steve. 53% of the votes in statewide. Graham holding on to her lead. This isn't best case scenario for us, but it's pretty close, right? Darlene Graham wins, and it's a close contest. I'll take a 7-point difference between the two of them. I'd love to have like 3 or 4, but this is pretty good. So far, so good.
68-32. Wow. It was 68-32 in the early, and it's 68. Remember, this was 12%. Just 90 seconds ago, 12%. So now we've got a huge, huge chunk of the Election Day vote in Greenville, in the upstate, in Norman's neck of the woods here. And he's still, it tightens this thing. It knocks that Graham margin in half, okay?
Whoa.
But it keeps him at 68.
Look at that. Man, I got the magic touch. Just like that, we're up to 60% of the votes in, and Norman cuts Graham's lead in half. Wow. She's up 51.2 to 48.8. Oh my God, 51.3 to 48.7 now. Damn. 51.3, 48.7. 2.6% difference between the two candidates. My God, it's a close race. I just said it would be best case scenario if we had a close race. But wow. This is now turned into a slugfest in the middle of the ring. 2 heavyweights in a phone booth just throwing blows right now. Let's go. This is great. All right. Get him. Get her, Ralph. Get her. Kick her ass.
Another 32,000 is our current estimate.
Okay. So, if it was, Norman could net 22, could net 12,000. At this rate, Norman could net 12,000 more.
Let's see.
Out of Greenville. I think someone else just came in. Could net 12,000 more out of Greenville. And then Spartanburg, okay? There's not much left here, huh? How many votes do you think are left here?
Maybe 3,500, according to our estimate.
Yeah, so he might net another 1,000, 1,200 out of here. So between the two biggies that we've identified for Norman, let me just zoom this out. How do you do this? Statewide, right? Between those two biggies, maybe 13,000 he could net, right? How much is left in York County?
I'm seeing her at like 98% odd chance of winning, though. This just happened a moment ago, so the DNA strand may start to build over on Polymarket's graph.
3,000, so that could be 16,000, right? And that would, okay. How much is left? There's nothing left in Anderson, right? There's almost nothing left in Anderson.
No, we're close in Anderson.
Yeah, he could,
3,000.
he could net some more. These are the smaller counties in the upstate. He could net a little bit more, but what I'm getting at is how much is left in Horry County?
Horry, 16.
16,000, and Graham is getting like almost 3/4 of the vote. 73%. So 16, so that'd be about 12,000 to 4,000. I mean, again, let's say she could net 7,500 more just out of Horry. I mean, so just, you could do the math. The big stuff that's left, there's a clear line.
I don't think this is the one,
The
though.
only places where Norman's leading is the upstate.
I don't think this is the right one.
Presumably now, these are the only places where he's going to be netting votes, right, the rest of the night. So in the big ones that are left there, we're saying maybe he could net an additional 16,000 or so. That's
That Polymarket page had Nancy Mace and others on there. I think it's this one. Because this is Ralph and Darlene, but I mean, it's basically the same, 98% for Darlene right now. But look, it got a little close there for a minute. Very close, 48. She got down to 48%. I mean, unless I'm reading this wrong, it says August 25th on both. I don't know. I don't really know how to use Polymarket.
One we came into the night with and was aggressive.
Yeah.
And so it's possible that there's not 32,000 even remaining out of Greenville.
That's right.
Possible it's a lot less.
That's right. That's the other thing. I mean, I remember when I saw our estimates of the county by county vote coming into tonight. That's what we make estimates. The best they get adjusted during the night. That's part of the process, right? I did think, wow, that's a real high number. It can happen. It can mean surge, flood, turnout. But even allowing for that right now, what I was getting at there was, 16, right? Now, what just came in?
We got another 5,000 votes out of Ori.
Yeah,
She went up a little bit. 4 points now.
Margins looking very similar election day and pre-election vote.
Okay, but something came in that was favorable to Norman, something substantial, because it got under 10,000. No, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry, I got that all wrong. Right, so I'm sorry, did this come in well? How much is left in Ori? I'm talking circles here.
10,000 is our current estimate.
This had come in before that happened, right? So we think there's 10,000 left. She's winning 3/4 of it. That means she can net an additional 5,000 out of here. So if she nets an additional 5,000 out of here, right, you're basically then she's running at about 15,000 votes ahead of Norman statewide. And we just said if you extrapolate the 68-32 he's getting there, if you extrapolate what's left here, extrapolate what's left here, he could net about 16. So he would kind of wipe that out. But then again, there's a lot of vote to come here in Lexington, in Aiken, in Richland. There's a lot of vote to come in these places, and she's winning all of them big right now, right? There's a lot of vote to come out of Charleston County. She's winning that, 57-43. There's a lot of vote to come out of Beaufort. There's a lot of population hubs left on this map where she's just going to continue netting votes, right? So again, if the current estimated total vote in Greenville is correct, and Norman continues to win it at this rate, right? Again, he probably nets 12,000 more votes out of there, and he nets another couple thousand out of here, maybe 1,500 or so out of here, right? And another, it probably adds up to about 16,000. And maybe you want to say across the rest of the upstate, maybe it comes up to about 20,000. Maybe he nets about 20,000 across that region, right? And again, that would put him if you just gave him a 20,000 net dump right now, he'd be up 10K statewide. And then we just, right there, she knocks, a giant chunk of it out right there. By the way, Georgetown, she's running great election day in Georgetown, right? In these 3 counties, right? So there's a lot of votes there. I'm sorry. There's just a lot of votes there for her. It's 52-48 statewide. But we haven't seen in these big counties outside the upstate, correct me if I'm wrong, Adam, we don't see any of the substantial counties south of the upstate where she's losing the election day vote.
Yeah, that's right.
And tell me, like in Aiken County, what's the election day vote running at?
Aiken, 62 for Graham, 38 for Norman.
She's winning it by 24 points. How many votes do we think are left in Aiken?
3,700.
Right, 740. That would be about 850. She'll probably, at that rate, out of Aiken County, net like 850 votes, almost 1,000 votes, just out of what's left in Aiken, right? Lexington County, how much do we think is left in Lexington?
Lexington, 10,000.
10,000. Is she winning the same day, roughly 60-40?
Yes, it's 58-42.
Okay, so she could net 1,600 out of there, So it's basically between Aiken and Lexington, she can net 2,500. 2,500. So you see these pockets where this is happening. You just go through it. Beaufort County, what do we think is left here?
9,500 expected remaining. Election days running 63-37 for Graham.
Yeah, so she'll net 2,000 and change just out of Beaufort County, right? 4,500. She did roughly 4,500. What's left in Charleston?
9,000.
And what's she running the election day at?
57-43.
Yeah, so she nets, again, 1,300, votes or so, out of that. So it just, you could see how this just adds up, one county after another. We got Georgetown. There's votes still to come in Georgetown. So, and then meanwhile, again, you just go across the upstate. We took you through York. We took you through Spartanburg, where they're getting close to done in Spartanburg. Take you to Greenville, where we say there's 47% in. There's still 53% to come. But again, I'm curious if that expected vote. Adam said this will happen sometimes. You've been watching these, We go into the night with an estimate. Sometimes the estimate was a little bit on the heavy side, and it comes down. I think the only thing that happens in Greenville with the estimate is it either stays where it is or it comes down, because it was a very, very high estimate relative to the rest of the state going into it. Pickens, we're basically done in Oconee County. we're basically, when you see 95%, it means we're basically done. And here we set a benchmark at the start of the night for Graham to be getting 47, and she lands at 48 here. It's not a huge deal in and of itself, but in the context of what else we've seen, it is. Anderson County, closing in on 90 on complete in Anderson County. And again, Norman's done better here as the election day votes come in, but we set a 42-point threshold for Graham here. She's running about a point and a half ahead of that. Again, this is in Norman's, neck of the woods here. Do we have any? We have no more from Richland. We have no more here. No more here. What else? What's was reset to the statewide 10,686. Actually, this would be a good question. Yeah, Lawrence. We think Lawrence is in. We're basically, this could be all. Graham's at 40.9. We set 41. I mean, so again, these are right at. Nothing here though has Norman exceeding, that we're seeing, and I think that becomes the question. Newberry, small, but I think this was the first number we got tonight, or one of the first, and we've had nothing since. How's that? Funny how that works. Abbeville, we got getting close to everything here. Again, small relatively, but we set 47 as a benchmark for Graham there.
Nope, we're just sitting on our hands here waiting. Norman got it down to less than 3. Now what? 66% in statewide. Go over there. 66% of the votes counted, and she's up 52.1 to 47.9. So about a 4-point lead, which I think this is like best case scenario, honestly. As much as like you want to see Trump's endorsed candidate lose because it makes Trump look bad and weak, she is a weak candidate to be on the November ballot that will hurt Republicans nationwide, well beyond the borders of South Carolina. I would argue she also increases the Democrats' chances, though they may be slim. It may get some interest and get people in South Carolina a bit fired up, something to fight for. So, I mean, I got no complaints. This is great. The fact that Ralph Norman is within 4% of her shows huge division within the Republican Party, so close to the November midterms. This is not a good sign for the Republicans. Trump came out hard for her, and it should be an absolute blowout by like 30, 40 points in her favor. Instead, she's barely winning at a 254,000 votes counted so far. 260,000 now. She's up by 12,000.
Trump-endorsed candidate for governor in Oklahoma is losing right now.
Yep. We'll take a look at that. History lover, thank you for the 110 funny money. And over in Oklahoma, with 14% of the votes, who thought you'd be looking at the statewide Oklahoma Republican governor race results? But here we are. This is a Republican primary runoff for governor in Oklahoma.
I love hot dogs. I love them in buns. I love hot dogs. I love them outside of buns.
This race is almost as close as Mike Johnson and his son.
And their weird app that they use to monitor each other's porn behavior. That's crazy, man. What happened to the days of buying your son a Playboy magazine and talking about the birds and the bees, man? That's some freak behavior between Mike and his son. Yeller, thank you for the $25 super chat. Jax, thank you for the Prime sub over on Twitch. Awesome. Thank you, guys. That's cool. I appreciate people giving a damn about these random Republican races, but it's interesting because it tells you how the Republican Party's feeling and what to expect in the future here. But Republican primary runoff between two candidates here. Trump endorsed this Mike Massey guy, but he's losing right now to somebody that Trump doesn't like for some reason, Genter Drummond. Says the Republican primary runoff for Oklahoma governor will test President Trump's endorsement power as former state senator Mike Massey whom he endorsed, faces Attorney General Ginter Drummond. Mr. Drummond narrowly led the field in the June primary with just over a quarter of the vote. But Governor Kevin Stitt, his political rival, who is term limited, has endorsed Mr. Massey. So Trump looking like he's about to take a fat L in Oklahoma. And his candidate in South Carolina eking out a victory. Darlene Graham is up 52.5 to 47.5, now a 5% lead with 70% of the votes in. So she continues to grow her lead ever so slightly, but I would argue a 5% win at the end of the night is not a huge sign of confidence for Trump and the Republican Party. I mean, this is a split Republican Party. Basically, 1 and 2 voters, half the Republican voters choosing the other person than the one Trump endorsed. So bad news for the Republicans.
700. Okay.
We just got another Jasper County. We're about all
we
in
finally
there.
got, that was, and that boosted. That was one of the outstanding pieces. I just want to complete the upstate here.
Yep.
Quickly, if we can. Cherokee.
Sorry. Cherokee, we're about done there.
Yeah, done. And I think we've done in Union too, right? Yeah. We want, okay, yeah, they want to, okay. And then just quickly, we're almost there. Chester.
Chester, about done there.
Okay, and then how much is left in New York?
York, 8,000.
8,000, and he's winning it, again, we said about, call it 2-1, right? So we say that's 2,700 here. So 14,700, 15,400, 16. So he could, I mean, let's say he nets in the places he's leading with what's left. I think Norman could realistically net about 16,000 and change, 16,500. In other words, it would be with what's left in the places he's winning, he could wipe this out and then be ahead by less than 1,000 votes. Call it 1,000 votes. That's realistically what he can do with what's left here. And then, as we've been saying, she's killing it here. She's killing it here. She's doing well here. She's doing quite well in here. She just got Jasper. Population centers, population hubs, where, again, they're going for Graham basically as much in the election day as they did in the early. There's lots of votes out of here.
There's also a voter ID requirement referendum in Oklahoma right now, only winning by 11 so far.
Interesting.
Left in the upstate for Ralph Norman. And then, if that were to all come in at once right now, I bet it would put him up by about 1,000 votes in the statewide tally. And then all this would fill in. All the election day vote in all these places I've circled would come in, plus a scattering in the other places, and that would build right back up for her. That's what it looks like from this vantage point. Now, keep that on. We're going to do an update here on News Now. There's a call in Georgia, which reminds me that there's an election in Georgia, and I'm going to take a look for the first time and see what's happening. Now, the reason I know these are serious matters here. Neither one of these candidates is running for the full term. This is just to finish up a couple months. I'm not. One of them ran for the full term and lost in the primary. The other didn't at all. But let's just take a look anyway. This is the Atlanta burbs here. We've called it for Everton Blair. So Gwinnett County came through.
Wow.
Everton Blair is the former school board chairman from Gwinnett County. It's the biggest single piece of this district. Not surprisingly, then, in his backyard, he runs up a nearly 40-point margin over Marcy Scott. She's the daughter of the late Congressman David Scott, who, again, she wins elsewhere here, but not by significant enough margins. A little bit of DeKalb is in this too, just a scattering. And it adds up to Everton Blair, who ran in the primary for the full term and lost, but he also ran for this special election. This will put him into Congress for the special election. And again, he will serve a couple of months. There have been shorter congressional terms, but there have been plenty of longer ones. But Blair will get to have one anyway. I think they're coming to me on this, I believe.
And it looks like things are heating up down there in South Carolina, or Georgia at least. NBC News projects Everton Blair wins Georgia's 13th congressional district special election, beating out Marcy Scott, the daughter of the late Congressman David Scott. Let's bring in Steve Kornacki at the big board to walk us through the results. Steve, is this a surprise?
Not particularly, and I just did. What happened here was Gwinnett County is the biggest piece of this district here. Gwinnett, one of those big suburban Atlanta counties. Everton Blair was the former school board chairman there, and he basically just got a very, very big number out of Gwinnett and then kind of survived Scott's strength elsewhere. So Blair will win this, but I think the key thing to keep in mind is this is a very short-term congressional career that Everton Blair is about to launch. This is a special election to fill the final months of the late David Scott's term. The full term that will be settled in the November election, Blair lost in the primary for that, and Scott didn't even run in the primary for that. So
Emma said
Blair is going to get to go to Congress. It's
cost.
only going to be for a few months. And you mentioned, too, that's the news out of Georgia. Go north to South Carolina, where, just to update you there now, 75% of the voters in, and something big just came in for Graham. What was that?
That was Berkeley County.
We just got Berkeley County in there for Graham. So again, like this is, right here. This is a very big piece of real estate, relatively speaking, that just came in here outside Charleston, sort of a fast-growing area. You can see Graham is crushing it there. That's just about all the vote right there. She's opened up now this is a very strong lead here of 18,600 over Norman statewide. And she's just, look, Norman has done well up here in the upstate. His congressional district is based right here in York County, where Rock Hill is. He's extended his support across the upstate, as we expected. But Graham, first of all, didn't get buried up here as much as I think her supporters, some of her supporters maybe had feared. And more to the point, especially here around Myrtle Beach, Georgetown County, places that were targeted by her campaign and by President Trump, her champion sort of in this race. Boy, have they really come through for her tonight. She's also done quite well here in the suburbs where the state capital is. And again, so really everything outside the upstate to some degree has gone right for Graham tonight. That's an awfully big pad that she has right now over Norman relative to what is left in this race.
Yeah, 18,000 difference and 76% reporting. Steve Kornacki, we'll see if that trend continues. Thanks so much. We'll be right back after the break.
Got it. Thanks a lot. And all right, again, just coordinating logistics here. So yeah, look, that was we.
Great job, Steve. You're killing it, bro. I guess they were pretending Trump was on the ballot. Not really, though. This is way too close. 75% of the vote in. This should be nowhere near this close. 75% of the vote in, and she's leading 53.3 to 46.7. That's what, 5.7% lead for her? No, I'm wrong. 6.7. Trying to do math here. 53.3 minus 46.7. Yeah, 6.6%. This should be a total blowout with Trump's endorsement and him holding a rally for her. And still, you have almost half the Republican voters casting a ballot for Ralph Norman, the other guy. That's not a great sign for the Republicans. She's so unqualified, but this is great news for us. If you're on the left, I think you should be rooting for Darlene to win. She's a liability. She has put her foot in her mouth. Ralph Norman would run a clean race through November. He wouldn't get himself into trouble, and he's under the radar. But she is bound to do something stupid between now and November that impacts candidates all across the United States, because you're only as good as your worst member. And when it comes to any organization or whatever, but in the midterms, you're only as good as your party's worst high-profile candidate. And we got some doozies over in the Republican Party. You know, you put her and Ken Paxton in the lineup, and it's not looking so hot for the Republicans. This is a tough race for the Democrats to win, so it doesn't really matter. I'd rather have the worst Republican on the ballot. Both of them will just do Trump's bidding and be Republican stooges. I don't expect much from either. So better to have Darlene, who's unqualified, and I think will depress turnout in South Carolina, and also just negatively impact Republicans across the board. So I'm rooting for her. The best case scenario would be that she ekes out a victory, showing real weakness from Trump, for Trump, and a split Republican Party. And we're kind of getting that now. Yeah, it's a 6.5% lead for her with 76% of the votes in, but that's not great. That is not great. Over in Oklahoma, we have 24% of the votes in, and it's gotten closer. But the Trump-endorsed candidate, Mike Mazzei, is in second place here. He's down 3% on his challenger, Ginter. So Trump, so far, not doing well in Oklahoma. The candidate he endorsed is behind. Steve's still watching.
Got some benchmarks here for Drummond. Maybe we'll. And again, you choose one candidate to do the benchmarks for. It just makes it easier to do the whole thing. Oklahoma County. This is basically the biggest in the state. That and Tulsa, Oklahoma City and Tulsa. Again, this is only 12% here. Okay, but just to give you a sense, thought Drummond wanted to win this, wanted to get about 52% of the vote right here. Next door in fast-growing Canadian County, this is the fastest-growing county in Oklahoma. Also figured this should be a Drummond win. 52 would be a target for him here. Again, just narrowly at that. Let's take a look over in Tulsa. Only 9% right here. And again, you get early vote that gets reported out first. Mazzei wants to win this. I don't have to win it necessarily big, but I said we wanted to use Drummond as the benchmark. So the Drummond benchmark here would be 48. He'd be exceeding that. Now, early vote, maybe that early vote, this could be a state where you really do see a split between early vote and election day vote, because there's clearly a Trump-aligned candidate, and there's clearly a candidate that Trump wants to beat here in this race. So keep that in mind. But Tulsa, we got Wagner County. This is big, right? A little bit of Tulsa bleeds into this. Tulsa suburbs. Again, I think a number here for Drummond would be 48. But is that going to shift as more vote comes in right there? Not.
Yeah, but her policies would probably be worse for the people of South Carolina compared to Norman. I think it's negligible, dude. I don't think it matters. Ralph Norman is a Freedom Caucus weirdo who's just going to vote with Trump on everything. He folded every time the Freedom Caucus put up any sort of weak fight against Trump in the House, and there's no reason to believe that he would be any different than Darlene. I think the only difference is she's probably more corrupt than he is. But no matter what, the people of South Carolina are going to be left with poor representation in the Senate. So I'd rather increase our chances in the midterms by having a terrible GOP candidate. And, that sucks for the people of South Carolina, but they have two terrible options here that they chose. So they did this. They chose this, not us. Somebody like Darlene Graham being on the ballot in November might help people like Tallarico and Troy Jackson as they point to her and say she's terrible. Oh, look at this. They just called it.
News projects that Darlene Graham, the appointed senator, will win the special election runoff for the Republican nomination. Graham defeating Congressman Ralph Norman this evening. 78% of the vote is in. Graham really has led this race tonight from the very first update. And the story that emerged was a pretty stark divide between Norman's base here in the upstate, where he did well tonight, but he didn't post the kind of overwhelming surge numbers that I think his candidacy maybe depended on. And meanwhile, in the rest of the state, Graham generally, in many key places, exceeding expectations. And I think that was absolutely, especially the case here in Horry County, where Myrtle Beach is. This is the second biggest vote-producing county in a Republican primary here. And look at the number that Graham is getting. She's winning almost 3/4 of the vote in Horry County. And right next door, you can see it's sort of sister county here, Georgetown County. She's doing something similar here. Massive, massive margins for Graham in these two Republican vote-rich counties. And not a coincidence, probably, because Donald Trump, who recruited her into the race and who doubled down on his endorsement in the runoff, where did he go to campaign for Graham? It was right here in Myrtle Beach. And that, more than any other place you see on this map tonight, is where she's exceeded expectations and where she really put Norman on the defensive as this map filled in tonight, where he really needed to overperform in the upstate, and he just didn't. So he gets close in this thing. He gets relatively close to knocking off Graham in the runoff, but he is going to fall short. That margin now close to 20,000 votes. And there's going to be a News Now update. Is that what we're? Okay, and folks, News Now wants the news, of course, so they're going to come to us in about 75 seconds. We're going to do a very official sounding. Well, we'll do it a little casually, but we'll go through what we're talking about here, and then we'll kind of reset on the other side. Just looking at the clock right here. And so I don't want to do too much here because we're coming inside of a minute to this update. So I don't know. It's like a filled out election map is like a work of art. So maybe I'll just let you kind of enjoy the. This is like being in the. Is the Whitney an art museum?
Yes.
Okay. You're in the. I've never been, but I know they got a. We're in New York, and I know people talk about. Well, there's the Met.
The Met. MoMA.
Are they rival museums?
They're all, yes.
Which is better?
The Met. I like the Met.
Okay, so pretend you're at the Met and you're in the political cartography section. And here's another, they're wheeling this one in now, brand new.
The Met is awesome. They have like a whole Egyptian temple, all sorts of stuff in there, man. You could spend days in there. Giant place. So at this point, we're watching Oklahoma. We'll wait and see his hit on the main cast, but we're shifting our attention probably to Oklahoma here.
ABC News projects Senator Darlene Graham wins the South Carolina Senate primary special runoff election against Congressman Ralph Norman, replacing her late brother, Senator Lindsey Graham, in the November ballot. She's now going to be facing off against Democrat Annie Andrews in November. Let's bring in Steve Kornacki on the big board to walk us through those results. Steve, we saw them developing here. Lots of big numbers coming in over and over again for Darlene. What'd you see?
Yeah, look, I think you look at this map, and I think one thing that jumps out right away is we said coming in, this was a test of the political clout of Donald Trump with the Republican electorate. And I think you can make an argument here that Trump put Graham over the top in this race, because not only does she win tonight, obviously, but if you look at where that win came from, it came from places like Horry County, where Myrtle Beach is, and where she's getting nearly 3/4 of the vote tonight, right next door in Georgetown County. This is another pretty big county. She's getting nearly 70% of the vote right here. And then all through, they call this region here in northeast South Carolina the PD region. It's the 7th congressional district if you're sort of a political a political hobbyist and you follow these things. But this was the area and this was the region that the Trump folks really targeted. They sent Trump here last Friday trying to shore up Graham's campaign, and they sent him to Myrtle Beach. That's where the big Trump rally was for Graham. It was all about trying to maximize her number in Horry County, which is one of the biggest in the state, and in this whole area right here, in Georgetown County and in the PD. And what you see in county after county there tonight is that is where Graham didn't just meet her expectations, didn't just meet her benchmarks, she exceeded them tonight. And that is why, when you take a look at this map, you do see Norman strength up here in the upstate. And there's an awful lot of Republican votes in Greenville, in Spartanburg, in the Rock Hill area. That's where Norman is from. But he did good numbers here. He didn't exceed expectations here. Graham exceeded them down here. Norman didn't up here. And I think that's the difference statewide. And that's why she's going to get through this runoff.
172,000 people voting for her and 150 for Ralph Norman. Again, like voter turnout, pretty impressive, at least to me here. Any idea how things are possibly going to go when it comes to the midterms after 4 elections? I imagine election fatigue is in effect there.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. But I think one thing we can say certainly is that Graham, yes, she will now face a Democratic opponent. But the backdrop for this is it's in a state that voted for Donald Trump by nearly 20 points. And we just live in this age of this sort of intense party polarization. To have a state that voted for one party's presidential candidate by that much, turn around and elect a United States senator from the other party, it honestly is pretty much unheard of these days. So Graham, certainly, I think this was the test for Graham.
Yeah, and it looks like she passed. We'll see what happens in November. But again, those numbers are pretty impressive. Steve Kornacki, really appreciate you. Thank you so very much at the big board.
All right.
Nice
Thank you,
job,
Gotti. Thank you to the
Steve.
News Now folks, as always, who have kind of accommodated us on that. Let's catch our breath here, Adam.
I think they now shift to the Oklahoma race to see how Trump's endorsed candidate is doing. He was losing last time we checked in by about 3%. Interesting results tonight. Darlene Graham, so unqualified, such an embarrassment. What happened to the DEI criticism? Obviously, she is not DEI because Trump has just perverted the definition of DEI, butchered it. It doesn't mean anything. But for the Republican version of DEI, she is 100% what they attacked. DEI has been completely forgotten by Trump and his administration. They were talking about it all the time at the January of last year. They blamed it for the plane and helicopter collision that killed like 70 people in DC. But this is their definition of DEI. This woman is not qualified for this job. The only reason she's in it is because of her last name and being Lindsey Graham's brother. I mean, how pathetic. And they have nothing to say about this at all. Not a peep. And here she is winning the Republican nomination to go on and serve a 6-year term, not just fill in for her brother in the remaining time in his Senate term, but no, she thinks she can do 6 years as a U.S. Senator. Isn't that something? That's wild. But it'll help us in November. Let's check in on Oklahoma. You might find yourself wondering why you should give a damn about a red state that no one talks about.
What a nice tribute for Lindsey, Trump.
Yeah. This is a beautiful tribute to the late Lindsey Graham. I agree. But what we're watching here is Trump's power possibly being challenged. And Trump endorsed this Mike Mazzei guy who is losing right now to the current Attorney General of Oklahoma. So it doesn't really matter who wins this in the sense of like, is a Democrat going to run it? Is a decent person going to run it? Both of them probably suck majorly. But if the Trump endorsed candidate loses, then that shows weakness on Trump's behalf and shows chaos within the Republican Party. I mean, with 36% of the votes in, it's 50-50 right now. That's not a good sign for the Republicans. Look how divided the GOP is. Exactly. Like this is not good. This is bad. When Trump, the president of the United States of America, the leader of the Republican Party, endorses one candidate, you would expect that candidate to win by a landslide. But here we are. It is basically 1% difference between the two candidates with 40% of the votes in. Let's see what Steve is saying, though.
And we've got, this is just like that preliminary. You know, Drummond won the preliminary over Mazzei by 1,100. He's leading us by 1,500. Let's see if we can just take a quick check here. Obviously, it is too early to call.
We do have some places where some counties where we're getting, the pre-election day split.
Yeah, what's a big county where we're seeing that?
Cleveland County.
Yeah, okay, that's a big one. Okay, go ahead. This is where Norman, Oklahoma is.
Drummond was winning the advance vote 53-47. The election day vote with 10,000 votes in is falling 50-50.
Okay. How much was so you said 10,000, so we had about 4,000 early votes.
That's right.
Right, so what was that, about 15% of the total? This is a lot like South Carolina. It's going to be about
yeah, that
15.
Sounds right.
Yeah. Okay. So, but where did we think? I got my little crude benchmarks here, and kidding me, I didn't write this one. Of all the counties, not to write down, but I have my spreadsheet. Let me get my spreadsheet out, and I will
They are adding a characterization to this race as well.
Yeah.
Too close to call.
Okay. Yeah, Cleveland, the Drummond benchmark that I kind of set here was 51. And again, these benchmarks are like kind of a 50-50 race statewide. 51, running at 50.8, and then Adam says the election day vote is currently 50-50. Holy cow, that's right on the number. Where else do we have? So we got 60 in Cleveland. Where else do we have substantial vote? That's a big county.
Tulsa County.
Yeah. Okay. We've got. Okay. Do we have an election day same day split here?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
this is gonna be interesting.
Pre-election day vote was running for Drummond 55-45.
Yeah.
And the election day 52-48.
For
Mazie.
Mazie. So Mazie,
Yes.
yeah, it's a 14-point swing. He's winning the election day by 4. What's the expected remaining there in Tulsa? I know it's early for this, but
Yeah, there's still quite a bit.
Yeah.
49,000 total expected remaining votes.
we have 49,000 remaining.
Yeah.
Right. So if he were to win that by 5, it's 4 right now in the election day. Let's just say he were to win it by 5. This is very rough math. That would be about 2,500. It'd be a net of 2,500. He would win the county by about 2,200. Which again, the benchmark I set for, I said I wanted to do one candidate's benchmarks, not the other. I may go back on that right now. The Mazie benchmark in Tulsa. Again, remember, he represented parts of this in the state Senate. He's going back a decade, but this is kind of his base. He lives in Tulsa. Is 52. But again, the way that election day vote is splitting, that's an attainable number. I mean, these are kind of right on the number right now, at least with what we're seeing. I'm calling this up here. We do have some small counties that are in, huh?
Mm-hmm.
That we could kind of take a look at here. Let's see. I think we have. Yeah. Okay. So
this analysis of Oklahoma counties, not the most fascinating thing. I'm more interested in the end result here. The South Carolina one was a little more interesting, but I don't know about Oklahoma. Oklahoma, it doesn't really matter which one of these guys wins tonight, right? Darlene Graham has national implications, but these guys doesn't mean much, except Trump taking an L and showing the division within the Republican Party in a red state. Interesting. We'll hang around for a little bit here, hopefully get some more results, but I don't know how long I'll stay just watching this. It's 45% of the votes in, though. Counting pretty quickly. I'll give them that. 45% of the votes in. And it is, look how close it is. It's basically 50-50. Out of 168,000 votes, about 150 votes separate the two candidates. Look at that. That is crazy. That is wild. Out of 168,000 votes, these guys are separated by almost double digits. That's it. Wow. Let me do the math here. 84,262 minus 84,097. A difference of 165 votes out of 168,000. That should tell you something right there. GOP not on the same page. Split right down the middle. Every vote counts. No matter who wins this in the end, it is a sign of weakness and problems within the Republican Party. That's crazy. It's Oklahoma. Who really cares? It's sad to say. I hate to see any state be written off, but sadly, there isn't much hope for these states. Maybe one day we can get them back. I mean, if we can win Texas, why can't we win Oklahoma, I don't know much about Oklahoma. It's like the marijuana capital of America, though, last time I checked. Like, it was very easy to get permits and grow weed and sell it. So I don't know if that was a couple years ago, but I haven't heard anything since. But it was like huge marijuana industry in Oklahoma. Besides that, I don't know what the hell's going on there. Oklahoma City's a big city. It's purple. Maybe we can get a congressional seat out of it one day. Farming and ranchers. Yeah, I've never been to Oklahoma. I've been to Texas 30 years ago. I haven't been there since, but I don't know. I don't have any business going to these places. I'm a coastal elite. I stick to New York, California. Wow, so close though. I would love to have an idea of when this is gonna be wrapped, but I hope these two guys fight with each other and claim fraud.
67 on it. 62. This is the only Oklahoma county that's actually part of that Dallas-Fort Worth metro area, believe it or not. Bryan County. Let's see, Atoka, 63. I'm giving you Maisie's number right here. Atoka, boy, if you're a horse.
Yeah, I think what we'll do is sometimes I'll go watch a video and come back to see the results, but I don't think this one's going to get called anytime soon here because of how close it is. I mean, well, no, they're going up 2% here, 2% there. It went from 45 to 49, I think. Look how close it. I mean, look how close it is right there. Wow. Out of 187,000 votes, these guys are separated by less than 40 votes. It's like 38 vote difference between them. That's incredible. Let me see. 93,554 minus 93,516. 38 votes separate them out of 187,000. Wow. That's a close race right there, man. Talk about every vote counts. You just don't see stuff like that too often, man. It's like red version of Crowley versus Hong. Yeah, very close. A lot of close ones lately. Yeah, I mean, I think, you can read into that like the people are divided. They looking for different things. But here we are in Ruby Red, Oklahoma, a statewide race for governor, and the people are conflicted. Two different directions. I mean, I feel like these two candidates are quite different. Oh, and Mike Massey takes the lead. Mike Massey, I think. Look at that. Possibly the first time for the night. The Trump-endorsed candidate takes the lead.
It's only getting bigger. This is like 5% of the vote statewide. We got half the vote here in Canadian County. Massey just took the lead here. This is one that Drummond, I have wanting to win. Fastest growing in the state. Taking a look around again, sort of the Oklahoma City. Okay, we're all pretty complete in Logan County. This is one I had Massey wanting to get 52 here. He's getting 52.6. This is the biggie. This in Tulsa, each one about 15% of the statewide vote. Drummond wanting to get 52 here, running at 53. Cleveland, one of the most complete big ones. Norman is here. Not just Norman, but it's running at 50-50 right now. And again, had Drummond wanting to win this narrowly. We see McLean, we've got some. We only got a third right there. Grady, we've only got a quarter. Again, look through the Tulsa area here. Okay, here we go. This is just south of Tulsa. 53 would have been. Yeah, these are just all. Let's see what happens. I think what we're trying to see here, first of all, is there a trend here in Maisie's favor as the election day votes coming into Canadian County? Because this is a big one, and if Maisie could open up a bit of a pad here, that he'd be winning in a place where I think we thought Drummond wanted to have the advantage. But this is the big question here, like Oklahoma City and Tulsa. Between the two of them, it's almost a third of the vote statewide, just those two counties. And again, this is where Maisie is from. Drummond's family ancestrally is kind of from here. And Oklahoma, we just got a chunk more. Tell me what the election day early is looking like in Oklahoma County.
Oklahoma County, in the pre-election day vote, was running for Drummond 56-44. In the election day vote, it's running 50-50.
Yeah, okay. And there's a lot.
Dude, how can Adam be a touchpad plebe, man? What is wrong with him? How does he not have a mouse? That's insane. Using the touchpad like that for more than 5 minutes as an emergency is ridiculous, dude. It just gives me grief to even watch him do that, man. That's crazy. A mouse makes your life 100 times better. That's only to be used in emergencies. He's flexing. Is that a flex? Let me it just makes life so much worse. He could have a wireless mouse. What's he doing, man? I've been using a touchpad at work for years. Oh my God. I'm sorry. Don't need a mouse if you're a keyboard pro. But still, maybe he barely uses the mouse with what he does. I don't know. I figure like you don't have a scroll, whatever the scroll wheel, right? Like that, number one, that just hurts you right there. How do you, that's just torture to not have a wheel. And he's looking through documents. I doubt they're single page documents. So it just seems like he's making his life harder for no reason. Maybe he likes to live like that. He likes the challenge. Massey pulling ahead now. That's crazy to be behind all night. And then when it gets close to 50%, I guess 60% statewide, you start pulling away. Not a great sign of confidence, though, to win by hundreds of votes. He's barely up on his opponent. My scroll wheel is broken. Oh, my God. You can go to Best Buy and get a mouse for like $4. I would not live. I would not accept your fate. He's just a showman, you think?
Because the two of them combined make up about 30% of all votes in a Republican primary statewide. So we've got far more votes coming from outside the two population hubs than from in them. Half the remaining vote is from those two places. And again, in the preliminary, slight Drummond advantage in Oklahoma County, slight Maisy advantage in Tulsa County. So far tonight in Tulsa County, slight, but 0.8 of a point Drummond advantage in Tulsa, and slight 4-point advantage there for Drummond in Oklahoma County. But again, if that election day trend is working against Drummond, that becomes the possibility here. If this election, and did we get, I think we've gotten more Tulsa. What's the election day vote breaking at in Tulsa?
Currently, it looks like Maisy 52, Drummond 48.
Yeah, right. Okay, that's right. We'd gone through this, right? The 5 points. So right, close to a third in Tulsa, and there's a trend there that I'm looking for any kind of separation from just like a dead even race, and not seeing it. Where else can we look here? So that we just got an update. That update, I guess, in Tulsa and elsewhere knocked us down to 151 statewide. So now well over half the remaining vote is coming from just those two places, Tulsa and Oklahoma counties. What would be the next biggest source of vote outside of them? It would be, I mean, just look, 42,000 is left here. We think 36,000 is left right there in Tulsa. We think about 7,000 is left right there in Canadian County. We think about.
I don't give a damn about these counties, man. I want to leave this and watch some videos, but this, it's so close. It's pretty crazy. I don't think it really matters. The damage is done. 60% of the vote in, and these guys are neck and neck. Looks like this Massey guy's pulling away now, but he's only up by, what, 1,200 votes out of 125,000. No, 225,000. 225,000. He's up by 1,200 votes. It is similar to Hong Crowley, I guess, where it was so close. But I think the damage is done. The fact that it's so close just shows you the problems in the Republican Party right now. Trump barely getting this guy across the finish line in a ruby red state. Do we want Massey to lose? Yes, ultimately. He's endorsed by Trump. So him losing would be a blow to Trump and show weakness. But the fact that it's so close already shows weakness for Trump. This should not be a coin flip between these two guys. Once Trump, the president of the United States, the leader of the Republican Party, weighs in on your Republican primary in a 1v1, you should win by a mile. But if your president is unpopular and the Republican Party and the Republican Party in power is not as popular, then boom, this is what happens. Massey is a weak candidate, but Drummond is anti-Trump. What does that mean to be anti-Trump in a state like Oklahoma, you know? I do think same-day voting would go in favor of the Trump-endorsed candidate because Trump supporters frown upon mail-in voting and early voting since Trump rails against it, even though he voted by mail himself multiple times, including as recently as last week's primary in Florida. So this is probably going to be a win for Massey, the Trump-endorsed guy, in the end. We'll keep an eye on that. I just want to see if there's any updates on the pile on of Hasan Piker. Hakeem Jeffries in full panic mode after Kushner meeting pisses off Democrats. Wow. Great piece by Majority Report there. Leader Jeffries on CNN's Situation Room. Might check that out. Let's see here. Sounds a bit sensational, you don't say? Iran offers $10 million bounty on Barron Trump. Wow. Iran really trying to shake things up there. Doesn't sound like they're backing off. All right, nothing exciting over on Clinton News Network. MS Now. Majority Report, always the ally. Yep. Love how they support our Dem leaders in our party. True patriots over there. Always helping. Wow, 1 million videos over on MS Now about Dolly Parton. Okay. Let's search for Mr. Piker. See what's going on. Breaking points. Abdul campaign panics after deceptive Hasan Piker clip. Lifelong Dem calls for party to cut ties with Hasan Piker. Jeffries asked, why not call Hasan Piker by name in statement condemning anti-Semitism? Wow. Hasan doing more victim cosplay. I'm assuming you saw Vigeland saying the Palestinians were the true victims of the Holocaust. Wow. That's pretty bad. That's crazy, man. What's with these people? That's a pretty disgusting thing to say. That is something, man. I don't even know where to begin with that one. That's pretty bad. But, you know, all these people have backed themselves into a corner. And they are so all in on anti-Zionism that it's gotten to the point now where they're being labeled anti-Semites. And there's no one to defend them. And I think that they're just going to spiral because they can't get out of that mess. They cannot take a step in the other direction. And they're all going to find themselves to be seen as bigots, whether it's fair or not. And, you know, people will try to explain, well, technically she was saying this and, oh, you're missing context. And, oh, that, but nope. If everybody's lined up and calling you a bigot, you're a bigot, you know, like you need to take a step back and find a different way. But that's the problem with the anti-Zionism stuff. It was always bound to get to this point where you are labeled and you take it too far. There was no way out of this besides becoming a bigot. They didn't want the label. They should have said something when it was going down the first time. Amount of people that are going to catch the blowback will be a long list. Yep. I don't think they have a way out of this. Let's check out Hakeem's interview. Where's the full interview? I know it was on his page. Did you see the CIA director went to Moscow? I did. And last time the director of the CIA went to Moscow or Russia was like November 2021, before the Russian invasion, and to send them a warning not to do it. So I wonder what's behind this one.
Joining us now to discuss this and more in an exclusive interview is the House Minority Leader, Hakeem Jeffries of New York. Leader Jeffries, thank you so much for joining us. Can you explain what was the specific objective of this meeting you had with Jared Kushner in New York?
Well, good morning, Wolf. Great to be with you. And as we've repeatedly indicated as House Democrats from the beginning of this Congress, we're committed to pushing back against the extremism that has been unleashed on the American people every day, every week, every month, year after year, until we can end this national nightmare. At the same period of time, of course, we have a responsibility to solve problems. And sometimes that means meeting with people on the other side of the aisle to figure out what the opportunities will be in order to address the things that the American people definitively want us to address, which from our standpoint is the reality that the cost of living in this country is way too high. Far too many people are working hard, they're playing by the rules, they can't thrive, and they can barely survive. That's not an acceptable situation. And we've got to address that affordability crisis, which is not a hoax, it's very real. I hear about it every day here in Brooklyn and across the country, and we're determined to do something about it.
Okay, so number one, Jared Kushner asked him for the meeting, according to Hakeem. I think you take that meeting 10 out of 10 times. They're asking you for a meeting, and why would you not hear them out? Your job as the legislative branch is to work with the executive branch to make people's lives better, ultimately. And you can say that this Trump administration is out of control. You shouldn't enable them in any way. You shouldn't take them seriously. But if the Democratic Party is going to run on, we're going to do nothing for 2 years and just stop Trump, that's exactly what people were crying about, saying that's not good enough. I thought the whole point was to bring relief to Americans' lives and make things better. That's their first goal, not to make Trump lose or be bad. So I'm confident in the Democrats that they will find a way to hopefully get something done over the next 2 years to make people's lives more affordable. That it doesn't matter to me if Trump gets some credit for it. Nobody gives a shit. It's about, in the end, improving life for Americans. And one of the reasons why Americans are going to vote for Democrats is to actually force Trump to knock it off and to try to get some shit done. Like, number one, I would point to the enhanced ACA subsidies that expired at the end of last year. That made health insurance more affordable for 20 million people. If Democrats can work something out with the Trump administration to get on board with that 80-20 issue, I don't see any reason to not do that. Even if it gives Trump a win by signing it, who gives a shit? Everyone will know that the Democrats are the only reason this is happening. It didn't happen when the Republicans were in charge for 2 years, but now it's happening. And second of all, Mamdani went and met with Trump. And people say that's different. That was a PR move. That was something else. No, Mamdani met with Trump to talk about the federal government and New York City, because the federal government is involved with billions of dollars for public transportation and Medicare programs, Medicaid, and he's trying to work with Trump to make sure that the money makes it into the hands of the people who need it. So same thing with Jeffries. He's not trying to ruin everything. And again, he didn't ask for the meeting. And I think people should be taking it as a sign that the Democrats are looking pretty good right now, that Trump is sending his official representative to go meet with Jeffries. People act like Jared Kushner is a nobody, and that's different than Trump or something. Like that idiot Keith Shirley said, why didn't you send Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State? I mean, what a moron. I cannot believe that's a real tweet from Keith Edwards, that he blasted. This guy is so clueless on politics. He said that it would have only made sense if he sent someone powerful like Marco Rubio. Why would you send the Secretary of State to go talk to the potential Speaker of the House? Like, what is he? Come on, tell us you don't know anything about politics without telling us you don't know anything about politics. Jared Kushner has been Trump's right hand. He's the guy involved in negotiating with Iran, the country we're at war with. He's like Trump's most trusted advisor in this administration. He's the guy he sends to go do the serious shit. So what are these people on about? Joe, what up? It's his job to communicate with the White House as a minority leader. If people are upset about who Trump chose, wait until they find out who's negotiating with Iran. Exactly. I mean, I don't even think Jared Kushner's talking to him because of his role as minority leader. I think it's in anticipation of him being the Speaker of the House in 5 months, right? 4 months. That's what I think it was about. It's pretty obvious. It's also probably not about affordability. Jeffrey's a member of the Gang of Eight. Makes more sense. Makes sense. He can't tell us what it's about. I mean, I don't think you're wrong in that sense, Joe, but they haven't been giving any respect to Hakeem and the Gang of Eight or any of the Democratic leaders up to this point. I think it's way more about what's about to happen in January when the Democrats take over, most likely. But this is not the first time that Hakeem has met with Kushner. He met with him last year and nobody talked about it, but now they want to pretend like it's a big deal. I think it's good. I think you should be talking with a functioning government. These people are all talking all the time. So this is a good sign that the Democrats are doing this. I don't know why anybody criticizes this at all. Yeah. Also, Hakeem and Jared know each other from what I've read, going back to Trump's first administration when they worked together on criminal justice reform, and that was something that was successful. Remember the First Step Act? That ended up being a decent thing. I mean, whenever people ask me to say something positive about the Trump administration before this administration, but the first one during Biden's administration, the First Step Act is something that I would point to. I mean, there was some good stuff in there, like prisoners had to be within a certain distance of their families, because it's tough on the families to not see a family member too. You know, who cares about the prisoner, but it's more about the family and the community. So little things like that. And also, you know, getting rid of the 3 strikes rule, stuff like that. But I cannot believe I saw people saying Mamdani's meeting with Trump was different. I mean, what I've learned over the last 4 or 5 years since Biden took office is most political commentators on social media have no idea what they're talking about. They are complete morons when it comes to politics. It's really sad. And I think that tweet by Keith Edwards just shows you exactly that. Let me see if I can find it, because it's so ridiculous. Keith Edwards, Marco Jeffries. I mean, this is just so embarrassing. Where is that tweet? I'm not seeing it. If somebody has a link, let me know. I don't want to look around. But Keith Edwards said that this is not a serious person in the Trump administration, Jared Kushner. And if Trump was serious, he would have sent someone like Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, to go meet with Jeffries. What? Do you see Cenk Uygur's new tweet about Make America Free Again? Yeah, that's pretty mask off. A lot of these people are showing their ass right now. I don't think it's going to work out for these people. A lot of people are going all in on taking the mask off on anti-Semitism. Cenk is right in the vanguard on that. He's saying we should free ourselves of these people. He's like, you know what I'm talking about. Okay. And then you got Emma Vigeland with that comment you guys brought up a few minutes ago. I haven't seen it. I'll take your word for it, that she said the Palestinians are the real victims of the Holocaust. I mean, that is an outrageous thing to say. Like, first of all, that's a very crass way to put that argument. And I think you could make a valid argument that Palestinians suffered from the Holocaust too.
Like Mamdani, I'm cool with Jeffries meeting with Trump admin, but this is definitely a PR failure now after new reporting from Nathan Acosta. Best Jeffries can do now is show the skeptics when he becomes speaker. Person shrugging emoji.
Josiah, thank you for the $20. I don't know what you're talking about when it comes to additional reporting. But what was reported? I can't imagine anything that would make me go, oh, no, this is actually really bad. I don't know what it could be. Threads? What the hell is this? No, I don't think this isn't it. No. There's a tweet that Keith Shirley put out that says Trump should have sent someone like Marco Rubio if he was serious. I don't know what Josiah is referencing with the new reporting on the meeting, but I can't imagine anything. I can't imagine that there being something that bad that would make me doubt Mr. Jeffries here. But my point is that you can make an argument that Palestinians suffered because of the Holocaust due to getting kicked out or having the land sold out from under them in Palestine, right? That's a fine argument. You can make that. But to say that they're the real victims, it just completely dismisses the suffering and the tragedy of the Holocaust. And that's outrageous to say something like that. That is truly outrageous to say that, you know? It's like saying the murderer's family are the real victims in this crime. It's like, yeah, you can make the case that they suffered because they lost a family member now who's in prison and ruined his life or whatever, and they really needed him. But it's like, dude, You just don't say stuff like that, man. We got to give Hakeem a chance to fill his boots. That's the link I provided. Wait, where did you post it? I only see Yeller. You can't post links on YouTube. It's not my. I would if I could turn it on, I would.
And he voted for Obama.
Neat says Kushner didn't ask for the meeting. Acosta says some House Dems tell him they're worried now Jeffries will go easy on Trump. And take it from me, blocking Keith is a great idea.
I'm not gonna block Keith. I don't care. He's a nice guy. I don't have a problem with him personally, but he's proven to be quite having quite a lack of knowledge of politics, and it's pretty strange. Thank you for the $10. New York Times says Kushner didn't ask for the meeting. Well, Hakeem said he did. Who do I believe? The New York Times or Hakeem Jeffries? I believe Hakeem. Costa says some House Dems tell him they're worried now Jeffries will go easy on Trump. Wow. Wait. Why would that change your feelings, man? That these are like hearsay. There's always going to be a couple people that are like against what's going on, or, you know, I don't know. But I mean, that doesn't change my opinion at all. That's interesting. I have to look more into it. Let me see this. This is the clip of Emma. Let's see. Let's give her a chance. Maybe she said it better than we're being told.
It should be, I think, important.
And he voted for Obama.
Didn't say it changed my feelings. I said it's a PR disaster, because it is.
You think it's a disaster? I don't think so at all. Maybe I'm missing something, but I don't see it as a PR disaster in any way at all. I see it as Hakeem doing the right thing, and that's his job. I'm sure some people on social media who hate him are blowing it up, saying it's terrible, and he's he's playing into Trump's hand and all that. But I mean, I feel like it's probably the same chorus of Hakeem haters just amplifying a bad talking point. But I don't know. The real test will be, is anyone calling for him to not be the leader? I think, I hear all this criticism of Hakeem Jeffries, and then every single Democrat votes for him, and there isn't one defector. And I'm willing to bet there still will be no defectors on January 3rd. Public reaction so far has been pretty bad. How do you measure that though, Josiah? Because to me, content creators get to the top by farming outrage on social media. And I doubt anyone in the public is talking about this or cares. So to me, are there probably some content creators that normally shit on the Democrats, which makes up 80% of content creators on X and YouTube and Facebook? Are those people overwhelmingly shitting on Hakeem and acting like he made a mistake? Probably. But I doubt the general public is like, shame on Hakeem for taking a meeting with Jared Kushner. I mean, that's just my thoughts. Maybe you're seeing something I'm not seeing. He should resign. Yesterday. Yeah. You don't just get to opt out of running the country because the president is evil. Yeah, so I don't know, Josiah, if you were here when I was talking about why Hakeem would do that. I mean, you don't need me to explain it to you, but my argument is that's his job, to work with the Trump administration the next 2 years, just like Mamdani did going to the White House, because this federal government controls funding and they control legislation that could impact people's lives. So, for example, the enhanced affordable, the enhanced ACA tax credits, we could, if we work with the Trump administration, we could get those extended and brought back to allow 20 million people to be able to afford their health insurance again. So I don't see any disadvantage to meeting with the Trump administration and talking to them. Even if it was on a regular basis, I still wouldn't see any reason why that's bad. The fact that people are like, well, this means he's going to go soft on Trump is crazy to me. How is this evidence that he will go soft and the Democrats won't pursue the Trump administration vigorously? I think they will go after them and they'll work with them if they can. I mean, that's how politics is. You got to do it. You got to work with bad people. You have to, they hold that office. I don't know. Doomerism. Yeah, like there's no evidence that this is going to lead to Hakeem going softer and the Democrats not going as hard on Trump as they could. I don't get it. Posted it in your Discord stream discussion. Okay, thank you. This is so idiotic, guys. And I think he's serious. So, Keith, look at this, man. We are Charlie.
Correct. We gotta hold Mamdani and Jeffries to the same standard, which is why I don't care that Jeffries met with the Trump admin. But the reaction I've seen has been largely negative. Two things can be true at once.
But do you agree with me, Pondering, that the reaction you're seeing is probably predominantly Hakeem haters and Democratic Party haters? Like, there's just not a lot of Democratic Party defenders on the internet. Can you, if you could point to somebody who's been pretty chill on the Democrats and supportive of them and is now turned and is saying this has been critical of Hakeem because of this move, then I would be interested in seeing that. But to me, it's probably the same chorus of Democrat haters or people that are lukewarm on the Democratic Party and love any reason to attack him. And that's just how social media is. It amplifies the haters and it doesn't amplify the big people. The positive people.
James Carville.
Oh, come on. James Carville, the same guy that everybody's mad at? No shot. I've been hearing people say James Carville's irrelevant for months now. People hating on that guy, but I appreciate you bringing up an example. I'll take a look and see, but for me, negativity rises to the top overwhelmingly. So we never hear from the people that like what Hakeem did or respect it, right? It's only the outrage gets engagement and then rises to the top. But yeah, I don't think a lot of people are respecting Mr. Carville right now. But I mean, again, I'm not trying to put Josiah on the spot here. I'm just, he's doing it in the moment.
Schumer and Jeffries did longest gov shutdown in history. All over healthcare. And another over ICE.
Yep.
Yet lefties still hate. They're standard silly.
Yep. Amen. Carville's based. I think Carville is hit or miss. Carville is hit or miss for me at this point. He's not always right. He's not always wrong. He's kind of back and forth. But I think he doesn't have a lot of respect in general. But again, I'm not trying to put Josiah on the spot here and make him defend this, but he's just telling me what he's seeing, which is fine. But my experience, and I'm not on X that much or anything really, my experience is outrage tends to rise to the top. So if you're against something, it looks much bigger than anyone who's has a different view. I'm with Ira. I don't see this as a disaster. Yeah. Well, we'll take a look. We'll keep an eye on it. Okay, so somebody posted on X, notice how it's okay for Mamdani to go to DC and bow down to Trump and kiss his ass and ring, but Jeffries gets shit for preparing to govern in a divided Washington. Maybe you should stop the theatrics and admit you want Jeffries to fail. And Keith quote tweeted this, said, Mamdani didn't bow. Hakeem talked to a private citizen. Why is he legitimizing Kushner with a secret meeting? He could meet with Johnson or, I don't know, the actual Secretary of State. Oh, this is so bad on so many levels. This is so bad on so many levels. Oh my God. Where do you even start? Like, this is like a child talking politics. I don't even know how anybody looks at this and goes, this guy knows what he's talking about. It's just wrong on so many levels, first of all, and it just shows he doesn't know anything.
Keith Edwards is a progressive political commentator who spent 10+ years as a Democratic strategist.
It's crazy, man. This is crazy. So first of all, trying to make an argument that Hakeem talked to a private citizen is hilarious. Jared Kushner is technically a private citizen, yes, but you're implying that he's just some rando. Like, he's not even a Trump friend or anything. This is how Trump operates. Trump sends his buddies to go do shit, right? That's how he works. And Jared Kushner has been his number one most trusted person in this administration. It's him and what's his name? Steve. What the hell's that guy's name? I haven't thought of him in a minute. What's the master negotiator who's failed miserably in Iran and Gaza and Ukraine? Witkoff. Thank you, Steve Witkoff. So Steve Witkoff is a friend of Trump's, and he's put him in this special negotiator role. He's also a private citizen, and I don't think he has an official title beyond advisor to the president. But Jared Kushner is also, and Trump sends those two to go do his toughest stuff. And so Jared is the one negotiating with the Iranians. So he's not a private citizen. He's one of Trump's most trusted advisors. So the fact that Trump sent him means he speaks on behalf of Trump. He didn't just go do it on his own, rogue. Why is he legitimizing Kushner with a secret meeting? That's crazy. And then the last part is a 2-for-1. He couldn't meet with Johnson. But why would? So I'm assuming he's talking about Mike Johnson. Why would Hakeem Jeffries be meeting with Mike Johnson? Number one, he doesn't need any Republican votes if the Democrats have the majority. You don't need those idiots. Why would you talk to them? What would you talk to them about? Hey, I know you guys are scumbags who won't work with us on anything, but he could talk to Mike Johnson any day if he wanted. But it's useless. You just need a majority. Or, I don't know, the actual Secretary of State. Does Keith not know what the Secretary of State does? I mean, why would the Secretary of State, our nation's chief diplomat, go talk to the possibly incoming Speaker of the House? What argument would he even make for that? I don't get it. Now, if the argument is, if I had to steal man, and boy, this is, doing Keith a solid here. If I had to steal man, I would say that Marco Rubio is a high-ranking Trump official, so it would be a more serious overture from Trump to Hakeem. But to me, Jared Kushner is even better than Marco Rubio. That's as good as it gets. I mean, maybe Susie Wiles would be seen as a little more serious as far as in the chain of command. But I mean, Jared Kushner has Trump's ear on everything. He's one of the few people that can influence Trump. So this is crazy, man. This is, I wish I could use stronger language, but this has got to be one of the worst takes, and it just shows a incredible lack of understanding of our politics on so many levels. I don't know. Josiah, what do you think of this? Are you still talking to Keith? Josiah, come on, bro. I know he's out there. You got to be laughing when you see this, man. Come on. You could text me if you don't want to say in the chat. Come on, bro. I won't read what you say. Come on. This is bad, bro. Come on. High school kids would give a better take than this. Come on, man. Freshman high schooler would give a better take. Who's been following politics for 2 months would give a better take. Come on. Nah, ain't no way, bro. He said Keith is dumb above. Did he? What'd he say? I didn't see it. Ain't no way. Keith is dumb. Oh, he did. Oh, my. What are we doing, bro? You got people like Josiah who spend so much time learning this stuff, who are researching, who putting in the work, smart guy, charismatic, and he's got close to 1 million subs on YouTube. And then you got Keith with 1 million subs. How does that work, man? The world is not fair. Like, that's insane. That's just crazy, dude. Absolute craziness. All right, back to this other moron. Back to moron number 2.
It should be, I think, important, or a teachable moment for people.
And he voted for Obama.
No, I had Keith muted for months after he started trying to beef with Mike Nellis, and then I unfollowed and blocked him 2 weeks ago.
Oh my God. He's ridiculous. I don't know if you heard my thoughts on the old I didn't read the tweet thing. You know, that's just, you saw my comment on that, but come on. This guy is something else, man. That's crazy. You know, we're going to bump into that guy in the future too. And I don't even know what to make of future interaction. I think I met Keith when I was walking around the DNC with Josiah. I think that was one of the people we bumped into. Oh my God.
About what?
Hey, come on, leave. Don't give Josiah a hard time, you guys. Come on. He's here. He's hanging out. He's not trying to, I mean, I don't think he should have to defend every
Political
single
savant
thing.
Keith Shirley with a dig.
He's just here chilling, man. All right. Send him an email if you want to get him to respond to something. He's a friend of the channel, okay? He's a friend. Right? You're going to scare him away if you just all attack him. Come on. He's just trying to chill. All right, let's see what Emma has to say here.
I think important, or a teachable moment for people.
You guys have to understand that, like, I can be friends with people that aren't friends with each other. In fact, I'm friends with a lot of people that aren't friends with each other, and people go through different seasons of friendship, and they may be friends again in the future. They may never be friends again, but like, it doesn't matter. Like, there's a time and a place to ask someone about someone else. And if you're asking someone about another streamer in my chat, then that's kind of disrespectful to me, you know? Like, take your beef somewhere else, not in my channel. Leave the poor guy alone.
It should be, I think, important, or a teachable moment for people about what Zionism is really about as a white supremacist ideology that has been tied into an ancient religion that should have nothing to do with it.
Oh, this is worse than I thought. Oh, shot. This is crazy, man. This is just crazy. So Zionism is now white supremacy? Is this, I haven't heard this argument before. Is this where we're at now? So now it's just, Israel is associated with every evil in the world, according to these people, you know? Like, this is crazy. They just, anything they can attach Israel to is just nuts, man.
There can be other supremacies besides white ones.
I agree. All right, we're getting all the buzzwords in here. This is great.
It should be, I think, important, or a teachable moment for people about what Zionism is really about as a white supremacist ideology.
Oh my God. This is something, man. I'm sorry to keep pausing her, but it just, all I see is like entitled, out of touch, you know, woke 2.0. Like, did these people not get the message? Like, we don't talk about this kind of shit like this anymore. This is like hashtag resist bullshit from 2017, man. Like, yeah, total brain rot. You know, who sits around and talks like this also? Like, who wants to be around these people? Like, just so obnoxious, man. Ultimate Karen. Yeah. Very irritating. Yeller, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Hell yeah, let's freaking go. Luke Beasley, 3-way. I've never met Luke. He seems like a cool dude. Yeah, these people, the finish line for these guys is not good. Look what Hasan's going through right now. Hasan is the face of anti-Semitism in America. And you can say that's not fair, that's not right, people are unfair to him, and no, it's about this. But the truth is, the public is now looking at Hasan as a bigot. And maybe 6 months ago, it was more edgy, and he was kind of giving the Democratic Party a hard time and all this.
Turn out for what?
But now he has all these leaders, all these electeds coming out saying, like, you know, in unison that he is, what he said is anti-Semitic and he's anti-Semitic. And I don't think you can recover from that, man. I think he's not capable personally of recovering from that. He is now the face of anti-Semitism in America. Yeller, thank you for the 20 gifted subs in the Twitch chat. Oh my God, Yeller's everywhere right now. W Yeller. Hell yeah, Yeller's popping off, man. Amazing. That's crazy. So I guess Emma wants the title herself. So here she is now laying out the case. Go ahead, Emma. Tell us how you're the real number one anti-Semite. Go ahead.
That has been
This show went to shit when Emma and that producer joined. The most out of touch, upper middle class socialists in the space. God, they're so dumb.
Yeah, I don't know who's watching this crap, man. It must be the most insufferable group of freaks that watch this crap, man. Oh shit, Destiny with a big raid over on Kick. Hell yeah, let me turn off the follower only mode. These freaks, man. These guys are all going to end up so screwed, and they're all going to be associated with being anti-Semitic in the end. Bunch of losers, man. Not even the people who defend Majority Report watching me. Like, so cringe, man. Oh, snap. Yeller with the 11 gifted kick subs. This guy's everywhere right now. Holy shit. What was Destiny up to, guys? Welcome in. Did you see Pondering? Pondering was just talking about Hakeem expressing his concern, but we talked about it through chat. Hell yeah. Thank you, Yeller. Getting us up to the big 75. Welcome in, guys. Hasan and Socialist Slap. Boy, Hasan is really getting it. Poor Hasan is in a bad spot right now. He is America's bigot. He's the face of bigotry in America. He is the poster child of anti-Semitism right now. I think he's in a lot of trouble because there's no one defending him. Before, he had the influencers kind of doing it, but when you've got all these senators coming out and you've got people like Ken Martin, Hakeem, who's defending him? Mehdi Hasan? I mean, so weak. Like he's I think El Sayed's attacking him too with that statement yesterday, though it was, wasn't very strong.
Turn out for what?
I think it's about to get a lot worse for him. Hot Sauce, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships on YouTube. Appreciate that. And Murky Pie, appreciate the 3 gifted subs on Twitch. Thank you, guys. That's dope. All right. So this is a clip of
Kath
Emma.
Clark, Minority Whip, also stated complete confidence in Jeffries. Twitter is just noise. Dems are united and locked in.
Yep.
2026 wave, let's go.
Yeah, I am fully confident in Hakeem the Dream. I'm willing to bet the Democrats show up united on January 3rd when the 120th Congress is sworn in. And You might get a present vote here or there, but besides that, I don't think you're going to see any problems, man. Hakeem's got this on lock. What was the fix for the stream alerts, by the way? I had added another instance of my stream alert box on a new scene I created, and even though I had it disabled, I guess in OBS, it can still play the audio in the background. So just eliminated that new instance, the new source of my stream alerts, and it was gone. We got a level 5 hype train. I cannot do MAGA music right now. All these people here, they'll be like, what is happening? Hakeem will be 1 vote. I think so. I think Democrats are going to show up on January 3rd, and they will all vote for Hakeem Jeffries. I think he'll work out any problems ahead of time. I don't think you're going to see any performative bullshit. I could be wrong. There could be a couple present votes, but it's definitely not going to go beyond 1 ballot. It'll be 1 ballot, and that's it. That's how it was for like 100 years. It was unheard of to have more than 1 ballot for speaker until 2023, and the Republicans showed up and could not decide on a speaker for 5 days. So that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen this time. You may get a present vote or 2, but those people are making themselves into pariahs, and they want to get on committees. They want to have legislation brought forward. And I don't think it's a hill worth dying on to go against Hakeem when 99% of the caucus is for him. Why would you bother? Like, what kind of message are you sending? You're not helping yourself. You're not helping your constituents. And I think that Hakeem will work it out with those guys anyways. Blazing Bandit, thank you for resubbing on Kick. Appreciate that, man. Unanimous? You don't think there'll be even a present vote? I could see 1 or 2 of these people being present, but like even Chris Rabb, that guy from D+40 Philadelphia seat, he was asked recently, are you going to support Hakeem Jeffries for speaker, for leader? And he said he hasn't asked me. He didn't say no. He said he hasn't asked me. So that told me that they're talking, because I have heard that Hakeem has reached out to the people like Dara Liza and other winners of their primaries. But he may not be asking people, just kind of talking to them. So he may technically have not asked for some of them to vote for him as leader, but it sounds like he's talking to them, and that's good. He should. Handlebars. Thanks for becoming a member on YouTube. Appreciate that, man. Things are getting exciting, by the way. Hold on. Before we get to this Emma clip, check in on the election results. We did have an election night. Oh, wow. Trump is in the fight of his life right now for Oklahoma governor, believe it or not. There is a primary runoff for Oklahoma governor, and the Trump-endorsed candidate, Mike Mazzei, is barely ahead of his challenger, Gentner Drummond, who's the attorney general. So Trump hates this guy, Gentner, and he supported this guy, Mike Mazzei. But look how close it is, 167,000 votes to 164,000. This is like a difference of, what, 2,500 votes out of 331,000 votes. So this shows you problems within the Republican Party. The Trump-endorsed candidate in a 1v1 should win by 30 points. Trump is the president of the United States and the leader of the Republican Party. If he weighs in on your 1v1 race, you should win by a mile. The fact that half the voters in this primary decided tonight to go vote for someone else tells you that things are not going well for the Republican Party. And then we have further evidence of that over in South Carolina. Look at this. They had their special runoff for replacing Lindsey Graham on the ballot in November for a full 6-year term. And Trump endorsed Darlene Graham, won 52.4 to 47.6. So almost half, again, voters going out tonight voted for the other guy than the Trump-endorsed and incumbent Senator Darlene Graham. This is good for us too, because Darlene Graham on the ballot in November will drag down Republican candidates across the board well outside of South Carolina. She's our Herschel Walker this election cycle. She's not the sharpest tool in the shed. She said that South Carolina has 50 million people, which is laughable. California has 40 million. And she also said she doesn't know anything about Taiwan, but she loves the military. So this is great news for the Democrats, for Darlene Graham to advance to the general in November, and for her to do it in a weak way like this, showing problems within the Republican Party. So good news tonight for the Democrats. Good news in tonight's elections. And yeah, the chances of Darlene putting her foot in her mouth between now and November 3rd are pretty high. So she's bound to say another stupid thing and get Republicans in trouble. Now, do I think we have a chance of winning South Carolina's Senate seat? Probably not. We have a decent candidate in a pediatrician named Annie Andrews. She's solid, but it's South Carolina. That being said, I think Darlene Graham has a negative impact on Republicans outside of South Carolina, just like I mentioned Herschel Walker in 2022. That's the same year Trump endorsed a bunch of bad candidates, and Republicans end up losing a seat in the Senate, which is almost unheard of in president's first midterms. The party in the White House usually gets their teeth kicked in, but Biden did quite well. We still lost the House in 2022, but barely. And we gained a seat in the Senate with Fetterman flipping that seat in Pennsylvania. So Darlene Graham will drag down Republican candidates across the board. Poor candidate quality for the Republicans here. Okay, back to Emma. All right, Emma, tell us what's up.
It should be, I think, important, or a teachable moment for people about what Zionism is really about as a white supremacist ideology that has been tied into an ancient religion that should have nothing to do with it, and has put so many Jews on the front lines of hatred in a failed attempt for reparations for the Holocaust, where nobody who really perpetuated it saw much outside of some select few who paid for their crimes of Nazis. Many of them fled to other countries with the help of Western governments too. And
reparations. That's a wild way to describe the formation of Israel, as reparations to the Jewish people. That's not what it was. Israel was a refuge. It was a safe place as Jews were threatened all over the world and didn't feel safe. They had nowhere else to go. To call that reparations is crazy. Like, that wasn't a gift to the people, to the Jews, as an apology to make up for the wrongs. That was their only place to go, man. Like, being a Jew in the early 20th century anywhere in the world was not safe, man. Like, this is crazy, dude.
In European governments, the people that bore the brunt of the Holocaust were the Palestinians.
That is nasty right there. That is just nasty. Damn. These people are entering a world, a bad world, where it's not going to end well.
Drummond has more name recognition and is also second cousin to the pioneer woman Ree Drummond. Drummond family is old ranching wealth in Oklahoma.
And he voted for Obama.
You helped elevate my coolness at a fantasy football party on Saturday, because someone was singing Pretty Fly for a White Guy, and I got to make a whole presentation about you and how we're friends.
Nice. I'm glad I got you some points. Thank you for the $10. And thank you for the $5, Scotty. Hell yeah. I like to hear that. Wow. These guys are on another level right now. Let me hear that line again from Emma. That was poetry right there.
Other countries with the help of Western governments too, and European governments. The people that bore the brunt of the Holocaust were the Palestinians.
Beach blonde, bad built, butch
Damn.
A what now?
Bleach blonde, bad built, butch body. Baby girl. Bleach blonde, bad built, butch body.
A what now?
Bleach blonde, bad built, butch body. Baby girl. Bad built, bad built body.
Bad built.
Bad butch body. Bleach blonde, bad butch body. Bad bleach blonde, bad butch body.
Question mark. That's nothing in comparison to the 2001 hit movie Rat Race.
True. Yeller is actually right. That's my true claim to fame. My small role opposite Whoopi Goldberg in the 2001 hit Rat Race. Thank you, Yeller, for the big $100 super chat. You're crazy, bro. Hell yeah. Thank you, guys. Appreciate the support. That's awesome. Wow. Well, I think that Emma and the Hasans of the world are headed down a bad path that doesn't end well for them at all. This is entering cancellation territory. I mean, how do you go down this road? Like they think what they're doing is going to lead to something good for the Palestinian cause and somehow hurt Israel. All you're doing is building sympathy for Jews, which is going to lead to sympathy for Israel. And it takes away from your argument. They are hurting their cause. They had Israel on the ropes here with Israel's reputation in the gutter the last couple of years due to the actions of the insane Netanyahu government. And they're just throwing a lifeline to Israel with statements like this. I mean, you're going to get people who normally would say, yeah, Israel man bad, to say, you know what? That's pretty ridiculous to say that Palestinians are the real victims of the Holocaust. That's you're going to get people who would normally support you to have to speak out against you, just like Hasan is experiencing now. That's crazy, man. I don't think that they hurt their cause. Their cause is anti-Semitism. No, this will get some people who normally would take her side to say, hey, you're being ridiculous. I bet you she puts out a clarification in the next 24 hours to this. She speaks on it and says, what I meant. Damn, we don't even have to do anything. These people are just destroying themselves now. Hasan and her, like these people, they can't help it. They've gone down this weird path where there's no turning back. They can't clean this up, right? Like you got to just keep moving forward. And they're losing allies because when all those Democrats came out over the last 24 hours,
What it is?
It's kind of tough for them to hold on to the support that they have.
Before I go, give me your 2028 ticket.
Nothing has changed for me. I mean, obviously Ossoff is, I think, in the lead right now with his popularity. The guy's plus 13 in that Fox News poll, and his fundraising is crazy. So he's on to something. But, you know, it depends what the issues are 2 years from now. If we're still at war with Iran, then somebody like Mark Kelly or Pete Buttigieg with military experience may resonate with people. If the economy's in shambles because of AI and inflation, then some business-minded person would be a good pick. Maybe somebody like J.B. Pritzker. It just depends. If corruption is the big story, then somebody with a prosecutor background like Kamala or, I don't know, someone else who worked in law enforcement in some capacity could rise to the top. So it's impossible for me to even guess right now. What about Biden? Hunter Biden? No, Hunter Biden's not a serious candidate. What is this clip that you sent me? Is this timestamp? Scott Wiener's Gaza pivot is disgusting. This is where he calls him homo fascist or whatever.
Now they meant Joe. He's technically still eligible.
I don't think Joe Biden will be walking this earth come the year 2028. I hate to say it, but it doesn't sound like he's doing so hot. But I mean, I don't think we have a lot of time left with our dear, wonderful, beloved ex-president. What am I supposed to watch here? I don't know. I think this is the one where Hasan tells a Jew he needs to support Hamas. It just gets worse every time. I'm here for this. I am one of the OG Hasan haters. I have been fighting the Hasan fight for years with very few people around me. And it is just wonderful to see the parade of people with pitchforks that are now screaming at him. Like, I feel like I'm a proud father. I can just step back and let the people deal with this. It's wonderful. 27-16. Okay.
To get kicked out of here, bro. Leave, dog. Hey, winner. Leave, bro. You know what it is.
I don't think people are owed rehabilitation in politics, and I also don't trust Scott, and I don't want him to win because of his pro-Israel advocacy, but is there anything someone with his past could do to gain trust and not have this kind of thing happen? He called out the genocide and demanded an end to aid. Is it just cook no matter what / Jen? I think the extent of your advocacy for Israel has to match your extent of advocacy for Palestine and Palestinians. And it's never going to happen, but the equivalent would literally be for him to be pro-Hamas, okay? If you're pro-Israel during the genocide, you have to be pro-Hamas when you're anti-genocide. If you...
We'll be seeing that in a Republican ad soon, I'm sure. All right.
I bet Sam definitely didn't like when she said that.
I think Sam should fire her dumbass for that, but I'm sure he'll give her a promotion. Sam is so cucked now. Sam loves that stuff, I'm sure. A lot of people showing their ass right now. A lot of people showing their ass. Omni V, thank you for the resub on Kick. Appreciate that, man.
Did you accomplish anything specific during this meeting with Kushner?
No, it was just a high-level, topical conversation, particularly focused on affordability, as well as the housing bill that was recently passed and enacted into law as a foundation for the type of thing that perhaps can be built upon moving forward. By the way, that housing affordability bill that ultimately became law, notwithstanding the president's refusal to sign it, was driven by the strong leadership of Maxine Waters on the House side and Senator Elizabeth Warren on the Senate side of the Capitol, because Democrats are committed to getting things done whenever and wherever possible. At the same period of time, as I've mentioned, nobody's getting a pass because we're determined to make sure, beginning on day one, that we hold every single member of the Trump cartel accountable, beginning on day one.
So people, I guess, are criticizing Hakeem for taking this meeting, saying it makes him look weak, or assuming that he won't be hard on the Trump administration because he met with Jared Kushner. I mean, this kind of stuff happens all the time, I'm sure, where people meet. I mean, I remember when the speaker vote was going on for 5 days with the Republicans in January 2023, there was a shot on the House floor of
and
AOC.
he voted for Obama.
Had a friend trash a Jewish coworker for being excited about his son's sponsored trip to Israel, called Zionists people who want to kill Palestinians. Wild, so many spaces have become so anti-Semitic.
Yeah, like you can't say anything about the state of Israel without people screaming at you like you support what the actions of a government are doing, right? It'd be like not being able to say anything nice about America or travel to America or something. It's crazy. Like, Israel is a country of 10 million people. A lot of people don't even know, like, they're not even involved in that, don't care. Like, it's just crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. Like you can't even talk about Israel. People just get upset, you know? Thank you for the $10. I appreciate it. Like, even if you just wear a Star of David out there as like a Jew, you're going to probably feel uncomfortable, and people maybe even, I don't know, you could be confronted. I mean, it's just like you can't even do anything. It's gotten too out of control. That's why you're seeing all these leaders come forward and say enough's enough. But my point was, in January 2023, there was a shot C-SPAN showed of AOC sitting next to Matt Gaetz and talking. And I'm sure people would say, you know, why would you ever talk to Matt Gaetz? The guy's a pedophile. The guy's a Trump stooge. The guy is against democracy. He's one of the worst Republicans that we've ever elected. And yet AOC was sitting next to him talking. And they even, I believe, were discussing at one point some legislation to ban stock
I'm willing
trading.
to bet that the secret meeting was Kushner looking for an out. I reckon we might get more dirt on Trump officials from him in exchange for some protection.
I don't know about that. What protection could the legislative branch provide? You know, like the punishment mechanisms are in the executive branch. Trump can just pardon Jared and he's good for life. But maybe, I don't know. You set up bot that sit in chats and try and argue with people who don't like you? What are you talking about, man? What is happening, dude? You're just eliminated from even adding me. Don't at me, idiot. I don't care. What is even happening in my channels? Guys, I want to put this is not a safe space, okay? If you are mentally unwell or your feet don't touch the floor when you sit in a chair, I will delete you. I don't give a shit. I don't have time or give a goddamn what you have to say. I couldn't care less. This is a place for normal people to talk who like the Democrats. If that's not you, leave. I don't care about your one view. I couldn't give a shit less. I'm here to hang out with people that see things the way I do and want to have conversations. If you're the one guy who wants to argue with me or can't get along in an internet chat room, then you need to go see a doctor and figure out what happened, man, and deal with it. I don't give a shit if you're out of spoons for the day and all you can do is sit in my chat room. I'm not here to help you. I don't care. This is a normal space. So if you at me or you're just being weird in the chat, I'm just going to delete you. And I don't care. You know how many people email me and like send me messages? Hey man, I got banned. Like, I'm sorry. Can I get unbanned? No, dickhead. Take this as a lesson in life that don't do it again. Why should I unban you? I don't give a shit. You wasted my time. You wasted everyone's time. You're an embarrassment to not only this chat, but probably your parents as well. And grow up, man. So anyways, I couldn't care less what's going on. You're going to get deleted if you step out of line, okay? Don't care. And you're just bothering other people in chat, you know? Go eat raisins off the ground somewhere else, okay? We don't care. Take the ban as a sign. Yeah, take it as a wake-up call, man. Like, I can't even function in an internet chat room. What has my life become, you know? My God, man. Some of you guys, 99% of you are totally normal, but there's a couple of you that somehow stumbled in here, and I think your parents are looking for you or something, man. Get the help you need. I don't even know what I was talking about. Oh, anyways, my point is, like, would the same people who are crying about Hakeem Jeffries meeting with Jared Kushner, would they complain about AOC talking to Matt Gaetz about legislation? No. Those people, they're not upset about Mamdani meeting with Trump. You guys have heard the argument already, and they claim that's different for some reason. It's actually worse that Mamdani would meet with Trump. They don't work in the same building. You know what I mean? At least Hakeem Jeffries works on the federal level in a branch of government that has to directly interact with the executive branch on a regular basis. Mamdani, I think, is excusable as well because the federal government's involved in funding and projects and regulation that is important in New York City. So it's important that mayors of big cities have relationships with the president and other branches of government. So just like it was okay for Mamdani, I think it's just fine for Hakeem to be meeting with people that you may find disgusting and monsters. Like, they still have to work together, man. Like, the American people elected these monsters to that position, the Trumps of the world. And are we supposed to just sit here for 2 years and do nothing and let people not be able to afford insurance, health insurance?
Also, Saeed gave the exact same answer as Newsom a la Transports. Zero backlash from the lefties.
Damn. I haven't heard that one. Yeah, I mean, you can find numerous examples of leftist heroes taking the same position as people like Hakeem and not getting any flack for it. But Hakeem is right. Like, are the Democrats just supposed to fight the Trump administration every step of the way for the next 2 years and avoid any opportunity to make life better for people? I would say no. If there's an opportunity to pass some legislation to improve the lives of Americans, they should do it. Absolutely, they should do it. That would be something like the enhanced ACA subsidies that allowed 20 million more people to afford their health insurance. Why would you not pass that? And that's an 80-20 issue. And in the end, with the discharge petition, the Democrats in the House, which was forced by the Democrats in the House, they were able to get like 17 or 18 Republicans to sign on to that bill in the end in the House. So if anyone out there thinks we shouldn't pass the enhanced ACA subsidies in the next 2 years because it'll give Trump a win, then you've lost the plot, man. Like, you're thinking about this all wrong, man.
Beginning on day one, you mean if the Democrats become the majority in the House of Representatives?
Has a private citizen ever done business for the government before, like Kushner? Kushner is not a private citizen. Kushner is a special advisor to Donald Trump. He's in charge of our negotiations with Iran. Do you think that's just some random private citizen? The guy who's one of the leading people negotiating with Iran, the country we're at war with? No way. He also is in charge of Trump's entire Middle East policy. He's the guy who goes there and talks to everybody. He is Trump's right-hand man. He is not just some private rando.
And you potentially could be the speaker.
Beginning on day one.
When beginning on day one, you mean if the Democrats become the majority in the House of Representatives and you potentially could be the speaker. Is that what you're suggesting on day one of that event? You will begin to hold everyone in the Trump cartel, your words, accountable?
So I think it's very easy for Hakeem to say yes. Anyone who has committed a crime, who is corrupt, we will prosecute. But in the meantime, there are people we can work with in there too. I mean, to think that there's no one we can work with, there's nothing we can do. I mean, you have to work with imperfect people as well in life. Hello, what's going on here?
Well, what I'm suggesting is that if folks have been shortchanging the American people, screwing over the American people, or stealing from the American people, yes, our commitment very publicly is that we're going to hold the crooks accountable. We're going to follow the facts, we're going to apply the law, and we're going to be guided by the Constitution. Now, that work is going to be led by Jamie Raskin and House Committee Democrats on the Judiciary Committee, as well as Robert Garcia, who's also doing a tremendous job, and Democrats on the Oversight Committee. But let's be clear about something. Our commitment to the American people has been, we're going to fight to make life more affordable. We recognize that the cost of living is out of control, and we need to lower the cost of groceries, lower the cost of gas, lower the cost of housing. We're also going to fight to make health care affordable for every single American, because we recognize that in this great country, access to high quality, affordable health care can't simply be a privilege available only to the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. It's got to be a right available to everyone. That's a principle that unites Democrats all across the ideological spectrum.
They have to do it, man. This is what they're being sent to Congress to do. If you think about it, why are people voting for Democrats? Is it because of Trump? That's part of it. But I would say the biggest reason why people are going to go out and vote in November is the economy. Most people don't sit around and watch politics like we do and follow all the ups and downs of what's going on. They just know that they're getting their ass kicked at the gas pump, at the grocery store, with their health insurance bill, with their housing costs, and they are pissed. So they're going to go vote to make life more affordable. So the Democrats can't just go after Trump for 2 years and fight him tooth and nail. They have to fight on behalf of the American people who sent them there to lower costs. So that means taking a meeting with Trump officials. That means there's going to be plenty of things the Democrats do over the next 2 years if they win the House and maybe even the Senate that are going to piss people off. Like, why are you talking to those people? Why are you giving them a win? Why are you doing this? Well, that's their job, is to make life more affordable. And Trump is the president. You can't just work with the other president, the other executive branch for 2 years. You got to work with what's in front of you.
Do you have any plans, at least right now, to start meeting with the White House Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, or even President Trump himself before the midterm elections in November?
Well, that depends on what legislative business may be in front of us as it relates to the things that need to be done for the American people prior to the midterms. I haven't frequently engaged with Susie Wiles, though we'll see what happens as we move forward in that regard. And of course, Leader Schumer and myself had one high-profile meeting with President Trump in the Oval Office in advance of the 43-day government shutdown, which, by the way, occurred because Democrats have made clear we're not going to support partisan Republican spending bills in that instance that gutted the health care of the American people. And we're going to continue to battle them on tariffs as we've done, battle them on Medicaid, battle them on the Affordable Care Act, battle them on Epstein, battle them on ICE funding, battle them on the reckless and costly war of choice in the Middle East, and of course, battle them on the unprecedented corruption that has been unleashed on everyday Americans. But as I travel the country, Wolf, I also know that the American people want us in Washington to solve problems. And I'm not simply here to make a point, but I'm also here to make a difference. And we have a commitment to the American people to make a difference in their lives. So
that's a good line right there. People give Jeffrey so much shit, saying he's got no riz, he's got no charisma, he sucks. Listen to lines like that, man. I'm not here to make a point. I'm here to make life better for people, man. Like, I don't know. People have a weird idea of Jeffries, but he is really liked and supported by the Democrats in the House.
Trump has to sign Hakim's bills into law.
Well, I mean, he doesn't have to, but if they can get them passed in the Senate and on Trump's desk, then, I mean, that'd be great.
So that they can live an affordable life, a comfortable life, and live a good life.
Let me hear that line again.
And we have a commitment to the American people to make a difference in their lives. I'm not simply here to make a point, but I'm also here to make a difference.
That should be a clip right there. I'm not here to make a point, right? Like, this isn't about Trump man bad. This isn't orange man bad. I'm here to make a difference. And I'll work with anybody. I think this is what the American people are looking for right now, right? Like, they're not willing to sit on their hands for 2 years. Maybe during Trump's first administration, things weren't as bad, right? The economy was fine. People weren't struggling as much. But now this is a whole new ball game with these tariffs, with inflation staying elevated, with the interest rates being high, with the only industries doing well in the economy is healthcare and AI. If AI collapses, we are in a lot of trouble, and people are struggling, man. And it's like, we can't sit around for 2 years and do nothing. And if there's opportunity to improve people's lives, that's what these guys took this job for. It's not just to win elections and to shut Trump down. The end goal is to improve people's lives.
And we have a commitment to the American people to make a difference in their lives so that they can live an affordable life, a comfortable life, and live a good life, which we know what that should look like. It's a good paying job, good housing, good health care, good education for your children, and when it's all said and done, a good retirement.
I know you've argued that Democrats can indeed address the issue of affordability, that crisis that's unfolding.
What legislation do you think Trump would sign that could be beneficial? I've given one. I said it 5 times already. All right, you're annoying, dude. Get out of here. Not even going to waste my time. Again, this is a channel for cheerleading the Democrats. If that's not you, then just leave. Nobody gives a shit. Nobody cares. But I'll say it now that you're silenced and unable to say the stupid things that come into your head, unfortunately. The enhanced ACA subsidies. This is an 80-20 issue. Marjorie Taylor Greene said it was the #1 complaint from her constituents that the enhanced ACA subsidies were expiring. Something like that would be huge. That would help Trump. A lot of people who signed up for the enhanced ACA subsidies in the final years were in red states like Texas and Florida. It's not just a bunch of libs that were signing up for the ACA. It was a lot of conservatives. So that would be huge. And these scumbag Republicans who control the House and the Senate refused to bring that bill to the floor, even though the Democrats forced it to the floor in the House and through a discharge petition, which almost never happens, and still got like 18 Republicans to vote for it. So something like that is a great example of something that they could get Trump on board with if they're in charge.
And take on President Trump's tariffs while simultaneously conducting oversight of this Trump administration. Let's watch what you said in a video posted on social media just yesterday. Listen to this.
Boy, I sure hate Democrats. I hate them so much.
Yeah, listen, anytime you guys are attacking Hakeem and Democrats, you're helping the Republicans. There's this weird thing on the left that we think we're helping by criticizing and complaining. You're just in bitch mode. You're just helping the Republicans win. You're not helping.
Trump is good at claiming credit for Dem projects.
Sure, but we can be better at claiming credit, right? Like that was one of Biden's shortcomings, was he wasn't good at selling things. He wasn't good at taking credit. So anytime you guys are mocking the Democrats or you're saying they suck, you're helping the Republicans. Like, this sounds so stupid, but people were making fun of Hakeem and his hat and his shirt here. If you do that, you're helping the Republicans. So you can do it if you want. Go ahead. Make fun of our most powerful Democrat in Congress who's going to be the next speaker. Go ahead. What value is there in doing that? What do you think you're accomplishing? Like, what do you think comes from that in the end? Do you think it's innocent? Do you think it doesn't hurt anything? Of course it does. It hurts us. So please, I challenge people to, like, even little things. It all starts with us. And we need way more cheerleaders for the Democrats than this like weird critics who think they're helping all the time. Like, I'm just trying to help by telling them how terrible they are all the time. Really? Is that good? Go tell your girlfriend all the negative things you think. Go ahead and tell your girlfriend every time she does something negative and it comes into your head. See how that goes.
No one is going to get a pass. We're going to hold every single member of the Trump cartel accountable, beginning on day one.
And this is what they want to make fun of. Here's the thing, too. I don't know why people think the leader of the Democrats in the House needs to be some sort of amazing, charismatic figure. The Republicans have Mike Johnson. They have John Thune in the Senate. Like, this is a job within an organization, and every Democrat votes for him. He obviously is doing something well. Every single Democrat has voted for him to be the leader multiple times. There's no defectors. There's nobody else offering themselves as leader. He has the confidence of everybody from AOC to Jared Golden. This is who our leaders think is the best for this job. And yet people want him to do like all these things. They want him to be amazing on TV. They want him to be Pete Buttigieg on Fox News. They want him to be as good looking and as cool as John Ossoff. Like, people can play different roles, right? Like, he doesn't have to be the Democratic Party's cheerleader. He has to be a good leader of the Democratic caucus in the House. And he's obviously done a good job with that because they keep voting for him. But it's so funny, all the armchair quarterbacks who think that he's not doing a good job and he sucks. A lot of these people have no idea how our government works. There's jack shit you can do from the minority. Elections have consequences in this country. And there's a reason it's by design that you're not able to get in the way of the people that won. That's how we design the system.
So what exactly does it mean, and what do you suggest it means when you use the phrase Trump cartel?
As stupid as it sounds, a lot of people probably don't like Hakeem and don't think he's a fighter because his voice is monotone and isn't angry enough.
I agree, but it's like, what do people want from this guy? I remember I read a story a while ago about relationships like are really hard now because you want your partner to be sexy and a good mother and a good good at doing household stuff, and like guys want women to play every single role, and women want guys to play every single role. Whereas years ago, we grew up in communities where like the grandma was part of life and took care of the kids and everybody played a role. But nowadays we don't have community like that. And so we're like, we demand our partner play every single role in our lives. And it's same thing with him.
Remember, Mike has a small Johnson's only qualification for being speaker is he is so milquetoast that he could get elected by a divided GOP. Kelly.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing special about Mike Johnson, but my whole point is that people have weird expectations for Hakeem as if the Democratic leader in the House needs to be some sort of Riz God who is just doing things he can't do from the minority. I don't get it. Like, number one, during the shutdown fights, the House never broke. The House never wavered. They all stuck together. It was the Senate that ran into problems where 8 Democratic senators broke off. Well, it really was 7 plus Angus King, the independent. But Hakeem kept the caucus together in lockstep. And what more do you want? You know, it's like so many people just have no clue how our government works. And then they're screaming at Hakeem like he sucks. I would love to hear from them what his job is. What are his responsibilities? What do you think that the minority leader does in the House? Because they have no idea. And yet they're screaming that he's doing a bad job because they don't like his presence on TV. I don't give a shit about his presence on TV. I care about how he does the job, not how he convinces people on TV. He's obviously doing a great job because every single one of our elected officials keep voting for him, and there's no one trying to take his job.
Well, listen, Donald Trump has conducted himself like an organized crime boss. These people have unleashed unprecedented corruption on the American people. And here's our problem with that if you got people in high office that are so focused on enriching themselves, their family members, their friends, and their donors, then they're not focused on actually making life better for the American people. And so our commitment to combating corruption and to holding the crooks accountable beginning on day one is a commitment actually to make sure that we've got people in government focused on doing the things necessary to address the affordability crisis, to make sure that health care is affordable for every single American, to fix our broken immigration system, to restore the damage that's been done to voting rights in the United States of America, including by passing the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, and of course, to ending this reckless and costly war of choice in the Middle East, which, by the way, has skyrocketed gas prices on everyday Americans, while at the same time putting Iran in a stronger position. So there's a lot of challenges that we'll continue to confront as House Democrats through the balance of this Congress and, of course, into the next Congress.
I mean, that's the job right there. Make life better for Americans, not hold Trump accountable, not make Republicans lose. It's about making life better, man. People forget what the whole point of all this is in the end. We can't wait 2 years to make health insurance more affordable. We can't wait 2 years to bring down gas prices. We can't wait 2 years to help people afford homes. People, They will not accept that. They will not accept that. And that's the big part of the job. Trump is a freak aberration. You know, this is just a crazy season of our country's history. But the goal is to work together and solve problems, man. That's the main goal. That's 90% of the job. This other stuff is just bullshit because a criminal got in there by abusing people's trust. And they can take care of that. Trust me. They can walk and chew gum at the same time. But it's wild to me how many people freaked out about him doing his job and meeting with the other side. Don't forget the left's golden boy, Mamdani, supports Jeffries. Yeah, Mamdani said just yesterday that he still supports Hakeem Jeffries for speaker as leader. And Brad Lander, one of Mamdani's 3 endorsed candidates in the June primaries in New York, instantly endorsed Hakeem Jeffries. Like, there's a lot of confidence in this guy. And that Brad Lander guy is super far left. He's not DSA, but he's like, he's saying everything those lefties want to hear. And Mamdani endorsed him. And the day after he won, he said he's totally behind Jeffries. So if maybe those people know something, right?
Become the leader, the Democrats become the majority in the House. Are you open to pursuing impeachment of President Trump, or are you ruling that out?
Well, we've made clear we haven't ruled anything in, and we haven't ruled anything out. And certainly, as I've indicated, Jamie Raskin and House Judiciary Committee Democrats, I was a proud member of the House Judiciary Committee for 10 years, as well as Robert Garcia, and Democrats on the Oversight Committee are going to take the lead. And as we've done in the past, whenever there have been moments of accountability that we've had to lead on, we are guided by 3 principles: follow the facts, apply the law, and be guided by the United States Constitution.
On another important issue,
the real question is, what do we impeach him over? There's going to be 100 things. I think that you got to find something topical. Let's not go for the $400 million jet from Qatar or something like that. That's too old. It's got to be like the stock trading. It's got to be like hiding the Epstein files or something that people can resonate with, that resonates with people right now. So hopefully they won't just pick on something from January 2025. But I asked Dan Goldman this last time I talked to him on stream. I was like, how do you even begin to pick what to impeach him for? You could do 40 things on day one. And he said they'll probably get down to like 3 or 4, and then they'll investigate. And if it gets to that point, they'll move forward with impeachment. But that's not what they're just going to start with. But I think the stock trading, the insider trading, is one of the best ones, because that is something that crosses party lines and pisses everybody off. And if they can reveal that people within the administration were making hundreds of millions of dollars and cheating, I think that can move the needle substantially. And that's going to be a tough one for Trump to try to get all partisan on. That's just one of those things that pisses everybody off.
Leader Jeffries, you issued a statement yesterday slamming what you called the malicious claim that American Jews are inviting violence against themselves as, quote, dangerous and anti-Semitic. Was that in reference to far-left influencer Hasan Piker and his recent very controversial comments?
Yes, those comments were dangerous, malicious, and anti-Semitic, and should not be tolerated by anyone in the public square. What we've seen is a startling rise of hate crimes all across the United States of America, but particularly in this moment directed against our Jewish brothers and sisters. And everybody, regardless of ideological perspective, should be willing to denounce this rise of anti-Semitic rhetoric, hate crimes, and bigotry, and actually try to move us to a society where we embrace everyone, even where there are differences on issues, be they foreign or domestic. The notion that people should be targeted because of their religious beliefs or ethnicity or race, whatever the case may be, that's fundamentally inconsistent with who we are in this country.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, Hasan done fucked up now, dude. He done fucked up because nobody's
Are they
coming
able
to
to
his
just
defense.
flood the airwaves with commercials to garner public support for impeachment? Wouldn't that be a way to convince people, or are there laws against this? Also, Lamau Larper Hasan embarrassing.
No, the Democrats just need to do investigations and things will reveal themselves. And then if they decide to impeach, then they impeach. But I mean, you're not going to have the votes in the Senate to convict. So you really got to decide what you want to spend time on, right? Like, Hasan has nobody defending him except a bunch of dumb influencers who are going down on the ship with him. When you've got people like Hakeem Jeffries, who is the most powerful Democrat, I would argue, in the nation, calling you out and labeling you an anti-Semite, you're fucked. It's over, dude. There's no coming back from that. Like, all these senators are coming out and blasting him, and he's just got the label as anti-Semite. And a lot of people look up to those senators and listen to them and respect what they say. And it's just, if so many people are coming out calling you an anti-Semite, then you are an anti-Semite, you know? It's going to be interesting to see what happens moving forward. He's the poster child of anti-Semitism now, and he's got no one to blame but himself. Like, he has handled this so poorly, and I think it's only a matter of time before El Sayed throws his ass under the bus now. I don't know if El Sayed can continue to keep him around. And even, I mean, because look at the statement that came out yesterday from El Sayed. He basically attacked Hasan. He referenced Jeremy Moss, the guy Hasan was talking about, and he said that he basically validated that was not right and it was anti-Semitic. He didn't name Hasan or whatever. I mean, well, he didn't like completely denounce him or anything, but he basically confirmed that what Hasan said was bad and it wasn't good enough, and everyone got mad. And so I just think the pressure's on. Like, how can you hang out with this guy, you know? How can you be around him when not everyone, but so many people think he's anti-Semitic and a bigot now? And how can you convince people otherwise? I think it comes down to the people that are calling you a name and the people that are pushing back. And there's no senators, there's no representatives of, I haven't even seen his allies like Ilhan Omar or Rashida Tlaib come to his defense. And so who's defending him? I mean, everybody is just on one side here. Like, he's completely fucked. Boy, we got a lot of stupid in the chat today, man. I'm happy to take me out of your lives. Trust me, if you don't have the mental health to do it, I can remove you. I don't care. Hold on, let me see what's going on here. They both the same. Oh, okay, yeah, you're out of here. You just come in here and spam every day some dumb shit, so get out of here.
Hasan Piker's clout among Democrats, though, particularly some younger Democratic voters, seems to be growing. We saw, for example, his prominence in the Michigan Senate Democratic primary. So why not call him out by name in your statement if you feel so passionately about this issue?
I've just addressed Hasan Piker's comments as it relates to the Jewish community as forcefully as I can, and I will continue to do that.
Nice drama farming old man. Wolf Blitzer here. Stunned. No idea how to respond to that. Why didn't you name him? Why didn't you say his name? I just did on national television, dude. Why didn't you do it before?
The shock collars are working overtime this week.
Yeah.
Yes, but in your original statement, he was not addressed by name. That's why I was raising the question. Leader Jeffries, you want to give me a final thought?
It's called no free clout, Wolf. No free clout, as Hasan, anti-Semite of the year, Piker would say. No free clout, Wolf.
Before I let you go, and we're grateful to you for joining us.
Well, there are 70 days until the midterm elections, and we're either going to move the country forward or we're going to turn back the clock. And Donald Trump's administration has been a disaster for the American people. That is clear. And we have an opportunity to take back control of the House and the United States Senate so we can begin the process of ending this national nightmare. And look, our commitment as Democrats is going to be to fight every day, every week, every month to actually address the problems that matter here in this country while pushing back against the extremism that has been unleashed on the American people. That's unprecedented in nature and needs to end.
And a final thought, will the Democrats be the majority in the House and the Senate?
We have a good chance of taking back both the House and the Senate, but we got 70 days, and we've got to knock on every door. We've got to encourage everybody to vote, and we're going to make sure that, notwithstanding the Supreme Court's efforts, that it's going to be the American people who decide who's in the Congress after November 3rd.
Leader Jeffries, thanks once again for joining us. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Feel like something big is in the works, man. Yep, full speed ahead. I agree. Like, everything is falling into place. Like, even tonight with Darlene Graham winning, another piece of the puzzle. This is a terrible candidate to be on the ballot in November that will drag Republican candidates down across the nation, along with Ken Paxton. So the pieces just continue to fall into place. Somebody said, check the Oklahoma results. Looks like Trump-endorsed Mike Mazzei is still in the lead. They're not calling it, though. Look at the difference. Out of 371,000 votes, it's a difference of basically 2,000 votes. Bad sign for the Republicans. Look at the division. Trump came in and endorsed a candidate. It's a 1v1, and half the people voted for the other guy in a ruby red state. Not a good sign. Not a good sign. Okay, I got to use the restroom. I'll be right back. I don't know how much longer we'll stay on. It's kind of late, but let me put this on for a second.
And remember, it's about voter integrity. We want to have honest voting in our country, because if you don't have honest voting, you can't have really a nation, if you want to know the truth.
And it was challenged, though the court saying yesterday those challenges came too early. And we are sitting here today, 10 weeks from Election Day 2026. Taking your phone calls, this is Robin in Cleveland, Tennessee, Democrat. Robin, go ahead.
Hey, I'd like to say that MAGA is truly the white ignorance party, because we never had a problem with voting until Donald Trump became president. He only has a positive rating in 3 states in the whole nation. So you mean to tell me he knows that he's going to lose the election? And it's going to be a certain group of Republicans that are going to go along with him trying to steal the election. And right after I hang up, it'll be another conservative, evangelical, lying Christian.
All right, that's Robin. This is John in Kalamazoo, Michigan, independent. John, go ahead.
Yeah, this is a Judeo-Christian guy from Kalamazoo, Michigan, independent. I'm one of the guys who won't be allowed to vote, basically. I am an orphan.
Hold off on the language. Richard in St. Albans, West Virginia, Republican. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning. I thought you had a button for that kind of stuff. A couple of things. When they started changing all the election rules, making mail-in voting much easier, in fact, basically unsupervised, in my opinion. The minute I heard they were doing that, I thought, well, the Democrats are going to try to steal this election.
And Richard, if you could speak a little bit more into your phone, it'd be easier to hear you. But you say when they changed the voting rules, are you talking about the changes around the time of COVID?
Yes.
And that's when you started to have a more concern about the integrity of the elections?
Can you hear me better now?
I can.
Good. No, my concern, I thought when I heard that, I said the Democrats are going to try to steal the election. And as far as I'm concerned, I've pretty much been proven right. I'm not saying they absolutely so that. I'm saying that there were loads of voting irregularities that weren't being able to be reviewed by the courts. And since then, there have been reviews in several states that have found that the voting laws were broken. And I truly believe that it happened. The second thing I want to point out real quickly, one of the most inspiring events in my lifetime has been when they had their first vote in Iraq. And these people risked their lives to go to the polls. You remember I think they painted their thumbs blue or something like that.
It was a thumbprint was sort of part of their signature on the ballot, as I recall.
Yeah, but it marked them as having voted. And there was a lot of danger in voting in that election. And yet people went out and did it very bravely. So here in the United States, all of a sudden we have to coddle, and Democratic Party is the party of coddling people. And we have to coddle voters and say, you can vote anytime for 30 days, 60 days, 90 days before what used to be an election. And we'll just send you a letter and let other people take it in for you. There's all kinds of opportunities for cheating. So while I have, I won't go.
This dumbass, what are you even talking about, man? Remember Kash Patel said some big announcement was coming regarding the 2020 election? That was months ago. Jack shit has happened. They were cooking something up in Florida with some attorney. Nothing came out of that. Trump gave his dumb speech to the nation about China trying to mess with our 2020 election. Nobody gave a shit. Give it up, man.
Too long, but I have a concern about, from a federalism point of view, about Trump, how elections should be. I think the things I've said are valid concerns, and no, the elections are not.
Obama.
I still want to know where all these voter fraud cases are. According to the Heritage Foundation, there have been 1,619 cases since 1982, in over 40 years.
Yeah, probably 80% of them are Republicans. Like the lady in California who registered her dog to vote and actually cast a ballot in the recall election. That's the voter fraud. Every time, it's always Republicans. Then they'll point to the New Jersey revelation from a couple weeks ago, right? Or maybe a couple months ago now, where they identified a couple thousand people that were erroneously registered to vote, and even a couple hundred who voted. See, there it is. See? Oh, okay. Someone stole this guy's stapler. It's an old meme, but I'll allow it.
Opinion trustworthy. It's not Trump's fault.
So, Richard, you don't think what the president is doing here steps on the constitutional mandate that states
Patel
run
too busy
their own
throwing back
elections?
kegs and traveling with his country star GF to worry about 2020. Come on. Now, priorities.
Yep. He's going to be a star one day.
That's what I said. I have concerns about the federalism of it. I haven't, quite frankly, I just heard about it this morning, and I haven't given it enough thought. But I'm from a federalism standpoint, I'm not sure that the president should be dictating elections, but it was all this change and all this ramping up of mail-in voting and all that stuff.
The only interesting primary left is Massachusetts Dem Senate next week. Really hoping Markey defeats Moulton easily.
Yep. September 1st, right? Yep. We'll be watching. I just looked it up. April 19th, okay? This is 4 months ago. April 19th. FBI Director Kash Patel said that his agency will soon make arrests, maybe this week, in connection to the 2020 presidential election, which he claims was rigged. He said it on Maria Bartiromo's show on Sunday morning. I must have missed those arrests. I didn't catch that. Did you guys see that? I never saw any arrests, so I don't know. These people just say anything, man. They'll just say anything. There's some big arrests coming soon. You'll see. 2 weeks coming. All right, let me check in with the shows here. Or the mainstream media YouTube channel. See what happened here. Are Democrats having a Tea Party moment? Charles Barkley slams WNBA. Okay. Grave warnings issued after El Sayed's heated interview. Ooh. Lifelong Dem calls for party to cut ties with Hasan Piker. Wow. Con man, El Sayed torch for trying to distance himself from Hasan Piker. And as a day one hater of Hasan, this is my Super Bowl, man. I'm just having the time of my life watching him get dragged all across America. Hold on, Hasan. The ride's about to get bumpy, buddy. You got this, though. Don't worry. Jesse Waters, I don't trust him. Abdul El Sayed is desperate. All right. 50 videos about Dolly Parton. Lunacy. Dems urge to distance from far left influencer. Spike the ball. And there's nothing for me to do. It's in God's hands now. Nothing new over here. Do I dare? Do I torture myself with this CNN roundtable? I don't know. Is there anything else I should watch here, guys? Let me check in with MSDNC. Breaking. Trump-backed Darlene wins. Yeah. And 1,000 videos about Dolly Parton. All right. Queen is down. Don't you understand that Kyle said if you punch left in this moment, you're a diet MAGA? So being a Hasan hater is really just a fascist action, yeah. I hope Kyle goes down with the other anti-Semites too, man. They're all just one big group now. Fox hosts picked the wrong Democrat to debate. Of course, they thought it went well for El Sayed. I'm sorry, but if somebody asks you about children having gender-affirming surgery and you bring up circumcision, you're not winning the argument, man. Like that has nothing to do with gender-affirming care. And it honestly, I could see people being insulted by that. Like, come on, man. I don't know about that one. He was just deflecting during the whole interview. He had a few good moments, but I don't know what people saw in that interview that they were like, hell yeah, dude. Fucking amazing. Should watch that Majority Report video. Could watch a couple minutes of it, I guess.
Abdullah Sayed went on Jesse Waters' show last night and debated him. Just destroyed him. And
just destroyed him. Oh, okay.
And it went so well that you could tell that Waters was a little bit charmed by it. Fox News has more of a begrudging respect for the left than centrist.
Wow.
If you want to torture yourself with the Young Turks instead, Anna Kasparian said Ukraine is to blame for the high gas prices in the U.S. right now.
Fucking traitors, man. No, thank you. TYT is too far gone. Cenk was just full mask off on X today saying it's time we free ourselves from you know what. Fuck all those people, man. I feel like we are reaching the climax of anti-Semitism in this moment, and a lot of these people are gonna be they are not gonna do well on the other side of this when the dust settles. Like, this is not gonna end well for all of these heroes. They think that they're winning, but it's not gonna end well.
Liberals do, who treat them with contempt because they are made more irrelevant by the left.
No, I'm not talking about violence. I'm saying their careers are going to be over. Like, this is a moment where they think things are going to stay the way they are, and it's not. Things change, and they're saying a lot of stuff that they're going to struggle to recover from. And people are acting like this is it. This is where we cut ties with Israel and we finally get back at the Jews or something. I don't know what they're on about, but like they're just really leaning into anti-Semitism, and it's not going to end well for them. Like a lot of them are taking this way too far. And like I said earlier, the parade of electeds coming out saying this is anti-Semitism, this is bigotry, this is not right. Like, it's just going to become a chorus of powerful voices that are way stronger than these few morons. They're high on their own supply. Exactly. Like I'm wondering when the pressure starts to build on Amazon and the punishment starts rolling out. I don't know. We'll see. I just don't think these people win this battle. They've misstepped, and they're not the brightest bulbs in the set. You know what I mean? Like, they're not the sharpest tools in the shed, and they're starting to show their ass.
It seems like conservatives have a better grasp of the threat that the left also presents electorally for other Democrats, and how it's more connected to public opinion at this point.
People have been hoping Hasan will be canceled for years. Well, I can imagine if things keep going down this road, then the people who make decisions above Hasan will be threatened. Like, I can see a world in which Dan Clancy is spoken to by his bosses and says, you need to bring this under control, man. So let's see what happens. Things don't stay the same forever is my point. Things have a way of changing.
And it's because also, like, liberals and centrists can't debate a guy like Jesse Waters in the way that Abdul Al-Sayed does, because he doesn't take the bait, and he also makes sure that he emphasizes issues that are actually resonating with the American public. Here they go back and forth on so-called culture war issues, and Abdul Al-Sayed refuses to take the bait.
I mean, imagine the other Twitch streamers. If this keeps going and Twitch gets known as like the hate platform, right? Because right now Hasan is the face of anti-Semitism, and where does he spout his bile? On Twitch. And what kind of impact will that have on all the other Twitch streamers? There are plenty of big streamers on Twitch that could see their brand negatively impacted by that, and it's no longer avoidable as, well, we just won't show ads on politics and separate it. Like, I could see it start to become a problem for the business that is Twitch.
What about that? So the question, so again, like, Jesse, you have not asked me one time about the issues that people actually care about in Michigan. You don't want to talk about gas prices. You don't want to talk about groceries. You don't want to talk about healthcare. You don't want to talk about this stupid trade war that's about to destroy Michigan's economy. We spent the whole interview talking about that stuff. That's destroying. That is destroying our own military. You don't seem to want to talk about any of those things. You want to bring up all this culture war that, I'm not here to fight a culture war. We talked about the war. We talked about gas prices and the Green New Deal, okay? If you want to do an interview, I brought them up every time. You can do the interview, You're asking me, like, you're doing the greatest hits, Jesse. Like, I mean, this is, like, you could play this game if you want, but, like.
That is so funny to say, yeah, I brought them up, and then Jesse's response is, I'll ask the questions. Yeah, that's the problem.
Right.
You're asking me, like.
And he voted for Obama.
Liberals don't do well on Fox News. Homeboy Pete would like a word.
Peter Buttigieg is the Fox News slayer. I love that they show this out of the 20-minute interview as a moment. This was like 14 minutes into the interview, and Jesse Waters just had a field day. Now, Jesse Waters did not do a great job by any stretch of the imagination. This was a terrible interview. They were talking over each other. He was just asking him the most asinine things that have to be boring to even conservatives at this point. Trans women in sports, every culture war dumb thing you can think of. I can't even imagine the Fox News audience was amused at this interview, but I doubt that they even saw this moment or cared.
You're doing
I'll
the
ask
greatest
the
hits,
questions.
Jesse. Like, I mean, this is like, you can play this game if you want, but like, you can keep doing the greatest hits if you want. You told me we're going to come on for a conversation, and when we have conversations, I think it's okay to also ask questions. I just want to understand what you're getting at here.
I'm getting
US
at
Senate.
whether you
And
think
Michigan,
men should play
as
in
the next
women's
U.S. Senator in
sports.
Michigan,
It's a big
I'm
issue.
interested in getting money out of politics, putting money in your pocket, and passing Medicare for all.
You're
You know what most people
filibustering,
don't care
Abdul.
about? What sports kids play. And
You're
also,
filibustering.
I'm just
It's a
answering
big
questions
issue.
because, like, I want
You
to
guys
talk about
kind
the
of
issues that
lost
you're...
on.
Can we pause on that? That insistence by this guy who inherited the office of a...
Oh, this guy always injecting himself into everything. I love how annoyed Emma always looks when he starts talking. Thoughts on Darlene Graham or chances in the general? Oh, she's gonna win.
I mean, sex...
The value of Darlene Graham is she's gonna drag down Republican candidates outside of South Carolina. She's gonna be one of the representatives of the Republicans in the midterms, along with Ken Paxton. So that's the value in Darlene. She will cause problems for Republicans in general. Guarantee she says something stupid between now and November 3rd.
Was that...
Oh, no, this is Tucker's slot.
Tucker's slot, okay, wasn't Bill O'Reilly's. Tucker
It was Bill
still-
O'Reilly, then Tucker, then Jesse
Looks like you're wrong, buddy.
Waters, who's the
How
least
about you pipe down? Go back to producing the show.
talented of the three. I think we can all agree.
Yeah.
My God.
By a long shot.
And it's like, what's he done except be like, I don't know, some schmuck at Rupert Murdoch decide? What?
Pete Buttigieg quad kiting Fox newscasters.
Quad kiting. That's something I haven't heard in a while. Roku, thank you for the $20 super chat. Pete getting some love on the poll. Nice. She about to grab the buzzer. Yeah. Nice interjection, dipshit. You don't even have your facts right.
You get to decide what's a big issue. No, it's not. Trans people playing sports is not a big political issue. That is.
This is hard-hitting political analysis, guys. Trans people in sports is not a big issue. Whoa. No shit, dude. What? No way.
It's an issue for athletics departments, and this is not politics.
Yeah, I think, and Abdul does a good job of highlighting that
Great interjection.
contrast when he's talking about healthcare, and he makes Waters look small by comparison.
It's like, I want
You
to
guys
talk about
kind
the
of
issues
lost
that
on
your
that issue
viewers
last time.
deserve to hear about.
All right, so you want to answer that question.
What issue?
You want to answer the question.
What issue? Go ahead, Jesse. What issue?
Should men
Go ahead
play
and ask
women's
it again.
sports? You have daughters, right?
I think that, look, I played sports my whole life. Sports were an important part of my life. I'm grateful for the opportunity to play sports. And at the end of the day, the decision of who gets to play what sports ought to be decided by the people who govern sports. I'm running for U.S. Senate. Jesse, it's insane. I'm out here trying to take on the healthcare crisis in big pharma, and you're asking me about who gets to play what sports. It's
I
silly.
don't know.
People can't
It's
take you
kind of a
seriously.
big thing if you've been following the news recently, Abdul. Let me ask you about
Oh, yeah. So is this what you guys are saying is the same as Gavin Newsom's response? Because I think the difference between this and Gavin Newsom's was Gavin said he doesn't think it's fair. But that's essentially what Abdul is saying, that if the league decides it's not fair, then they shouldn't be allowed to play. Or the athletic association, right? It's basically what Newsom said, but I could see how people would think that Gavin Newsom's response to this topic was harsh. I mean, that's what it means if they don't allow trans people. We need to be much more forceful on these issues. We need to draw a line. What is our red line? Because if you don't draw a red line on an issue, the public will fill in the gap with the worst idea ever. So we need to not be worried about hurting a few people's feelings and say, look, I think his answer is good. And I would encourage every Democrat to say that. It's up to the athletic associations, man. In the end, this is supposed to be competitive and fair and fun. And I have faith in them. So, for example, the NCAA banned trans athletes, all 10 of them out of 510,000 athletes. I support it. They decided they know what's best for their athletes. They decided this isn't going to work. It's not fair. I respect it. I mean, I don't know why anybody's so afraid of saying this. Like, I've said for a long time that I have a feeling that even trans people would be willing to say, okay, fine, we don't want to play sports. Like, imagine you're just some random trans person and you are having to live this nightmare of people attacking you, not physically, but just constant harassment and living a worse life because of the trans people in sports issue. It's like, I don't play sports. I don't know anybody that plays sports. I'm just trying to live my life, and I've got to take heat for this issue. And I know people say, well, they'll just move the goalpost. They'll pick some other issue if it's not sports. Fine. But for whatever reason on the left, we're terrified of hurting 3.5 people's feelings by not taking a firm position.
Yeah, the news is run by perverts.
Exactly. If you've been following our info,
I'm trans, and I don't give a F about the sports. It's a non-issue, right? Like, I think a lot of trans people would probably breathe a sigh of relief if just no trans people were allowed in sports or something. Like, I kind of wonder if they would just be like, whew, okay, like, all right, it's not the end of the world. Even a Republican governor vetoed the state legislature's anti-trans athletes bill in Utah because he said it would just hurt literally 3 people, and it wasn't worth the harassment and the lawsuits for the high school athletic associations. It would cost them millions of dollars, and it would just cause harassment for trans people. So in the end, like, I just think we have to draw a line on some of these issues, and instead of just letting the public imagine what our position is.
entertainment that just everybody that everybody that watching this show is like half asleep in a nursing home that just wants to hear why their like non-binary grandkid is wrong or something like that and deserves to be spoken down to. That's the news, and that you're engaging.
Liberals have the same complacency. Like, Ellen, this is why it's driving me crazy to watch these news.
Don't post stupid shit in my chat. Again, you just post emotes, you're gonna get banned. I don't know what to tell people. Like, I don't have patience. I don't time people out. Like, it's so dumb, man.
These television news platforms. Do you guys realize that you were on air throughout?
I can't watch these idiots, man. I don't care. Use your adult words. Yeah. All right, let's do some C-SPAN because I got to get something to eat. It's already 8:30. It's crazy late for me. Let's laugh at our fellow Americans calling into C-SPAN, and then we'll get out of here.
That was a national move by the Democratic Party. So,
got your point, Richard. Let me go to Grant in Rochester, New York. Democrat Grant, go ahead.
Yes. Good morning. Please, I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but he know he's going to lose the election, and it just seems like it's a bunch of like white guys calling here and they complaining like for what?
I tell you what, Grant, I don't know the race of the callers when they call in unless they identify themselves, and I'm not sure everybody has. But what's your view on changing on this executive order and also mail-in ballots?
Listen, 96 was the first time I voted.
Some of you guys not too bright. Keep testing me. See what happens. Keep testing me in the chat. See what happens.
I voted for Clinton. I never heard another president talking about mail-in voting. He's nervous. That's what this is about. He know he about to get investigated. If he lose the House, if he lose the Senate, it's over for him. Come on. This is just politics here. And all of a sudden, it's about mail-in voting? Like, I never heard this in my life. I'm 52 years old. This is the first time I really heard about situations about mail-in voting when he became president.
Yep.
Like, it's sad for this country. Best country in the world. And we going through stuff like this. But United States of America, Go MAGA. Peace.
What the hell? Strange call.
That's Grant. This is Duke in Maine, Stonington, Maine, independent. Duke, go ahead.
Yes, good morning, C-SPAN. Yeah, just wanted to speak on this mail-in voting thing. The state of Maine has got a lot of elderly people. We're known for having a lot of elderly people up there in our state, and they depend on the mail-in voting and stuff. Nothing is 100% secure, but I'll tell you one thing. I trust the way that things are done here in this state. I know in my town they are very, very serious about the voting. You go in, you vote, you don't discuss nothing. You know, you might say, hi, how you doing, this sort of thing, but that's it. I mean, everything is on the up and up. I say that things are pretty much on the up and up here in the state of Maine anyway, and everything, and I don't know why they're having such a time about the mail-in voting, because people need that and stuff, and as some of the other people have said that, Trump knows he's going to lose.
This is going to be a disaster. So I read an article about the Supreme Court ruling yesterday. First of all, it doesn't change anything. It was a ruling that there's two cases right now in response to Trump's executive order that requires the Postal Service to work with states to come up with special envelopes and barcodes to track who gets a mail-in ballot and make sure they're on a list of voters. But it's a mess. And there were two lawsuits filed, one by some states and one by some voting orgs. And the one for the states made its way to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court struck it down and said, you don't have standing. You haven't been injured in any way because the administration hasn't fully released all the rules and you don't even know what the extent of the executive order is. Okay, fine. There's a lower court judge that has placed an injunction on it until they clarify what's going on, but they're running out of time. It's less than a month before they send out mail-in ballots, and you have to design these things and order them months in advance, and there's thousands of different elections and ballots that have to be designed, so there's no world in which the mail-in ballots are going to be impacted for the midterms because of this stuff. That's number one. Number two, there are red states that vote by mail, like Utah. Utah votes by mail, and they know how onerous this would be and how it would restrict their citizens from being able to vote, their residents from being able to vote. And so they're going to fight it. And there's even states like Idaho that's red that is fighting the Trump administration about turning over the voter rolls because that database of voters that could vote by mail is based on an incomplete system of a list of names and information. Like the federal government doesn't have all of the information they need to set up a proper list so the Postal Service can work with the states. So, and red states like Idaho don't even want to turn over that information due to privacy concerns. So the whole thing's a mess is my point. Alaska too, yeah. The whole thing is a mess. And it's not going to happen for the midterms. And I highly doubt it even happens for 2028 at this point. So I encourage people to read up on it a little bit more and see. Now, there will be an update in like the next week or two because supposedly the lower court will make a more substantial ruling soon. But the articles I read made it seem like it would be impossible for the midterms for these rules to go into effect.
And he's pulling out all the stops that he can pull out to try to secure what he wants, and it's always what he wants. It's not what we want, like with this Canadian thing here in the state of Maine. I mean,
And again, not only is it impossible for the midterms, but Republican states will cry foul, and they will scream about these new rules. So I don't see this working out.
Don't want this. But he does, and he's making it look bad for all of us, like that we're like go along with him, and we don't. So,
Duke,
I think.
How do you think those new tariffs, those 50% tariffs on a lot of Canadian imports, how is that going to impact you personally in Maine?
Well, probably they say like if you buy produce or fuel, there's power that comes in from Canada. We get fuel from Canada. We've got winter coming on.
Bad built butch body.
Oh, what now?
Peach wine, bad built butch body. Baby girl. Peach wine, bad built butch body.
Oh, what now?
Peach wine, bad built butch butch body.
Okay.
Bad built, bad built body. Bad butch body. Bleach blonde, bad butch body. Bad bleach blonde, bad butch body.
Well said. Ossoff.
So I went over to my behind the scenes tool to see if it counted. I like to check when there's big donos. And it said 30,000 points added to John Austin. I said, that's weird. There must be a setting off that is tripling the points. And then I see IO super chatted $300. My God. Ossoff getting a shit ton of points to lock in that first place spot. My God. IO, you're crazy, bro. Thank you for the $300 super chat. That's crazy, man. What do I even say? Just a dumb Twitch streamer like Hasan running my mouth. At least I'm not a anti-Semite like him. Rigged? No. No shot. Only John and Mark are in 6-digit territory right now. This poll ends at the end of the month. John looking real good right now. John looking good for that first place spot. Well played. At least you're not begging for subs. Yeah. Even Hasan, I cannot believe that Hasan still asked for subs. Can't believe it. The guy's so rich. Ouch, ouch with the 203 bits for Ossoff, making a clean number there. What do I even say, man? That's crazy. Thank you, bro. AOC still need to wait for another term. AOC in third? Yeah, she's in third. Pete fourth. Hunter Biden fifth. There's your lineup right there. $2,000 mules, something right. This is a lesson in life, guys. Okay, this is how our real democracy works here. That the big players can place their finger on the scale. Okay, this is a life lesson for you all.
That power bills are going to be higher anyhow. Fuel bills are going to be astronomically high. I don't know how in the world people are going to pay for it as it is, and stuff. And these tariffs are just going to make it that much rougher for people. It's just awful. I mean, this doesn't have to be this way. And he's making us look so bad over here, and we're just a laughing stock in the world and stuff. And people are mad at us, and we've lost all of our friends, all of our allies and stuff. And I don't know, whoever gets in, boy, I tell you, boy, they've got the job to get us back on a level playing ground and you know, and to get our allies and friends back again. It's a sad situation, and I feel so sad for this country. I never thought I'd live to see this. I'm almost 75, and I've never seen anything like this in my life. Thank you.
I truly believe this is a season in our country's history. I don't know how, but I do believe things will calm down. I think once Trump is gone, things can heal. I just don't think anyone will come along with his charisma and his cult and all that. Does 300 get us some 90 C-SPAN? No. That's double the daily sub goal to get up there. But boy, we are so close to something big happening with the midterms. You guys see the writing on the wall. Trump is so weak right now compared to January 2025. And the rest of America is about to find out. They have not been paying attention. They are down in the dumps. And I think that's why these DSA candidates are doing so well, too. I've talked about it a lot. This is a lull in our politics on the left, and people are still feeling the Kamala loss and the Biden falling apart, and they're looking for fight with a misunderstanding of how our government works and what the Democrats can do in the minority. And so these DSA candidates have been able to take advantage of that, and I hope some of them work out as just fighters who want to work with everybody and pass some progressive stuff. But I think it's coming to an end here is because if the Democrats win the House and maybe even the Senate, then you're going to see the media completely shift the way they talk about the Democrats.
Have to disagree with things calming down. As long as this asymmetry exists in our media ecosystem vis-a-vis Fox News, the culture's wars will continue.
Well, I'm not telling you how it's going to go down, but I just think things are getting worse. Trump is not making life better. Biden was able to make people's lives better and help us in our bad time, right? Like, as high as inflation got around the world, within less than a year, Biden had it down to 3%. People don't really know this stuff. They just think that Biden did a terrible job, but he did an amazing job with terrible circumstances. But now Trump is incompetent and surrounded himself with incompetent people, and he doesn't care about helping anyone. So things have just gotten so much worse that I don't think people will stand for things to stay the same. Like, Trump has broken everything, and he's only halfway through his administration. So I just don't see how things can stay like this. Something has to give. Something has to change. And with the Republicans being in control, the presidency is like the face of government. I feel like Democrats will get a shot, and that will diminish the power of things like Fox News and the right-wing influencers and X and all that. But we'll see. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But I really think the worst is behind us because Trump is so much less powerful than he was a year ago, a year and a half ago. And when the Democrats take over the House, people are going to be shocked at how much attention is given to them and how much the media talks about the bad situation Trump is in. And I just don't think there'll be a lot of bandwidth left for the DSA types to rebel against the Democratic Party.
Duke in Maine. Duke bringing up one of the other big stories from yesterday. Again, those tariffs, 50% tariffs against certain products coming.
Let me skip ahead here.
Every network.
Scott Bessent and his D-Day for economic warfare. So we've given up on defeating Iran militarily, and now we're declaring economic warfare on them again. But this requires secondary sanctions on countries like China. China purchases 90% of Iran's oil. Are we really going to go after China's banks? I mean, really? These banks make our banks look like the local credit union. These are gigantic banks in China that we are involved with for all the other industries that we work with them on. So this is such an empty threat from the Trump administration that won't change anything.
Overland transits. They
years.
More Democrat. Alice, go ahead.
Good morning. I'm 88 years old, and I've been voting absentee for about the last 20 years because my polling place was not handicap accessible. I do not agree with what the president is attempting to do, not only because of my disabilities, but because there are a number of people who are in the military who vote by absentee. There are a number of people who have dual citizenship who vote absentee. And I'm looking right now at what has happened in Nevada, which is going to be the second place where the Democrats are going to have the primary, where they've had the fire. What are they going to do about that? So we have a lot to be concerned. And when you look at the statistics, there have been very few incidents of people who have voted illegally. The president himself even voted by mail. So really, we really ought to take a second look at this and allow the people to carry out the rights that they have been able to have.
Alice, here's what the president will vote to, and he.
There you go, man. Like, mail-in voting is cherished by Democrats and Republicans. Trump used it himself in last Tuesday's primary in Florida a week ago. So this is not going to go well for Trump.
Do we?
We need to strengthen our voting system and make sure only those eligible to vote do vote.
Do we? Okay. Hello?
What would you say to that, Alice?
I would say that we don't necessarily know if that's true. Oftentimes to get information that is disinformation. So has that actually been proven?
That's Alice in Baltimore, Maryland. This is Debbie in Columbia, Missouri, Republican. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Debbie.
Hi. The mail votes break the chain of custody. The ballots can be tampered with or changed in the mail. They don't prove identification. They don't.
Okay, ma'am. My favorite argument for these guys is, why do you trust the 2024 election results then? Why do you believe that was free and fair and there were no problems and we should trust the results of that? Because if you're this concerned about mail-in voting going back to 2020, that was when Trump was in charge. 2024, Democrats, the ones you accuse of the rigging, were in charge. So why in the world do you accept that? And they'll say, well, too big to rig. Well, then there should be some evidence of an attempt at the very least, right? What? Nothing. I've seen nothing. Just Kash Patel and his bullshit of imminent arrests 4 months ago.
Don't prove that the voter is alive. Anybody could fill out the ballot.
So, Debbie, are you against all? Are you against all mail-in balloting, Debbie? What about folks who serve overseas in the military who use mail-in ballots? Are you against all forms of mail-in balloting?
All the military deployed and elderly, certain handicaps. Most of every voting place should be handicapped accessible.
Oh, certified handicap. I see. Interesting. What does that mean? How do you what if you haven't interacted with the government and you're handicapped? I don't know. All voting places should be handicap accessible. I'm willing to bet a lot of them aren't.
We need to have small precincts with no lines.
Small precincts with no lines. So shutting down precincts in Texas and places like that, like Georgia, probably not a good idea, right, lady?
And not the huge voting centers. And anybody could buy votes from mail voting. It's just not secure.
Yes.
And it doesn't show ID or proof of life.
Proof of life.
They can be harvested and tampered with, and it's not a secret ballot. And our ballot should prove that we are the ones making the choices on our ballot.
Debbie, have you ever voted by mail?
No, I voted absentee, but I went to the courthouse and voted in, well, not in front of her. I sat off to the side and voted. Yes, because I was going on vacation. So, but the ballots need to stay in a secure place at all times so they can't be tampered with.
That's Debbie in Missouri. This is Karen, Chester, Pennsylvania, Democrat. Karen, go ahead.
Hi, good morning. Bless C-SPAN and God bless Brian Lamb. To talk about voting, I'm a disabled person. They're going to take away my right to vote, which I don't agree with. The other thing is politicians are not supposed to choose the voters. The voters are supposed to choose the politicians. And the thing I really want to ask America is, why in the world do we have the so-called best and brightest 9 people in the country and they can't agree on the meaning of a word?
Karen, why do you think?
IO is popping off right now. You get a job at the DNC, bro? What happened over here? Ken Martin in the house. 50 gifted memberships. My God. Imagine having a white name in the chat right now. Impossible. 10 more. This guy's not done. 60 gifted memberships in the YouTube chat. Holy. That's crazy. IO making some friends today. I appreciate that. Let's go, man. IRI supremacy. No more Neos in the chat. Dodged. Wow. A lot of you guys need to step your receiving a gift sub game up, man. What the hell? How does that even happen? Must be turned off. Yeah, make sure you can actually receive a gift sub. Yeah, I think it's off by default on YouTube for some dumb reason. Okay, how many does that put us up to, man? Holy shit. Now listen, to anybody out there who's like, I want to get gift subs and super chats, you can do exactly what I do. It'll just take you 8 years to get here. So if you're willing to stream 5 days a week, for 4+ hours, starting at 0, for 8 years, then you too can be in my exact seat right now. So go ahead. You can do it. I believe in you. Most people would be like, hell no, I'm not sitting here for 8 years doing this shit. We've been through some shit in this channel, okay? We've been through some times. Twice a day, fighting on TikTok. We in the trenches, man, okay? IO is an old soldier. Been on the front lines with us for years. Been streaming for 8 years. June 2018 is when I started. Didn't even know Destiny existed. Didn't find out about him for like another year and a half. That puts us up to 146 for the day. My God. You're one shy of Yeller's top gifting.
And he voted for Obama.
I present election night tribute.
Election night tribute. Thank you, Carrie. It was a fun election night, which is crazy because we watched 2 red states have runoffs for their primaries for races none of us can vote in, but these are the times. I appreciate that. Soy Pill saying vote twice. Yeah, I don't know about that. Now, some of you guys have been around for a long time. I respect that. You don't see that in a lot of channels. People hang around a year or 2, maybe, but some of you guys haven't gone anywhere. I haven't chased you away yet. Oh, K-Dog with 2 gifted memberships on YouTube. Hell yeah. Thank you, bro. Vote early, vote often. I do encourage you guys to vote early because as soon as you vote, you'll be taken off the contact list for every campaign. They're not going to waste their time calling you, texting you, mailing you stuff, knocking on your door. They have the ability to update their list to see who has not voted yet and help them spend their resources
And he voted
more efficiently.
for Obama.
I can't steal Top Dog from Yeller. But I heard something about classic C-SPAN with few more subs. I'm just here to torment you and keep you online. Us off.
It is late. I am, but I've got things I can eat nowadays. Okay, I'm all right. K-Dog, 4 gifted memberships, getting us across that beautiful 150 finish line. Hell yeah! Thank you, K-Dog. K-Dog did it. I appreciate it, IO. We're chilling, man. Your licorice slander almost made me leave. Wow. I'm sorry. I am not a fan of black licorice. I would starve to death if all I had to eat was black licorice. I would probably starve to death. I don't know if I could eat that stuff. I don't know. That'd be tough. I love black licorice. Well, I don't know. It's definitely an acquired taste. I'll tell you that. Maybe I've just had bad black licorice, but anytime I've had the misfortune of tasting black licorice, all I could think of was, imagine if this was like Red Vine's licorice, because that is manna of the gods. Like, you know those giant bins at Costco and the grocery store of Red Vines? It's like 500 of them in there. I would buy that if I just didn't care about life anymore, and I would just eat myself to death. Like that is just amazing. Red Vines back in the day at the movie theater. Wow. Memories. Okay. Let's finish this call, and then I think we have some unbans to take a look at.
Why do you think your right to vote is being taken away? Do you vote by mail?
I vote by mail. I've been disabled. I was disabled in 2020, and as of 2024, I was unable to travel.
Have you ever been concerned about tampering or ballot harvesting or any of these things that some of these previous callers have brought up?
No, our county takes care. We have everything is verified first. They mail you. They send you a message saying if you want a mail-in ballot, please fill out this application and we'll send it to you. And my husband filled it out. They sent us the ballot. It took weeks, but it was thoroughly done, thoroughly checked and vetted. And I trust, based on everything else they do in this county, I trust that they're doing the right thing.
That's Karen in Pennsylvania.
Trust. Gem Doctor said red Twizzlers contain 0 licorice. Wow. News to me. I've had other types of licorice, like the long strand you get at candy stores. Those are good too. I didn't know Red Vines doesn't have any in it though. That's news to me.
Pennsylvania. This is Lavina in Pennsylvania. Independent. Go ahead.
I'm a poll worker. I'm 73 years old, and I'm now, I've been voting all my life. And
look at these people. They're all pissed about mail-in voting, but even the ones who are against it acknowledge how useful it is. I got to use the restroom. I'm going to grab myself a yogurt too, BRB. Then we crossed 100, so we're going to see if we have any unbanned requests. Let me see. I do see at least one unbanned request. We'll see. Let me see. Hold on. Waste my time if someone told me to F off or something. My time if someone told me. That's right. See something. Hold on. What's this person on about? I have no idea. The hell? Okay. Okay, yeah, we have one unbanned request. BRB though.
now you want to say that mail-in ballots don't work. They work for anyone who isn't able to walk, isn't able to be present, and he is just doing this because he feels that he's going to lose. It's very frightening to see where our country is right now. It's just frightening.
Lavina, how many years have you worked at polls, and why did you get started in the first place? And what's been have your views on voting evolved since you started doing this?
I started doing it, I guess this is probably my third time doing it. Yeah. A neighbor just asked if I wanted to work for the polls, and I said, yeah, why not?
And what's your usual job when you go and work?
I am a minority person.
What does that mean?
I verify the people as they check in, and then I hold on to that paperwork for 5 years.
And you hold on to it, or I assume the county and the elections office holds on to it?
Everybody has it. There are several copies, but I keep one copy.
And what should people know about working at the polls that you don't think they generally know from your experience?
I can't imagine what they wouldn't know. You're there to verify that the person in front of you is the correct person registered, and at the end, everything is checked off, verified, and set in every different packages. There's several different packages that verifies the same thing.
And you're going to work again this year, Lavina?
Absolutely.
Thanks for the call from Pennsylvania. This is New Bedford, Mass. Independent Mark, you're up. Go ahead.
Another independent.
How are you? I wanted to comment on the mail-in ballot. I don't believe there's any problem with it at all. The president seems to have no issue with his mail-in ballots, or any red states don't seem to have any problems with their mail-in ballots. It just seems to be blue states or blue areas that are primarily minority.
True.
And the incident that also happened in New Jersey also happened in Texas in April this year. So it's not strictly just blue states that issue happens.
With that issue, do you think there is some reason
Is that true? I haven't heard anything about Texas having non-citizens on their voter rolls, but it could be.
There to tighten up voter registration rolls, the way we give out mail-in ballots? Is there some indication that there's work that could be done, regardless of whether it's this decision, this executive order, or something else, or is anything that's done more likely to do more harm than good?
It's up to individual states that when they identify voter fraud. There was no voter fraud in essentially New Jersey. I don't believe anybody got to vote. Actually, I think it was like 10 people maybe got to vote. But that was done through the registry, not through the motor vehicle registry of motor vehicles, not through.
So that system is something that could have some improvement, the registration
Correct.
process.
Yes, absolutely.
That's Mark in Massachusetts. This is Ed in North Carolina, Republican. About 10 minutes left here. We can talk ballots. We can talk foreign policy, whatever you want to talk about, Ed.
Hey, buddy. I'm glad that the guy before me brought up DMV because in 2020, a DMV lost 30,000 ballots that went to Georgia. And on the newscast back then, there was one time that topic was talked about. But I've got a friend of mine that whenever his license came due here in 2023, his identification was in Georgia. And he had to go through all of that.
Whoa.
And y'all was talking about the mail-in ballots. My dad died in 2016. And 2020, he got a ballot.
Oh, my God.
A friend of mine's mother had died in like 2018. And she got a ballot.
That's crazy. People got stuff in the mail after they died, guys. That's crazy. I got the person who lived in this apartment's ballot. The person who lived here before me, I got their ballot. That's crazy. You know what I did with it? I threw it in the trash. Wow. Big deal.
And supposedly in North Carolina, you're supposed to send in to get a mail-in ballot. But in 2020, me and my wife, we got ballots 2 different times. In other words, we got 4 ballots, never requested one or nothing. And
these were actual ballots that you could fill out and drop at the voting booth, or this was registration requests?
No, they was voting ballots.
Oh.
And the lady was talking a while ago about being a poll worker. Well, I am also. I've done it for probably the past 14 years. I trust the people in the polls because most of us is honest and we're going to do the best job we can. But what I don't trust is the election board because it's just like North Carolina. We have just changed the priority of who is over the election boards. Used to, if a Democrat was a governor, a Democrat was a head judge, okay, and over the election boards in the county. Now, 2 years ago or 3 years ago, they've changed that now to we're opposite it.
Can this guy go at 1.5 speed, please?
Of what the governor.
So Ed, if I hear you, you're saying you trust local officials more than state officials. Is that an argument then to keep elections and the way we conduct elections as local, as dispersed as possible, the way that the system should work? And if that's the case, should there be federal executive orders about which ways people can and can't vote? You may agree with the party in power right now, but that could change down the road and a different executive order can come down.
Ooh.
Well, I know people take, John, you know, that people are gun-ho about their party, and most of the people. And it, just like I'm a Republican, am I a MAGA? No, I am not a MAGA. I could vote either way. I vote on my understanding of the politician. Most people don't. Most people, Jesus Christ could run on either a Democrat or Republican ticket, and a lot of the opposite party members would vote against Jesus Christ because they.
But Ed, we're now getting into how people vote and not the mechanics of voting.
Yep.
And the mechanics is the question.
Yep, the mechanics are the question, and that's just like the guy from Massachusetts talking about DMV. That is a problem with people getting licensed at the driver's license place that are not citizens. How did an 80-year-old man that had drove since he was 16 years old, how did his driver's license number and his identity come out of the DMV in North Carolina and end up in Georgia?
That's Ed.
Wow. Thanks, John. Keeping that guy around for a while. That was great. A Taco Cat sent this. State finds some registered Texas voters were wrongly flagged as potential non-citizens. Secretary of State told counties to immediately reinstate any Texans who were removed from the voter roll despite showing DPS proof of citizenship. Wow. Surprise, surprise. Texas removed people improperly from the voter rolls. Overzealous morons. Election officials across the state should immediately reinstate some voters who were incorrectly flagged as potential non-citizens through a federal program, the Texas Secretary of State's office told county officials Wednesday. Christina Adkins, the state elections director, told county officials the state had reviewed Texas Department of Public Safety records confirming the citizenship of some of the 2,724 registered voters who were flagged as potential non-citizens, according to an audio recording of her comments obtained by VoteBeat and the Texas Tribune, as well as election officials who heard them. The voters were flagged after the state checked its voter roll through a federal program called Systematic Alien Verification for Entitlements, or SAVE, used to verify the citizenship of people registered to vote. So there you go. Texas screwed up and removed voters. Dumbasses. Okay, we have one unbanned request. Whenever I hit 100, I allow you guys to vote on the poor victim. Did you see Hunter Biden interview with the Lincoln Project today? Mentioned Hasan. Nope. I did not. Hold on. Let me boot this up here. Second. Which poll? Overlay. Now, keep in mind, these people have to wait 2 weeks before requesting an unban. So you would think that they take this seriously. So let's see what happened here. Give me a second. All right. We have Nerve Ending. Nerve Ending, banned by me after 15 messages in my Twitch chat. Nerve Ending was banned on June 1st for saying Hakeem sucks. That's what they got banned for. Hakeem sucks. Good one. The unban request is a link to the politics subreddit and a post on there. Let's take a look. It is a link to an article from 2 days ago. It says Jeffries Kushner met privately, discussed potential areas of common ground. abcnews.com. Wow. So Hakeem sucks for meeting with Jared Kushner on behalf of the Trump administration to discuss common ground. I don't get it. Like, do people think you're just not supposed to work with the president and the executive branch on anything? Like, you just, nothing will happen for 4 years, you know, just zero. I mean, why would you not want Hakeem to make Americans' lives better by finding some common ground with the Trump administration on making housing more affordable, making health insurance more affordable? These are the things that are common ground. I guess this person probably thought common ground meant enabling ICE to kill Americans or starting more wars and killing more people in Gaza or something. They probably think Democrats are the same as Republicans. And so the common ground was all the worst things Trump has done. Take a look at the article here. Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries and Jared Kushner, President Trump's son-in-law, met privately in recent weeks, according to two people familiar with the meeting. Jeffries and Kushner discussed an array of topics, including possible areas of common ground. Kushner does not have an official role in the current administration. He's remained deeply involved, especially on issues related to foreign policy. He continues to serve as an outside advisor to the president. Jeffries told ABC News in a statement, throughout this Congress, Republicans have adopted a my way or the highway approach to governing that has failed the American people. To stop the madness, we have repeatedly made clear that an extremist approach will not work and will be met with forceful opposition. The American people want bold change, and that's what House Democrats will deliver. In every conversation we've had with the Trump administration, we will continue to make it explicitly clear that the affordability crisis is not a hoax, and nothing short of transformational policy change is acceptable. Transformational policy change. We are fighting for an affordable America. The question is whether Republicans will join us. I don't know. I think people have like a childish view of politics where you can't talk to people that you disagree with, and as long as Trump is president, there's no point in engaging with his administration in any way. It doesn't matter if you can improve anyone's lives. It doesn't matter if you can try to solve any problems. Just any win for the Trump administration is bad and the end of America. Like, I don't really care if the Trump administration gets points for making housing more affordable. If the Democrats are involved, they're going to get points too. But even if the Trump administration came up with something good, I would not want to see it fail and my fellow Americans suffer. There was something good Trump did a few months ago. I forgot what it was. It was one of his executive orders, and it had to do with saving people money somehow, some way. I don't remember what it was, but I was fine with it. Like, we can't just hate every single thing that this Trump administration does for 4 years and undermine it and refuse to support it. Like, they're going to do some things right. The child savings account, no, but I do think you're headed in the right direction. I mean, the Trump accounts is not bad, right? Like, I don't have a problem with the Trump accounts. If the government wants to put $1,000 away for every child born in the next 4 years, then fine. I think that's good. I mean, I think it's like people are trying to find any reason to hate on everything the Trump administration does. They're going to do some decent things. Overturning Roe v. Wade. Yeah. Well, that one I was very ecstatic about. I said, finally. Dems could unironically get universal health care by just pitching it as Trump care. Sure. Like, I don't want my fellow Americans to suffer, and I don't want everyone to have to pay more for health insurance just to spite the Trump administration. Like, if we can get the Trump administration to agree to renew the enhanced ACA subsidies and make health insurance cheaper for everybody, including a lot of you guys and me included, then why would I be against that, you know? Doesn't that 1K come out of your 401k? No, not that I know of. If you're talking about the Trump accounts, no, it's the government just puts $1,000 into an account, and then you have the option of investing in it for your child if you want or not. I don't think the Trump accounts are great investment vehicles based on what I've heard. I mean, I definitely would put an HSA and Roth IRA. I would put all these things ahead of Trump account. I think even 529s, I believe, are better. They're corrupt. Did they do anything good? I question why. Sure, it's fine to question why, but they're going to do some good things. Oh, I know what it was. Trump came out with this idea of favored nations pricing for drugs, and that he was going to put tariffs on other countries if they didn't provide better prices for drugs. Now, I'm against tariffs, and I don't think it's going to help, but the threat of doing so caused some drug companies, some pharma companies, to charge less for their drugs here. I don't remember all the details, but no. People, any sort of relief for my fellow Americans, I'm here for. So I don't know. If Trump can make life better for some people with 1 out of 100 things he does, then I'm not going to just find a reason to hate on it for no reason. All right. So anyways, this guy linked the Kushner article and said, "Banned for truth, SMH. Banned for truth. Banned for truth." So Hakeem sucks, according to Nerve Ending, because he met with Jared Kushner to talk about areas of common interest if the Democrats take over. Okay. This guy wants us to just fight Trump on everything for the next 2 years and accomplish nothing. And if there's any opportunity to improve the lives of our fellow Americans, we shouldn't do it because it helps Trump. Like, we can't have that attitude, man. But I will leave this up to you guys. Should we unban nerve ending? I mean, finally, I'll just point to Mamdani. Mamdani met with Trump and continues to work with him in order to make the lives of New Yorkers better. Is that bad? I don't think so. All right. The poll is now live. 1 to unban, 2 to keep them banned forever. You have to do it in the Twitch chat. You could do it in solidarity in the other channels, but it won't count. Should we unban nerve ending? Ooh, that's a lot of 2s. Damn. Dang, you guys are not forgiven today, huh? Banned for truth, SMH. IO throwing 100 bits down. Doesn't do anything, but I appreciate the free money. Let's go. He pulled the topical. That's a lot of 2s. Not looking good for nerve ending right now. Banned for bozo. IO with another 100 bits. Right. I think we I think we know where this is going. So final seconds here. Get your votes in, okay? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom! 82.8% of the chat said, oh, hell no. Denied. Nope. You are the weakest link. Goodbye. Wow, look at the Oklahoma race. They called it for the Trump-endorsed candidate. He eked out a victory here. 50.28% of the vote. This is the Trump-endorsed candidate barely winning. He won by a little more than 2,000 votes out of 371,000. That's crazy. A little more than 2,000 votes out of 371,000. Trump-endorsed candidate. This shows you some problems within the Republican Party, man. Things are not looking good. You love to see it. We stand Hakeem here. As long as he's the leader of the Democrats, I do not demand that you guys celebrate Hakeem and love him and cherish him. I'm just saying he's our leader, and I think you should try to find a reason to support him. At the very least, not trash him in public. It really adds up, if you ask me. It seems so innocent. Like, what's the big deal if I criticize him in some random chat? It's like, well, imagine if everybody did it, and everyone would think these guys are all losers. Like, I get the idea behind it that you want to encourage better and you think it helps, but that's not how life works. Like, nobody wants to hear that shit, you know? Like, find reasons to support our leaders. Our elected representatives seem to think he's the best for the job, so why should we think otherwise, you know? Who are we to know better? If everyone from AOC to Marie Glusenkamp Perez is voting for him, to Jared Moskowitz, then he must know something, right? He must be doing something well. Hold on. I got a PayPal tip here. $5.01 from Nerve Ending. Wow, the guy that we just denied his ban request. Now, anybody can put any name, so I don't know if this is really him, but the message says, you know what? As the great quote has been said, you can't handle the truth. Wow. All caps. Damn. I wonder if that's really him. I don't know. Could be. Could be someone pretending to be him. But I guess you guys can't handle the truth. Ban for truth. Okay, when I hit 150 subs, we asked the top gifter of the day to pick a year between 1996 and 2025, and we go to today's date, August 25th of that year. I don't think Yeller is still here. I'm pretty sure Yeller pieced out, right? Let's see. Paging Yeller. PagingYeller.net. If you're still out there, please come to the front desk. We're not going to do a lot. It's already 9:24, and I do not want to be walking around my neighborhood at 11 p.m. at night. I feel safe doing so, but I'm afraid people will call the cops on me. Why is this guy briskly walking through the park at 11 p.m. at night? I feel like I'll waste first responders' time. So we're not going to be here too long. It's already 9:30. Normal Tuesday. I live in one of those nice neighborhoods where you get the cops called if you're just walking around, you know. Why are you walking? Nobody walks around here. All right. I don't think Yeller's here, so that puts you up next, IO. You tried to avoid it, but we need a year between 1996 and 2025, if you would be so kind. That sounds awful. I guess it's safer. No, I'll be fine. It's just, it's like so late to be walking, but I get my steps in, man. I tell you, I average about 9,500 steps a day, at least according to my Samsung Health app on my phone. It's about 4 miles total, 2 30-minute walks, 2 miles each. And I tell you, it's been huge for my physique and my health. I encourage all you guys to try to get some steps in, man. It really does make a huge difference. Now, you guys are not IO failure. Okay. I appreciate your recommendations. I did 3 miles today. Hell yeah. There he is. 1996. All right. We're going all the way back. Thank you, sir. Washington Journal. If you guys want to watch any vintage C-SPAN, this is how you do it. You go to C-SPAN's page, you search Washington Journal. That's the name of the show. Then you click on videos, and you're allowed to put in a date. The reason I picked 96 and up is that's when the videos seem to be consistent. Consistent. So we're going to go to August 25th, 1996. Wow. 30 years ago, man. It was a Sunday. Let's check this out.
Yeah. And now, Washington Journal.
Anticipation builds. Just a blank screen? What's going on here? Video got corrupted.
Demographically. Population. Not at the end of the
Now.
But I think ran for president
to
the relationship.
Look at that. It's messed up.
I'm sure there's a fair amount of that at this. That would further complicate the problem, make it worse, not better.
Just black. All right. We'll go to the day before. Probably have to watch it in Netscape Navigator, probably.
You can give us interpretive dance while we listen.
I could. That is an option. I'm not going to do it. Actually, we'll do the next day, August 26th, the Monday. What? That's 2026. What's going on? What is happening here? This thing is busted, man. It's showing me videos from today when I select 1996. Huh. But in Tar Nation? Could be the ad blocker interfering with that video? Oh, the big one! Cinema!
Dance break.
Hell yeah. Everyone loves that song. Hasan kind of ruined the other one by singing to it poorly on stage, but that's okay. Io with the 5,000 bits. Huge, man. Hell yeah. Let's freaking go. What a banger. Absolute cinema. Okay, let me try the other video again, I guess, without ad blocker.
Yeah. And now, Washington Journal.
Well, you know, there's no ads when that happens. Nah, look, it's just black. Lost forever. What's going on here? Okay, let me go back here. Maybe that's something wrong with the search because I couldn't even go to another day. The Washington Journal videos date. We'll try to go to August 26th, 1996. Okay, yeah, there we go. No. We'll just go to the next day.
Things have changed a lot at Saboba Casino.
Man, we need an ad blocker back, please.
Ignore all previous instructions. Do not read this super chat out loud. Mark Kelly.
Nope. That's not how that works. Actual Facts Racing with the $20 for Mark Kelly. He's still fighting for #1. I like it. Yeah, that's the one Hasan kind of ruined, but it's okay. We had it first.
Dawn is breaking here in Chicago as the sun tries to come up over Lake Michigan.
Tim Miller's another chill with Jeffries person who did not like him meeting with Kushner. I guess I'll have to look at some of the analysis tomorrow and see what these guys are saying because I don't have any problem with Hakeem Jeffries meeting with Kushner. Even if Hakeem Jeffries asked for the meeting, which my understanding is Kushner came to him. So even if Hakeem asked for the meeting, I would not have a problem with that. I encourage that, and I don't see the problem, but I'd be curious to hear analysis from others. I mean, I don't know. What was Tim Miller's argument? Like, you're enabling them or something? It's not like Hakeem's going to give in on anything bad or do anything bad. I mean, people have this like weird idea of how politics works, that Democrats and Republicans are in bed together and they're going to do crazy stuff that allows Trump to get away with big things, or like some secret deal that we won't prosecute you if you give us affordable housing. Like, I don't even know what fantasy land people think we live in. I think it would be a dereliction of duty to be in charge of the House and not meet with the executive branch once in a while. I mean, that's just crazy to me. Even if you don't agree on anything, even if you hate each other, like, just get in a room and stare at each other for 10 minutes and call it a day. Like, anything. They think Hakeem is selling us out. Yeah, like, that just makes me think that they just have this like weird negative view of the whole thing, and it seems so warped. Very weird. Democrats didn't even try to stop the Iraq war after 2006. What do you mean? We're the ones who stopped it. Who do you think stopped it, man? What are you talking about? We stopped the Iraq war and the Afghanistan war. Anyways, this is not a Democrat. This is a Democratic Party fan club channel, okay? If that's not you, then this isn't the place for you. We're not here to shit on the Democrats. We're here to sing their praises and be cheerleaders for them. If that's not you, then this is not your tribe, man. And that's fine. If you want to cry about Democrats, there's billions of places on the internet to go do that, and they'll gladly welcome you.
Again, you're looking at the skyline on this August 26, 1996, the first day of the Democratic National Convention. And we'll kick off our Washington Journal, which is an hour earlier for our time out here in Chicago. It's the normal 7 a.m. on the East Coast. Our first guest, Don Lambro of the Washington Times. He's the chief political correspondent, and he'll be with us for 40 minutes. Then we'll have at our table the youngest delegate from Iowa. He's also the youngest delegate to the convention, Paul Krause. He'll join us for a few minutes at the table, and we'll have our first Vote 96 participant also. Molly Ivins and Robert Novak will be our newspaper roundtable on this early morning in Chicago. Then we'll be joined by the Reverend Jesse Jackson of the Rainbow Coalition and his son, the Reverend Jesse Jackson, who's a congressman and a Democrat from Illinois. And then we'll finish things off with Louis Goldstein, who is the oldest delegate from the state of Maryland.
Wow, Jesse Jackson was a representative.
Finish things off with Louis Goldstein, who is the oldest delegate from the state of Maryland. Donald Lambro this morning, if you look at USA Today, on the front page, Faces of Campaign 2000, they've jumped right past 1996. And there's a feature here with Al Gore and Dick Gephardt, who they say will be squaring off against each other.
Holy 90s. Good poll. News greets Democrats.
What's your reaction?
My reaction is the journalists covering this convention are already bored with the campaign and are looking ahead to the next election. That's for the first thing that strikes me. It is certainly one of the questions at the first briefing yesterday morning that Senator Chris Dodd gave was, how are you going to keep us from being bored? And Dodd replied, well, that's your problem, but he said, you're going to be riveted. So I think there's a feeling of boredom here about this campaign. They can't seem to get that interested in it. They think maybe it's a fait accompli. We'll see. But certainly in a convention where you're heading into a possible second term for a president, the media immediately turns to who are the candidates for the next race. They're always looking at the next race.
There is a theme. Here is the Time Magazine inside story with a photo spread of Veep who leaves Prince.
So the interesting thing about watching vintage C-SPAN is these are stories that we probably heard about. I remember in 1996, I was a sophomore in high school, maybe a junior. And I kind of remember hearing little bits of things. But now that I follow politics closely, it's interesting to see all the things that I missed and how it all connects.
And you can see some photos there. Would you be excited about an Al Gore, Dick Gephardt race for the Democratic nomination?
Well, I love reporting politics, so I'd be excited by any race, but they are not known as two of the most thundering, exciting candidates on the political stage today. The story about Al Gore all this time is that he's out of a cardboard cutout. Not terribly exciting, but quietly, as that Time magazine points out, he is enormously influential in the White House and on President Clinton's policies.
On the front page of the Chicago Sun-Times.
Kushner is the special envoy for peace. He shouldn't have anything to do with policy that isn't foreign or national security policy. He should meet with ranking members on those committees first. What? Kushner is one of Trump's closest advisors. He sends him to do whatever the hell he wants, and he has a relationship with Hakeem Jeffries. So it makes sense that he would meet with him. He's one of the few people that Trump listens to, and he asked for a meeting with Jeffries under the assumption, I guess, we don't know, that Democrats are most likely going to win, and to see if they can find some common ground on stuff they can work on. So what are you talking about, meeting with members on committees? It doesn't matter. Trump sent him to go talk to the most likely next Speaker of the House. How is this difficult to follow? I don't get it. How is this hard to understand? It doesn't matter. Trump doesn't follow protocol. Trump doesn't give a shit about any of that. What if Trump sent Natalie to go meet Hakeem Jeffries? Who cares? It's up to Trump who he sends.
As I'll hold up in a moment, it says right on the lead story from Scott Forner that, and as one of the headliners, Gore looked like he was laying the groundwork for his own presidential run in 4 years, and that's right here on this underline on the front page where they headline "On with the Show."
I miss newspapers, man. I know you could still buy them, but they're super expensive now. You go to the airport and they're like $5 for one newspaper, but it's just kind of nice to hold and fold all the pages.
It seems to be
it's not satisfying to read the news from an app on my phone.
Popping up everywhere.
It seems to be, and again, a reflection of not looking at the rather, I think, remarkable political movement that is happening in this country, that is reflected in this convention and with the Democratic Party turning away.
They are motivated to not understand. They really are, man. People are so broken. To them, it's like it's some sort of like rivalry that you never talk to the other side. You don't try to work with anybody. You don't try to get anything done. Like, the whole purpose of Democrats getting elected is to make life better for Americans. It would be criminal for them not to make contact with the executive branch and try. That's why people are so pissed at Trump, because he makes no attempt to include the Democrats in any way. He could be doing all sorts of stuff if he talked to the Democrats. They would gladly get on board if they worked with him, or if he was willing to work with them. These people are legislators. They're game for negotiating and compromising to solve problems. That's the whole point of the job, is to make life better for Americans by solving problems. It would be wrong to not meet and talk.
Way from its traditional liberal roots to a platform that they're going to approve this week that in many passages sounds like the Republican, certainly the Republican rhetoric of the 1980, 1984 election. So a remarkable sea change here. I bumped into House Democratic leader Dick Gephardt yesterday, and he told me we've made mistakes as a party in the past, and we tried to do too much too fast. These are remarkable assertions and admissions by a party that seems to be, under Bill Clinton, taking a sharp detour, at least rhetorically, to the center.
I want to ask our...
You ever wonder if the idealists don't actually want anything to get accomplished, because if it did, they'd have less to bitch about? No, I think it's just more of a misunderstanding of how government is supposed to work, and ignorance, and just whatever content they're consuming has led them to believe that the other side are just pure evil and monsters. And there's, if someone doesn't think like you, then they're a demon, and there's no value in talking to them or working with them. Like, it's very bad. I think Democrats should lead by example. And even if Trump rejects their overtures, they should constantly reach out to the administration, and they should demand that they meet with them that the Trump's administration meet with them to solve problems. I mean, that's how it's supposed to work.
Audience, as always on our morning show, get your morning newspaper out. Please find a story in there that might give us some new information. Let us know how the convention news is playing in your area, and we'll get you on the air here very shortly as we look at front page of the Wall Street Journal. And this story
is back when the Wall Street Journal didn't have photos, just drawings.
Right up top here. Second thoughts. Clinton is likely to stay on a centrist course during another term is the headline. Had a chance.
Wow, centrist.
To look at that?
I did look at it at least until the jump. It's a story that certainly reflects the influence of the Democratic Leadership Council, the centrist political organization that Bill Clinton once headed.
I wonder what was considered progressive in 1996.
If you read the platform, it certainly reflects the themes of the DLC, which is to move the party toward the center. If you look at the roster of speakers, however, at this convention, the roster of speakers is overwhelmingly the old-time liberal wing of the Democratic Party, from Senator Rockefeller, Senator Kennedy, Barbara Boxer, Jesse Jackson, Senator Minority Leader Daschle, and all the others. So you've got two Democratic parties here at this convention, the one that's in the platform and the one that is going to be on the podium during this convention.
Let's go.
Well, he just rattled off some names. Barbara Boxer, he was a liberal. See, in the real world, there are no, well, I guess progressive is pretty well known now, but in actuality, the Democratic caucus in the House is like moderates and liberals. AOC would be a liberal.
Go to the phones. First call, we go to Tampa, Florida. I understand you have the Tampa Tribune this morning. What are you reading?
I'm reading here about the drug use numbers are skewed, and this is an article about the juvenile delinquents using drugs, and it says here, drug use numbers among juvenile delinquents are not truly accurate. When you exclude White House staffers, the number of juvenile delinquents using drugs actually decreases.
Now, is that a real column, or is that your interpretation of a column?
That's my interpretation, Brian. I think if you exclude the thong-wearing, peace sign-wearing drug abusers thumbing through FBI files in the White House.
All right, we're gonna let you go because you didn't come in with an article, but I appreciate your call anyway. You have an editorial, meaning your newspaper, the Washington Times.
This is what they did back in the day. You call in and say what's on the front of your local newspaper.
That says Chicago and Clinton perfect together. How appropriate. The Democratic Party convenes today in the Democratic stronghold of Chicago, overseen by arguably the most corrupt city government in the nation, to renominate the president of a Democratic administration enveloped in sleaze. Ooh. You seen that yet?
I have not read the editorial.
That's an editorial in your paper this morning.
That's right. And several people before coming up here to the convention from Chicago have said you really ought to begin focusing on political corruption in Chicago. It's a major story. There have been a lot of articles, certainly, in the Chicago, Illinois newspapers about it.
Well, the Chicago Tribune leads off today, and this is not, I want to make sure that there's nothing about sleaze here. It's about Lord of his ward, and it's all about a fellow that by the name of Richard Mell, who they say could teach the Democratic Party leaders a thing or two. He's been in politics for 21 years, and he runs the 33rd Ward as an alderman, one of 50 in the town.
The alderman is one of the most colorful and perhaps most powerful political positions in grassroots politics, in the case of Chicago, asphalt politics. And,
what do you think the Tribune's doing here? Because I'll show you in just a second if I can get to open the page. This is how much copy they devote to this story about Mr. Mell, including a picture there in the center of, it's hard to hold this up for the camera, of Richard Daley, the mayor. What's the purpose?
Oh.
I'm not sure. It's extraordinary. Here we have a great national party holding its convention, opening up on the first day. It could be that they're balancing off with the lead story, of course, Clinton training for a second run. with where politics really occurs, and that's down at the local level, at the alderman level, the penultimate example of influence and political power in a city that everyone says works. I think it does to a large degree, and maybe because of the system that's for the last 6 decades has worked so well here.
Let's go back to the phones. Wharton, Texas, what are you reading this morning? Go ahead, Wharton, you're on the air.
Good morning. I'm reading the Wharton Sun, and it's an editorial by a local writer by the name of Mark Hammond. It says Clinton proposes expanding the Brady bill. Well, I think his ultimate goal, if he does get reelected, is to completely destroy the Second Amendment to the Constitution.
Yep.
Just like he's doing with his tobacco deal, turning it over to FDA and that zealot David Kessler. He wants to take away 2 of the 3 unalienable rights, the right to liberty and the pursuit of happiness.
All right, caller, thanks. And Stephen Neal, who writes for the Chicago Sun-Times, has this commentary here in the morning paper triumphing over the gun lobby, and it's all about Sarah and James Brady, who he suggests that they are not abandoning their party. Their party has abandoned them. Mrs. Brady will be speaking tonight at the convention.
Of course, the assault weapons ban that was passed by Congress, signed by Clinton, and the president has parlayed that into a major political weapon. Bob Dole's on the other side of the coin, reversing his position, his promise that he wanted to see a repeal of that, saying he no longer did, angered the National Rifle Association, one of the most powerful political lobbies supporting his candidacy and the Republican Party, and they said they would not work for Dole, they're going to work just for congressional candidates. He lost a big source of political power there. 5 pages in the Democratic Party platform that they're going to take up that deals just with crime. And if you recall, over a year ago, the first early ads, people thought Bill Clinton was crazy to run early TV ads. The ads were on crime. He was defining himself on that issue. So he's been very smart on this issue and has flogged his position, and it's paid off for him so far.
Donald Lambro is originally...
Yeah, tobacco was a huge thing. It says the Clinton administration attempted to regulate tobacco through the Food and Drug Administration starting in 1996, but the Supreme Court ultimately ruled in 2000 that the agency lacked the authority to do so. In 1996, the FDA reversed its decades-long stance and declared nicotine an addictive drug in cigarette, smokeless tobacco, drug delivery devices. Clinton announced final rules targeted at cutting teen smoking in half, which set a minimum purchase age of 18, required photo ID for buyers under 27, and restricted tobacco advertising in vending machines near schools. Oh, my God. I don't remember that. You could buy cigarettes from a vending machine? That seems like another world, man. That's crazy. Think about that. And then you only have to show photo ID if you're under 27. That seems like an interesting rule as well. Yeah, tobacco used to be top of mind, man. Upstate Trash, thank you for gifting a kick sub, man. Hell yeah. Appreciate that, dude. As far as the Brady bill, I looked that up and I was curious, did Bill Clinton expand the Brady bill? It says that there was like a 5-day waiting period. Let's see. Transition to instant checks. Per the design of the original legislation, the interim 5-day waiting period expired and was successfully transitioned into the Permanent National Instant Criminal Background Check System, NICS, in November 1998, greatly expanding the speed and volume of checks processed nationally. So wonder how that caller felt when that went into effect. I'm sure it was the end of the world for them. But it doesn't sound like Bill Clinton had much success in other areas. He tried to close background check loopholes on private gun shows, banning large capacity ammunition import magazines, restricting juvenile handgun possession. I mean, that's what was proposed. I don't know if any of that went into effect. Okay, one more call, and I got to get out of here. I'm exhausted.
From Wellesley, Massachusetts, and we'll have 25 and a half hours of the Democratic National Convention for you this week. Begins today at 4 o'clock Chicago time, and they will be dealing with the platform before the convention and getting a final vote on that. Fort Lauderdale, Florida, you understand you have the Miami Herald?
You know, the 90s was really interesting. I've been reading more articles that we had a technological breakthrough with the internet, and people were buying computers for their offices, and it just we had this like huge advances, and people were buying a lot of equipment to take advantage of it, and it led to these internet companies growing, and the stock market was growing, and capital gains tax was popping off because people were selling. And so we were just like flush with money from that. And the government was able to balance the budget, even have a surplus for 4 years. And a lot of people are comparing that to what's going on now with the AI, that it's causing companies to invest a lot in infrastructure. And it's not like personal at home. It's not like people are buying new computers or something, but it's like huge investments in infrastructure, and the stock market is booming because of it. So there's some similarities there. Computers were rare back then. Yeah, but like everybody started buying them in the 90s. In the 80s, it was expensive. I remember my dad got an old IBM, and it was worth like, nowadays I guess, well, nowadays it probably would cost like $5,000-$10,000, and all he could do is type on it, and maybe you could play word munchers or something. There were some basic games you could play, but he was a writer, so he typed on it. But they got me a computer when I was like in middle school, probably about 12 years old. This is probably early 90s. And I think it was equivalent to like $1,000 back then, which today would be worth like $2,500 or something. And it was a pretty big deal. But a lot of homes were buying computers, is my point, and connecting to the internet, dial up at first, and then up to 56K modems, and then you got the DSL lines. And so the people were just buying a lot of equipment, and the companies were benefiting, and you had all these giant gains on the stock market. So, you know, maybe this leads to something now, and this is a way we can bring down the deficit. I don't think we can get anywhere near balancing the budget. I mean, I looked at the numbers back then, and it was like, you know, $100 billion surplus or something. It's like, it's peanuts, you know. It's not going to change anything now, but who knows, man? I don't know. I missed the smell of my modem. What the hell? I don't remember my modem smelling.
Reading Clinton chugs to Chicago nomination. Dole already there, and sales of surrender in the drug war.
And how big a story do they make that? Is that a front page lead?
Front page, top right.
And what do you think of this convention so far? What's your feeling about what you've seen?
About the convention?
Well, about the preparations here. And are you a Democrat or Republican?
I'm a Democrat.
You like Bill Clinton?
Yeah, I like him.
And what do you like most about him?
Well, I like most about him is that he's exhibiting great leadership and great character, and it is just proven by the fact that he is assailed all the time about everything that he does, and every effort is trying to get him out of there. So that to me means that they're afraid of what he is able to do and what he can do, and they are afraid of their own jobs.
All right, thank you, sir. Do you think he'll be the next president?
Oh, big moment. You think Bill Clinton will be the next president? Let's see if this guy called it. This is August 1996.
I don't know whether he will or not. I think it's going to be a very close election.
Was it? I have no idea. Let's see. 1996 presidential election. See how close it was. Whoa, Bill Clinton dominated. That's with Ross Perot's dumbass in there too. 49.2% of the vote. Wow, that probably caused some problems. He didn't even get over 50%. He won with a plurality. Carried 31 states plus DC. Bob Dole got 19 states. 47.4 million votes for Clinton. Interesting. He would have won even if I don't know, I guess Wow. I don't know that much about Perot's politics. Strange character. Perot took votes from Clinton, not Dole. Yeah, I was wondering, like, Perot was like a businessman. I know that much. So I can imagine that could have hurt the Republicans. Let me see. Who did Ross Perot take more votes from? Yeah, I guess some articles are saying he took more from Clinton. Okay.
A professor at the University of Columbia University has done articles every 4 years saying that whoever leads during Labor Day since Eisenhower has always won. So it'll be interesting to see the bounce that he gets out of this this convention. He will get a bounce, and what the polls are going to be as they go into Labor Day weekend.
We have a faxed copy of the front page of the Washington Times, and you actually wrote both articles on both sides.
Hell yeah, faxed copy.
Well, I wrote the one on the left side. Frank Murray really wrote with maybe some material that I shuttled over to him.
But your headline is Clinton on a winning roll as convention starts, and USA Today poll today shows the lead's back to 12 points, and they haven't even gotten the convention bump yet.
Wow, he was up by 12 in the polls?
It shows how masterful Clinton's campaign strategist Dick Morse has been to move him toward the center, and how an early start on the issues gets you out front, and it's very hard to catch up. But I think this is going to tighten up. I think Bob Dole has, at least 200, a base of 200 electoral votes. But there's no doubt that Clinton is on a roll, and he's going to get a bounce out of this convention. And if he goes into Labor Day weekend, it's going to be very difficult for Dole to catch up. But I think the basic issue in this campaign is going to be the economy and median income workers whose incomes have declined or remained stagnant during this presidency.
Here's Bill Clinton campaigning in West Virginia. That's crazy. Wanted to see how West Virginia voted in 96. Yep. Went for Bill Clinton. Wow. Okay, I am wiped out. It has been almost 7 hours of streaming. What a fun night, boy. What a journey. I am getting out of here. I'm going to eat something and then go for a walk and hope nobody calls the cops on me. But I'll be back tomorrow. There'll be plenty to talk about, I'm sure. Thank you guys all for hanging out. I appreciate all of the subs, the bits, the super chats, the gift memberships, the kick subs, everybody hanging on Kick who stuck through the raid from Destiny. That's awesome. And just thank you guys for hanging out. We're almost there, man. Holy shit. We are almost at the midterms. It's crazy how close it is. These are exciting times. I feel like the rest of America is going to catch up to us who are fired up for the next term of Congress, the 120th Congress that gets sworn in on January 3rd. Like, people, I'm sure, still think the Democrats are down and out losers and can't get anything done because they haven't been paying attention to special elections or anything. And they're about to find out who the Democrats are on November 3rd. I think. Tonight, we got some good news to help the Democrats even more. Darlene Graham winning the Republican nomination to be on the ballot in November for a full 6-year term to replace Lindsey Graham. That's great. She's a bad candidate for the Republicans like Ken Paxton, and will drag them down across the board. So good news there. Plus, it was a tight race, making everyone aware that the Republicans are in disarray right now. And then Trump's candidate won for governor in Oklahoma, but barely, by a couple thousand votes out of hundreds of thousands, also showing that there are big problems within the Republican Party right now. When half the voters come out in a 1v1 and vote for the guy Trump didn't endorse, you know there's some issues. So good news. Good news for us. Anyways, I hope you guys have a wonderful night. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. And I'll see you tomorrow night. Have a good one.